What you want to do is save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
That's great, but can you ask your friend to stop digging into the green?
I can ask.
Let's see what she has to say about
Redistricting is also like there's some big ballot initiatives that are going to be driving people to the polls, right? And there's also going to be some. We already saw with some of the special elections that happen in some of the congressional districts.
I can't. So does it? Never thought. So does this mean Dr. Jordan likes Trump now? Like I thought I'd see another Trump miracle.
Your wife is your second expert. She's happy.
There's nothing to lose. They're gonna lose bad. Just saw a video. Because nothing to lose, and they're gonna lose bad. Just saw a video of Aaron slapping Darren hands as he tried to put ketchup on a hot dog at Winter Circle. The real governor. Oh, Aaron and Darren just finished shooting a Chicago puff piece. Aaron was slapping Darren's hands at Winter Circle. Ketchup. That's hot dog. Aaron is a real winner. Aaron is a real winner. The real governor. Aaron and Darren just finished shooting a Chicago puff piece. Aaron was slapping Darren's hands at Winter Circle. He tried putting ketchup on his hot dog. Aaron is a real winner.
That's right, Marie. I'm told the average homeowner is actually paying about $700 more on their property. Tax bill because
Come on, it's rising. Muzzle.
When I first took office in December of 2016, I promised. To do more with.
Big Malacca Pussy.
So it behooves us upstream I would love to see more money going into the rainy day fund because, for context, right? Now we have about.
Hey, Darren, welcome to Chicago, the place you call the hellhole.
The place you called the hell. Does Aaron understand communication strategy? No. Do they get the chocolate?
I think it's time I show you a few things. Let's go.
Aaron knows all except communication. How stupid could you be? Very stupid. You already lost. You already lost. Don't waste any more of your time. Aaron knows all except communication strategy. How stupid could you be? Very stupid. You already lost. Don't waste any more of your time. Stupid could you be? No mistake communication strategy. No. Aaron is really fucking stupid. Real good, man. You know what you do? You go for incentives. YouTube clowns. YouTube clowns can go fuck yourself.
James, can you please come to the training education meetings for New Mexico? Because that is the core of the conversation, is trying to figure out how different roles and how we include medicine practitioners. Yeah, I mean, will do. They're advocating for. There has to be, I don't like comparing it to this, but Ours bend to my will. Tonight, the cosmos learns my name by the ancient runes and the power of creation. I command the forces of the universe. Rise with ours. Told me this week there's a short list. I'm John Kitover, Libertarian candidate for Chicago Mayor. On February 23rd, 2027, we get to choose a new direction for our city. Let's build a Chicago that got.
We did the cringe daily content. We're wasting the time creating telling likes or ever we're watching or explaining struggle. This is a video of the government candidate was handled by them. To be cringe or not to be cringe? Are we getting paid for cringe daily video content? Yeah, we're wasting the time creating videos, telling likes or ever we're watching or explaining struggle. I know you're an idiot, so let me explain something to you about You will be arrested soon enough.
I heard Sergey is back and working a bit on AI. What is the involvement of Larry and Sergey these days, and what advice are they giving you?
I talk to them regularly. Sergey is actually spending more time in the office. He's literally coding and,
I heard Sergey is back and work.
Every device.
Yes, girl. Okay.
This is why blocking spam calls never stops coming.
What do you mean? Is that just some random caller?
No. When your phone lights up like that with unknown numbers, it's not the callers, it's the massive leak behind them.
Okay, so what do you do?
Can't beat being dumb.
One more time. I got to hit the streets talk, let them know it ain't a sweet walk. It's no me. The only joint made this year that'll knock to 2003. Y'all gon' see. Car accident.
accept.
What is the key?
Hi, Chicago. My name.
He might not be wrong.
Most investigative.
We are an incredibly ruthless country. The amount of murder and mayhem that we've created around the world is just unbelievable. We are one whistle.
Take out the trash, and once you get it out, tell them that.
He has a look around the foyer, but right away, he doesn't like what he sees. Hey, you I need your hands out of your pocket. Come on in here, please. No, you don't want to do that, sir. Trust me. Trust me, sir. Come on in.
We are following for you tonight.
You know how you get from dinner?
I don't know what most white people in this country feel. I can only include what they feel from the state of their institutions.
Body for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Whether or not it is. Body.
That's how widespread you think these conspiracies have gone. Yes, that's how mainstream they become. Okay, Egyptian plans.
So one of your categories was inadmissible evidence, right? And I know you're not a lawyer, but you're generally familiar with there are certain things in a penalty phase of a capital case that a victim impact witness can say and certain things they can't say, right? Like you can't express opinions about the defendant, as an example. Why is this sort of coverage prejudicial in relation to her commenting on court appearances and whether Mr. Robinson should have the benefit of discovery and her opinion about guilt and the narrator?
He's gonna be found not guilty.
That's how widespread you think.
The very top.
هناك مشاريع كثيرة في العالم هدامة وللأسف اليوم أغلب هذه المشاريع الهدامة موجودة في الشرق الأوسط وبجوار.
Dave Marte from the Marte Law Office here. The question today is, can I be fired if I decide to file a workers' compensation claim?
Tom, you've invested nearly $500 million in pounds here. Contractor aiding and abetting ICE operations that's kidnapped people here in Bay Ridge. Do you have a response? Like, how here's one of the authors medical malpractice.
I applied to MIT and I was accepted. But then I got this call. I got a call from Wesleyan University. I'd never heard of Wesleyan University. Was, high school student. I didn't know everything. And they said, well, we've heard about you. We'd really like you to apply to Wesleyan. So I made a few inquiries. It sounded nice. I said, okay. So, and they said, come down for the weekend. We'll do this for you and that, and go to a class. I don't know. I must have come down on a Friday. Whatever it was, I had a lovely time at Wesleyan. It was a beautiful place. And I was swept off my feet by their, interest in the prettiness of the place and so on. So I applied to Wesleyan, and I was rejected. So there was no choice. I mean, I was destined. I was destined for this place.
around my neighborhood, all empty storefronts. There was a Sicilian bakery a few doors down. Look around my neighborhood.
Due to the stabbing of a police dog during an arrest in Brisbane last year.
Never sue the person who hit you after.
הבאנו הישגים כבירים. חיסלנו את מצבוע הנשק העצום של 150,000.
Drink alcohol if you want to destroy your liver, but if you want to cleanse your liver, Stephen Greer,
How you doing, Mr. Greer? I'm a big fan of your work, man. Thank you so much for all that you do. To break it down, what do you want people to know? Like, in just a really short form, what do we need to know?
Well, we're not alone. Only about 10-20% of the objects seen are not human. The rest are ours. From Lucky Skunkworks, Northrop, Raytheon. Most of the information we submit is false, but at the center of it is some amazing information and the technologies that it could get out in, poverty, pollution, all that in 15 years. So, it's a great concept, which is why.
Through December of 2025, we received messages at my office that said, I hope somebody shoots you and your children and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, mother, pew, pew. I would stay indoors as much as possible, and my children, unfortunately. Through December of 2025.
I was today's.
Microinfluence. Can be pretty crazy and that they're the businessmen. So when I think about all of these things that in the CIA, we didn't give a hoot about democracy. I mean, it was fine if a government was elected and would cooperate with us, but if it didn't, then democracy didn't mean a thing to us. And I don't think it means a thing today. The true goal of the United States government is control. And they feel that if the United States did not control the governments of Latin America. I'm Bill Carnes, a real accident attorney. Now, you may have traumatic.
As late as the late 19th, early 20th century, there was a movement called Cosmism in the sort of around the time of the Soviet Revolution. It claimed that for as late.
While others have doubted
The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety.
I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl laced urine spraying.
You feel human all the time?
I feel extremely human. I feel like, driven by crazy emotions as much as anybody.
Like, I spend a lot of time talking to Nazis, like real Nazis, and I know it's difficult to hear.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
The slope. By voting yes, I'll fix it.
You spoke to Fire Chief Negro, denies talking to you on that day of 9/11. Can you answer those questions and address the theories against you? Are you aware of testimony of bombs in the building before the building collapsed, sir? Are you aware of that testimony? Sir, there's testimony by Mary Jackson. Sir, you don't have to touch me. Listen, I'll walk away. All I'm asking is a question. I don't have to be kicked out. It's a legitimate question. You don't have to put your hands on me. But all I'm saying is, no, I'm not. I'm here after the question was not answered. That's why I have a grievance. Larry Silverstein was told not to come into work. That's why Kim, his daughter, and his son never showed up to work on 9/11. He put an insurance policy on the buildings. Reporters, do your job.
Let me ask you about the mission, because every time I see President Trump, he says this repeatedly, that the election was rigged.
That folks can pass their mouths to say anything.
AIPAC was originally with Jason Friedman. It was widely reported. When it's not like he didn't have a patent against her. As you know, I worked at CNN. I worked at Fox News. I worked at NBC. And in all of those places, if I was to...
You want to sue me, fine?
The primary source of death in Palestine is the fact that Hamas is...
I keep seeing the same recurring types of crime.
What the hell's going on with chemtrails?
He's fascinated by chemtrails.
There is a wide spectrum of different operations. They're doing biological and chemical releases on the population to manipulate the environment. But most of the programs are weather modification related. There are hard... What the hell's going on?
That's how white.
I'm not telling anybody how this happened. I sent President Trump some information. We have a gigantic opiate problem in this country, obviously. In 2024, more than 80,000 people died of overdoses. It's a horrible number. And there's more than 5 million people that are... Look at all of this. I mean, there's hundreds of them. Look at all these old ones, and old is good. They never stop growing, which means more are reading. And look at this mother. She must be 100 meters. You're breathing without me. An oversight, I assume.
No, it's not an oversight. After your fiasco with Sully, you're done, Colonel. You're confined to base pending an investigation.
Negative on that. I need to roll. Sully will be there, which means that Spider will be there as well.
Don't look at him. He's one step away from the brig himself.
Don't tell him not to look at me.
What are you gonna do? Call Daddy?
You mean the chairman?
Enough.
I can still complete this mission.
Look at you. You're a disgrace to your uniform. Assuming you remember what a uniform is. You're grounded, Colonel. Permanently.
Look at all of this.
If nobody else wants to lend you money,
When our people
Chicago, I'm John Kitover, your libertarian candidate for mayor. Tonight we're celebrating freedom, community, and this incredible city on the ice. Chicago.
Alexa, where was the original Jerusalem?
Of H. At that time, my whole family is wiped out.
Yes, sir.
Yes, the Holocaust is big business because Germany so far has given the Jews, I think, at least $200 billion. So it's big business. And some of you are still getting $1,000 a month. And a lot of people don't know this. And then people don't realize who brought the slaves to America. They were Jewish ships.
They was Jewish ships.
Of H. At that time, my
I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case. A huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have in the past had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case. A huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have in the past had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case, a huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have in the past had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case, a huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center.
He ain't lying.
I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case, a huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have in the past had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case, a huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have in the past had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case, a huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have in the past had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case. A huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have in the past had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case. A huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have in the past had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing. I personally investigated.
Idiot says what?
Alexa, where?
And the amazing thing is when you open it and you go like this, you will have an illustration of Mecca with the Kaaba. So it's an original.
Nobody needs a book much, do they? Are you serious? Well, a lot of people do quite nicely without them. They just turn on the TV in the morning and get enough news, and an awful lot of people don't read.
Do they really do nicely?
I don't know. I should talk to them maybe more in depth to find out if they are doing nice. Not nicely.
How would you do with that books?
Oh, I'd be badly off, but it's my trade. It's my thing. I think it's good for writers to keep in mind that they are writing and always have written. For my minority, the world has never been full of readers. They've always been. But others will be.
The very top programmers were worth 10 times more than the ones right below. There's something special about the mathematical reasoning skills of programmers. Those people will become more valuable, not less valuable, because these systems need to be controlled by humans at the moment.
This is a banner.
In the world of finance, I'm the highest earning person in the world in finance. You're the highest what? Earning person in the world in finance. Wow. In the world. So explain that to me. So I'm a hedge fund manager, and I've transformed my fund into a personal investment vehicle because it makes such high returns. And now it's on the internet on Forbes.
Career as a prior restraint on speech is widely considered the most serious.
The frying pan has a.
Michael Jackson hated Steven Spielberg. This is what makes me think that Michael Jackson was probably innocent because the media destroyed him. The medical industry destroyed him.
I don't care about the bulldozers. I care more about the weaponry. So if they don't want to.
She didn't believe me until I forced her.
And currently there is somebody inside this tank so that you can see what it's like. I think he was in here. Yes, there he is.
In the dark, I injected the acid in my thigh and went in and floated on the surface. I became non-human, and the terror became energy, total, pure, primitive energy.
The goal is to transcend human perspective, leading to places where science and science fiction merge.
The Holocaust was unbelievable to me. The guy lost everybody.
Look, I'm going to keep this quick. Can you click the link below and add your name to... Joe, you have my back. I'm John.
There goes Morgan.
This kind of AI capacity is shaping the balance of power between nations and all of our security. One former OpenAI executive said, quote, "We're building portals from which we're genuinely summoning aliens. The portals currently exist in the United States and China, and
Party, taking 2024, going back to 2020, invited a bunch of culture wars into our kids' schools, and we lost. Let me say this.
Their purpose. I think that this technology is the perfect defense against a hypersonic missile. Hypersonic missiles are no threat to the United States. We can teleport a nuke back into the Kremlin. We can detonate a nuke from outer space within 5 seconds of the ICBM taking off. So what are these orbs? These orbs are the most secret superweapon in the United States arsenal. This is the biggest leak of intelligence ever in the
I'm here, don't pay.
Looking for a family? Oh, hi there. My name's Aaron Hill, and I'm the guy that researches how many Jews there are in things. You've probably seen some of my work.
Looking healthy.
Book does not have to make money to make you money. We help these people.
Can't believe it's like 12. That's what she was saying.
I can swear if you love me right. Love is the same night. Such a fever and I'm so tight.
What do we got? Man, we have a big incursion. Banshee riders inbound.
I see that, so light them up.
I can't, man. Weapons locked out. They all have IFF badges.
Scan it.
Echo 1-6, you set the target.
Ipchiken.
Mission accomplished, General. Excellent. Toruk Makto himself.
It's not enough for you to hand out the gun. You've got to bring hostiles inside the perimeter.
Not hostiles. Allies. General Ardmore, I'd like you to meet Baran, Sa'ik of the Nanquan.
Let me make this very clear, Colonel Cochise. I want every one of these savages escorted off my base ASAP, including your little missy over here.
Don't be a jackass, General. Take the win. We got him, people! End of an era. Sa'ik?
What do we got? Man, we have a big incursion. Banshee riders inbound.
I see that, so light them up.
I can't, man. Weapons locked out. They all have IFF badges.
Scan it.
Echo 1-6, you set the target.
Charity isn't just spare change, it's a change of heart. Equality means every hand gets the same handshake. Community? That's the block party where we all bring.
Pussy is my paradise. Every time I squeeze in, it hugs like a vice.
The Chicago mayor will instruct CPD to arrest CTU past and current leadership under RICO. Go back to eating hot dogs in there in Belmar. Don't forget to order the chocolate milkshake next time.
When she cries real low, got rhythm in her hips like a back road hoe. She rides reverse like she's taking the wheel. Whispers dirty prayers with sex appeal. She likes it rough, likes to beat Joe. Said pull my hair daddy right before she spoke. She squirts like a
Chicago mayor will instruct CPD to arrest CTU past and current leadership under RICO. Get back to eating hot dogs with Aaron's on Mark. Don't forget to order the chocolate milkshake next time.
Our top story. Quiet the noise for a moment. Breathing in, breathing out. The river within finds its course. I am Townsend. East is the path, and the horizon answers in silence. Be quiet the noise for. You weren't made for it. Okay, one was a new creation. One who believes I'm the child of God.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying on. Profits the seed to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending track Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profit. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending track Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
We wake up to live with the red screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out with nothing. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers that I'm running. Transparency on the air. Brandon Johnson is the tag. You call for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we told. You preach about a photo, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed the road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo, I'm on a dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spin. Cash goes out with nothing. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers that I'm running. Transparency on it. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We want the city. Every cent, every check, every link. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals want $3 billion to get $20 the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of Quarterly is a scam. Marvin Johnson is a cop. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon, Clinton is a tax. Brandon, Clinton is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon, Clinton is a tax. Brandon, Clinton is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the transparency. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a lie. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony none. Profits the seats to use of mafia propaganda. Organization of affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open your books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony loan. Profits for C2s for mafia propaganda. Organization of affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialist and taxologist. All taxation is the public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. The experienced. It's called dressing up for fun. Or for life.
Fully elected official, including apparently the president himself. A shadowy government with his own Air Force, his own Navy, his own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue his own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself. It is an elitist vision of government that trusts no one, not the people, not the Congress, and not the government. It is a vision of a government operated by persons convinced they have a monopoly on truth.
We believe as an industry that in the next 1 year, the vast majority of cleaners will be replaced by AI. We believe.
So it's like everything, we it hides its own.
What is he doing? What is he doing? Oh,
Only on Fox 11, a young woman's cry for help is shocking a wrath in a family's fight for justice. Tonight, why her loved ones say they won't stop until her voice is heard. Kitover.
Quick story for you.
I've spent 30 years working for NASA in the Kennedy Space Center.
They were totally against black people out there. Let me tell you, let me make that up. Let me say that up front. They were against black people being a part of it. In fact, I had people to tell me, why don't I go to Africa and start my own space program? I would ride up that elevator to go to my office, day in, day out. And there was that KKK sign up there. What I did was sat at my desk and drew me a black power fist on the sticker. I rolled down the elevator, I rolled down the elevator, put that sticker on there. I told them about it. And they came and apologized and said that they didn't think that it was bothering anybody. How can you expect it not to be bothering anybody? And needless to say, the family secretary problem was doing very kind of fake thing going on. I would be the first person to explain to people that, hey, it's true. It's true, we did it.
He put up an extremist looking next to an extremist looking unprofitable career is not thing they do. So you put up an extremist sticker next to an extremist sticker, very profitable career, and he's not thing they do.
I could not disagree more. Oh, really? That's a good
Friday felt like a shadow. Hope was buried deep. Sky went dark without warning. Love was left to bleed. We thought it was over. Stone rolled in place. Silence filled the garden where we used to pray. But something in the stillness wouldn't let go. You were still breathing under the weight of the night. Still moving out of the reach of the light. Death heart had you held on. Love kept beating like a hidden drum. Now the stone is broken and the great gate away. You were still breathing.
Clearly, you're getting a return. That's
Now
what,
I'm
500 meters away?
alive today.
Right. The experience.
I'm alive today. Morning came. She was searching for a body.
It's like, why would you bring that back?
Everything that was shattered started to heal. You were still breathing under the weight of the night. Still moving out of the reach of the light. That wanted having you held by one. Love kept beating like a hidden drum. Now the stone is broken and the grave gave way. You were still breathing. Now I'm alive today. If you popped out of the grave, then nothing holds me now. If you conquer death itself, then every chain comes down. What was buried in the dark is rising up and
despacito y que nos quiten lo bailado. Si la vida es un fandango, me marcaré un taconeado. Y si no me sé la letra, pues lo canto improvisado. Ay, que suene la guitarra y retumbe el taconeo. Que la feria está que arde. Vamos a armar jaleo. Baila niño, arrímate más. Esta copla va por ti. Brindemos por lo vivido y lo que queda por vivir. No le debo nada al miedo, ni a las penas, ni al ayer. Hoy me calzo mis tacones, voy de frente y con poder. Que la copla que me queda suene fuerte y con descaro. Que la vida es un suspiro y lo mejor aún no ha llegado. Ay, que suene la guitarra y retumbe el taconeo. Que la feria está que arde. Vamos a armar jaleo. Baila niño, arrímate más. Que esta copla va por ti. Brindemos por lo vivido y lo que queda por vivir. Que me lo recuerdo si no vuelvo a sentir. Lo caliente mirada cuando estaba junto a mí. Mi promesa no hay mañana, solo queda este latir. Y un te quiero mal callado que no supe repetir. Lunes de alumbrado, farolillos y alegría. Me pongo mi traje nuevo y empieza la romería. Rebujito en mano, taconeo en el albero. Como acabará la noche es un misterio. Ay, que me quiten los bailados. Los abrazos robados, que la vida son dos coplas y una ya le he cantado. Así que dame otra copa, que la feria ya ha empezado.
Shouldn't Penn be arrested? Shouldn't Penn be arrested?
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny heads and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump.
Julie Shield.
Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the
Run. Run.
Functioning gossip.
Everything that was once so secure under my father's reign is now under threat. All of us are in danger. I am loyal to my brother, but I fear the future. But know that tonight I make an oath, a pledge to you all. I will protect you with my life's blood. Let me prove myself to you. You, come here. Is this the man? Yes. That is the man who beat me. No! This man is every man who stole from you. Every man who terrorized you. Who made you feel worthless, despised, and weak. This man is every man who robbed you of your dignity and made you ashamed to belong to this once great nation. I, give him to you. Now take your justice. Everything that was once so.
Excuse me? Can you rap? What's your honesty? Can you freestyle? The last person who freestyled got 10 million views. You didn't even beat it? Excuse me? Can you rap? Excuse me?
Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice for God. Joy of abundance and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands. Donald Trump, president of the world. America, 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 America.
Is they want to have one Christian and they have a team of like 5 to 6 weird atheists all attacking, over talking, and then asking like question on top of question before you can even answer the first question by like 2, 3 multiple atheists at one time. So it's like your dog pile. And so if I were him and I was putting down the audience and then just bringing up one other Christian, that's what it seems like.
Hi, everybody. I clicked the button here that.
The opposite, I would say. Muslims and Christians are.
Hi, I clicked the button where it says ask to speak, and I would like to be put in the queue.
What question did you want to ask?
Yeah, if he has a question, he has to ask.
I recently opened up a new room called Are You Not For God? And I'm hoping that the contrasting audiences and communication will finally help us settle this difficult question once and for all.
What's the question that you think is being answered?
Well, I think that you're doing the same game or show that I do and that Donald does in the Prove to Me the G0D ? Exists room, which is it's a trick pony show. Meaning, like, imagine having a show on CBS, Netflix, etc., called Prove to Me God Exists. And for years, it's the Gong Show. People come in and they try to prove to the audience and to the host that God exists. And then the host hits the gong and they chuck him off the stage. And then the new one comes in. So technically, it's religion is the boy who cried wolf. But the boy who cried wolf works every time. It does not degrade in authenticity as people hypothesize. The boy who cried wolf scam works every single time. I am complete.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, I would like to ask, well, I don't know if to ask.
Really quick, well, before he leaves, I want to know how John is. See, he does that. He'll come up. He'll concisely, present his position, and then he politely moves himself down to the audience. I think it's brilliant, and I really appreciate that, John. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to do the same thing, please.
Well, no, because I might have some follow-up questions, Kitty. I had a question about Jesus and his nature. Is there anything that I could ask you that you might be able to answer for me?
I didn't even get to talk. Okay.
Just really quick, because I know you want to talk about joy. Right? And the fruits that you learned. Did you learn about the fruits and joy in church today? Is that right, Kitty?
It's not like the first time, but I think that I learned more information about it and it gave it more context, made it more palatable to understand the importance of joy. And yeah, I mean, I can talk to you more about it. If you want.
Can you just tell me maybe some key points
that you
covered?
So we had a lesson plan time, but I had points. and that he wanted us to know. And it's things that we need to grow in. So, like, of the fruits of the Spirit, it says, but the fruits of the Spirit is joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such things there is no law. So basically it says that, like, just like if it was apples or oranges or something like that, you can eat too many apples.
Starting on day one, we will end inflation.
And what it's saying is that of joy, peace, forbearance, you can have, the Bible says you can have as much joy as you want. You can have as much peace as you want. You can have as much kindness as you want. And so what happens is that, like, bad things happen to everybody. Maybe at your job, or you lose a loved one, or you battle with addiction, or you know somebody that, you know, is hurting. And all those things, like, deplete your joy, right? And so God wants us to grow in our joy. And so the three ways that he has us grow in our joy is through salvation, love, and our future. And so he gave three scriptures that went along with salvation. Was in Psalms 51:12, and it says, restore to me the joy of your salvation and grant a willing spirit to sustain me. Now, we can talk more about that, but I just don't want to talk too much. So the second one was grow in, stop it, Mando, grow in the joy of God's love. Jeremiah 31:3, and it says, the Lord appeared to us, sorry about my dog, in the past, saying, I have loved you with an everlasting love. I have drawn you with unfailing kindness. Now, he's really talking about Israel and the people of Israel, but that has, like, held true through time. And, you know, he wants to love us, and by us just, instead of pushing back his love, accepting his agape, like, God-like love, which is, like, he can only make human beings able to accept, like, that amount of his unnatural, like, unfailing love. And he wants us to be able to accept it. So in order for our joy to grow, we need to grow in our salvation, we need to grow in our love, and we need to grow in joy of our future. And it says Romans 15:13, and then John 5:24. We can talk about that.
Awesome. So could you just, like, sum that up really quickly and tell me what you actually learned? Like, what was the new information that you gleaned today?
So the biggest part of all the separate, which we're going to do a series of fruits of the Spirit for each one of them. And the one for today, which was joy, I learned that in order for me to not be depleted in joy from the perils of life and everything, I need to grow in my salvation. I need to grow in the joy of God's love, and grow in the joy of salvation, grow in the joy of God's love, and grow in the joy of the future that he has in store for me.
Awesome. So you didn't know that until today at the building?
No, what I'm trying to say is that, like, it's rich. It's more of like kind of like a gas tank. So, like, we all have some joy in us, mostly. Some people more than others, but everybody is eventually going to run, and you can't let it run completely out of gas. You can let your car run completely out of gas. You can let your joy run completely out of gas. Things in this world will make you run completely out of joy. And I need that reminder, and it was a healthy reminder for me to know.
But I thought you had salvation. Don't you have salvation?
I do have salvation, but so that's the three parts of it. So some people can handle
it's mostly
salvation.
reliant on your mental state. So God isn't really doing anything for you. It's all about, like, your thinking and your approach.
No, God has so much love for me and so much joy in him and to me that I can't attain that on my own. I need God to show that to me.
Okay, so do I have salvation?
You don't have salvation, so you don't actually have real joy.
What exactly is salvation?
Accepting that Jesus Christ died on the cross and rose again, and he did it because he loves you.
How many other people rose on that day?
No one else.
Oh, that's factually incorrect based on your own evidence.
Mm-mm.
So you don't read your Bible? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I love to read my Bible.
It says the tombs of Jerusalem opened up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you were talking about that. And now they're just singing that song.
How many times it's mentioned to you? This is why I bring it up, because it's such
You had a whole conversation about
hold on a second, Chrissy, I'm still talking.
Okay, I'm
Remember when I told you earlier? I said you guys.
Okay, can I go down the audience?
No. We want to hear from you, but we want to have a respectful dialogue. Are you open to that?
Okay, I'm open.
Okay, great. Because you had complained about how atheists don't let you speak properly earlier. Remember that? Okay. So what I find phenomenal is the phenomenon itself, and how Christians just don't know about it, don't want to talk about it, act like they haven't been reminded of it like you just did. Because I distinctly remember directly talking with you about it within the last couple of weeks. And now all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, that didn't happen. And then as soon as you're like, oh, yeah, that little part. So how many people, how many men were resurrected the same day Jesus was, Kitty?
Several graves had opened up. I know that he took away the sting of death because he conquered the grave.
You can just say you don't know the number. Because that was
I
the
really
question
don't.
I asked you.
I don't.
Yeah.
No, I really
But
don't.
at least two, right?
Well, no, there was multiple. There would be more. I mean,
Well,
there
that's
was
why I
several.
said at least two, because we don't know. It says all the saints of Jerusalem. So that's at least two, because it's plural, right?
So let's open up the Bible and just read from it.
Well, I don't need to. I already got it. I mean, you seem to not know about it, right? Do you not know about it?
Don't we all just need a little bit of a refresher of joy?
I don't. I don't need it. Do you?
I do, for sure.
Oh, you need a refresher on the Bible that you believe in? Okay, go ahead. Go refresh yourself.
Says, may the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him, so that you may overflow with hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. Romans 15:13. Mr. Honeyback.
Oh, I thought you were going to reference the part where all the saints of Jerusalem's graves opened and they all walked the streets and there's tons of people that saw this happen.
No, I'm going to stay on this joy kick until it spills over to you. Hey, wait a minute. What the heck, Davey? Pardon me. Okay, thank you, Davey. All right.
You don't want to talk about what the subject is? You want to just be rude on my stage?
No, I don't want to be rude. I just want to make Davey laugh a whole bunch so that he keeps giving me a shout.
Well, Kitty, look, I understand that this is kind of your shtick, and I appreciate that. That's why I engage with you. But as long as we're honest about your shtick, you don't want to talk about all the saints of Jerusalem now, right?
Let's talk about all the saints of Jerusalem.
Okay, cool. So can you just concede that there were at least 3 people that resurrected on the day that Jesus rose from the dead? Because
okay, now I see the problem. You're using the word resurrected.
Well, define resurrection.
Okay, let's just not assume that Kitty knows everything. And okay. Matt pulled up resurrection eggs. I don't want that. Resurrection. Meaning. Resurrection is.
Well, you don't even know what it means. Oh, okay. So why were you having contention with me?
Honey.
If you don't know what it means, if you didn't
I'm gonna assume that you didn't mean to yell at me because you're my friend.
Well, no, yeah.
Resurrection.
Does that feel like
act.
you, Kitty?
Yeah, it did.
Like a damaged dog?
No, I'm like one of those type personalities. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Here, I'll use more kid gloves with you, Kitty.
But don't call me kitty litter anymore, okay? Yeah. Don't call me kitty litter anymore.
Okay.
I don't like that.
Okay, Kitty. Did you not know what resurrected meant until you were reading the definition right now?
No, I knew what it meant.
Then why are you having to remind yourself? Why are you so adamant about saying that they weren't resurrected?
Because, listen, it says resurrection is the act of rising from the dead, returning to life, or reviving someone forgotten or unused. It specifically refers to Jesus Christ's return to life in Christianity, or the general revival of a person or concept. Synonymous include revival, renewal, restoration, resuscitation.
Yeah, okay. So where's the contradiction in what I said now? What are you having?
Synonymous with Jesus Christ.
And then what does it say right after that, Christy? Remember you read more than that? What does it say?
Honey Badger, you might be right about this. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, so let's remember this conversation now. You can spread it to your family and friends. That there were multiple people that resurrected the day Jesus did, right?
Many people.
According to your own evidence.
According to the Gospel, Jesus explicitly raised 3 individuals from the dead. Lazarus of Bethany, the daughter of Jairus, and the son of Man. So he resurrected them.
Okay, he resurrected people, and on the same day that he resurrected after that, because he had to die first, right? The saints of Jerusalem also were resurrected, correct, Kitty?
Wrong.
The NIV.
Okay, so the
NIV
is a dishonest person. Right?
No, you're lying. You're saying that they just resurrected like themselves.
The NIV. The NIV, no. What he's suggesting is that these saints resurrected. The NIV suggests that these saints were resurrected when Jesus died, and then went into Jerusalem after Jesus' resurrection. So they resurrected when Jesus died on the cross, and once he resurrected, they actually went into the city of Jerusalem. A number of commentators agree with this view.
Okay, let's just not assume that Christopher knows everything.
Do you see more than one resurrection?
Okay, do you see the comparison or the blunder that my friend and yourself, Honey Badger, is making? So did Lazarus resurrect? Okay, then let me teach you.
Multiple resurrections, right?
Yes. Can I finish, please?
I think I just read
Maybe if you're resurrected, honest, Kitty.
I will be direct and honest. Thank you, honey.
I need you to respect our intelligence and respect the audience, okay? We don't need the rigmarole that Christians typically do. We need you to stick to topic and be clear and honest, okay, Chrissy?
You say Kitty. I don't say Kitty litter.
Okay, Kitty, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, no, okay.
I need words of affirmation. Okay, you don't have a fur. Okay, now it's getting freaky. All right, well, listen, people in your audience will get violently vomity ill. Yeah, thank you, Abby. Okay, now, besides, I have Abby. She defends me. Okay, so, I love you too, Abby. Okay.
No, this is too much. Like,
It's making you uncomfortable, Abby.
Yeah, the need for
Maybe I should just start using the N-word at people, huh?
Stop it. Okay, respectful.
Yeah, you guys are the biggest hypocrites. It's
I
insane.
mean, N-word's not really like,
I feel like Bruce Lee, right? Like I have to take on like 28 of you fucking bots at once, and like.
Bruce Lee didn't take on bots. Okay, but listen, can I please finish now? Because Kyle had a really important thing to say, but he screwed it up right at the end. And I want to correct his stupidity. No offense, Kyle.
All right, Kitty, we said be respectful, and you agreed to this.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kyle. I'm sorry that I said your comments were stupid, but I just find them ignorant.
You literally read you from your book. Are you like not paying attention?
I find them ignorant, arrogant, and lacking.
Do you find the words in the Bible ignorant?
No, I find his ability to use to discern scripture and exegete scripture to be alarmingly stupid.
You didn't even exegete.
So
You just read.
I just read it.
Well, I would think that his depiction and discernment of
This is
what
what
is
you're
not
doing.
possible.
That's what you're doing, Kitty.
I'm trying to, but I keep getting it
How
off.
would we trust yours? Aren't you kind of like, don't you have like some weird history with like drugs and stuff that make your mind fizzle?
Okay, well then why don't you just let someone else talk if you don't want me to talk?
Okay, that's fine. If you don't want to talk anymore about it, you want to.
I really just want
We want to be respectful and honest. It seems like you don't want to agree with our terms anymore.
I can't find my vape.
Okay. All right.
But listen, open up it. Okay. No, that's not it. Okay. Okay, what was I gonna say? Oh, so do you think Lazarus resurrected himself, Kyle?
No.
Do you think? Okay, thank you. Do you think the people that rose out of the graves, like the Walking Dead, after Jesus resurrected, do you think that they popped up out of the graves for no reason or just on their own volition?
I don't know why you're asking me questions I'm critiquing.
Because all of these questions answer the main point. Resurrection occurs, like Jesus' resurrection, because of the authority and ultimate power of Jesus Christ. Because he is God incarnate. Those zombies that came up from the graves, Lazarus, that was just a human being, they couldn't have been unalive just because they just really missed their family. Or wanted.
So they were resurrected and.
By how?
It doesn't. I don't know, but they were resurrected, right?
Jesus is how.
Jesus resurrected multiple people on the same day that he resurrected, right?
Jesus wasn't the only person that was
resurrected, right, Kitty?
Okay, as long as you say it like that, then yes, I agree.
Okay, so when someone says how many people were resurrected the same day as Jesus, you must say many.
Okay. As long as you say the part that that Jesus if you say Jesus resurrected many people the day that.
Well, it doesn't say that in your scripture. Show me where Jesus resurrected the same.
He conquered the grave.
No, I asked you. Did you hear the question I asked?
up in scripture. Why don't we just look it up?
Look, if you don't know, just say, "Oh, I don't know if I can do that." Just I don't know.
I don't have the entire Bible memorized. Do you, Honey Badger?
I'll even accept that you when you say, "I can't do that. I can't do that, Honey Badger."
I can do it every day of the week. You can't because you're scared to open up a book and read it.
That's fine. Again, I told you to be respectful and honest. You're just being.
What was the last book that you read?
Last book I read was the Quran.
Ew. I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that.
I got it. Hold on.
Oh no, actually, the last book I read was The Prophet by Khalil Gibran.
10 Hours to Live by Brian. I can't remember his last name.
Wait, why are you going after biblical?
What do you mean?
Why don't you just know? We're asking you to
I
provide.
just read all kinds of books.
I need you. What I'm asking is for you to tell us where in the Bible it says that Jesus resurrected all the saints of Jerusalem. Can you just provide that for us, Kitty?
It doesn't say that in the Bible.
Okay. Well, then don't say that it does.
I didn't say that.
You said that you accepted the terms if I conceded that it was Jesus who resurrected the saints of Jerusalem, didn't you?
Yes, but you said all of them. You were saying like every single, like, I don't know how many.
But it says all the saints of Jerusalem.
Oh, all the saints. Yeah, okay.
Okay, Kitty, are you? I'm sorry. Are you listening to the words coming out of my mouth?
No, because, well, I'm listening to, that's the problem. I'm listening to the words that are coming out of your mouth, not the additions that you're making every 5 seconds. You see the difference?
Yeah, the only reason I'm doing this is because I feel like I'm trying to herd a kitty.
I feel like you're being dishonest. And I'm trying to be respectful.
I think the room would disagree, Kitty.
I don't. And look,
We can take a vote. Here, I'll put a poll. I'll say, hey, who's being more honest? Honey Badger or Kitty Litter?
And please, Johnny.
Vote.
Please, man. Please, Davey. Please, Nadia. Please, Bobby. Please, Universe. Please, Ron. Please, please, Abby. Kyle, I know I've already lost your vote, so it's.
Well, I'm looking at this, right? I mean, the way it's framed is it appears that this happens after, right? Because if we go back, right, to 50, it says, and Jesus cried out with a loud voice and yielded up his spirit, right? And then we have the curtain ripping in the temple in 51, and then we get to 52, where it says the tombs were opened and many bodies of the saints who had, quote, fallen asleep were risen, and coming out of the tombs after his resurrection, they went into the holy city and appeared to many.
Yes. 500, at least 500.
No, that's.
It doesn't say 500.
She's confused again. These people are brainwashed by their.
No, yes. But listen.
No idea what you're referring to.
No, me and Kyle were on a good rhythm, and so then.
You said there's many.
Right, but then if you continue to
You're
read
so
on.
convoluted in the storyline that you.
Sorry, Kyle. You're being dishonest again. So go on and keep reading, Kyle. You'll get to the part where it's 500.
Yeah. Right, about
Kyle,
Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he would be the one that was once dead and resurrected.
Okay, so how many were resurrected?
Many.
There you go. At least 2, right?
So why do you say it happened on the same day as Jesus' resurrection or his crucifixion? Are you saying his resurrection or crucifixion? Because the 3 people are in the storyline.
Resurrection day. The same day as his resurrection, many people were also resurrected. Why is this so hard for you?
Oh, because I thought you were only referring to the 3 primary characters, like the son.
No, I'm saying there's 3 that were resurrected.
Yeah, I got it.
At least because it's at least additional to Jesus.
But don't forget, don't forget, this is the saints of Jerusalem, which is a metaphor. Because we all know that it's just poetry. It's just poetry. If you think that the saints, Kitty, if you...
So it's kind of weird.
See, that's what I like about John, is he comes up, he's brief, he's concise, he lays down what he wants to say.
Okay, you can take all this compliment, John.
The audience.
Okay, I'll politely move myself down in the audience and you'll just put a poll up and John promises to let me win and Amy promises to let me win, David promises to let me win, Man promises, look, Johnny, you know you want to, Johnny. Ron, who are you gonna let win? Honey Badger or me? Look at Honey Badger and look at me.
Look, what do you think I'm trying to win?
Like who, I don't know, whatever you said the poll
I'm
was.
trying to get to the truth. Don't you want to believe things that are true, Kitty Cat?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so how many? So you would say you're agnostic on the amount of people that resurrected from the graves the same day.
See, now you're adding more words. Why are you adding all these extra
Do you
words?
not know what agnostic means?
Yeah, but why would you add that extra word?
Because I'm trying to be concise.
Why not just continue to say the word many?
I'm trying to be concise and precise.
You know, you're trying to be dishonest. So who is more dishonest, Honey Badger or me?
Wow. So this is this is weird. So Matthew mentions
Lack of education.
in like a short 2-word sentence, kind of a throwaway. Mark doesn't mention it at all. Luke doesn't mention it at all. And John doesn't mention it at all. This is really interesting.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna go. You guys are gonna just do this dog pile thing. I'm not having fun anymore.
I'm not trying to dogpile. I'm just saying this is interesting. Because why would Matthew be the only one to mention it?
Was never it.
Yeah, and no, actually, it's the
Can you
opposite.
just give us a lesson in strength and resilience and joy?
No, I talked about how a human being can have their joy depleted. You're kind of like a male succubus of joy. So you take all my joy and you suck it out of me, and then I have to go. Yeah, it's
Are
okay.
you pulling any letter out of the box?
I am.
Aw.
I am.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's
Make
okay.
sure to clean your
Yeah.
claws and lick your asshole, okay?
I should have changed out.
Good for you. Is that a new feat that you've achieved?
No, I've always done that.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I take bubble baths, but not all the time because it's expensive.
Oh, you like the bubbles?
Well, I like the bath
Make
bombs.
you feel pretty.
Hmm?
Oh,
It does.
fancy pretty.
Yeah.
That's so cute.
Okay. Abby, help.
Alright, I'm not gonna allow bubble bath slander. Bubble baths fucking rock. I take a bubble bath sometimes.
Oh yeah, no, there's nothing.
We have bath bombs
Fucking.
Yeah, bath bombs are.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
from which store?
no one's talking smack, dude. I'm just saying, I feel pretty and fancy when I
You should go to the store Lush. They have really good bath bombs. And get the Galaxy, what was it called? I will look it up for you.
Thank you. Provide a link, please.
Okay.
Trump. They finally got something that they can latch their coattails onto.
Well, I agree with you. I think the Democrats have been pretty inept at picking things, Black Lives Matter.
I'm with her and Pussy Strikes Back. Yeah.
Whatever. But I mean, that's really, once again, part of the problem. The fact that you're basically admitting that a word like no kings matters to people. That shouldn't be what matters to people. It should be the fact that we have a king, not that we have the Democratic Party using this term. People shouldn't be swayed by stupid things like, oh, we're not a democracy, we're a republic. They shouldn't be swayed by no kings, right? Somebody sees a no kings thing and say, what are they talking about? They're talking about Republicans. Oh, okay, well, I'm not voting for a Republican. Anybody who does that's a moron. If that's the reason they don't vote against the Republican Party, that they vote against the Republican Party, is because they saw a sign that said no kings and somebody told them, oh, that's because the Republicans support kings. That person shouldn't be allowed to vote. Here I am at the
Which is why I said no kings is directly related to no Donald Trump and no Republican.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, if that is the reason that you vote against Donald Trump, you're a moron. The fact that people are carrying signs saying no kings, that's the reason you vote against Donald Trump? I don't even know where to be.
That's 60 million morons known as the Democrat Party. Yeah.
Get Sam up here. Oh, we got Andy. Oh, I have good people in the. Hey, John, come on up.
John, you hit the nail on the head. You're talking about 60 million brainwashed, brain rotted out, TikTok consuming, YouTube streaming, Democrat, brain dead people. I mean, they just don't understand. Thanks, John, for clearing that up. They kicked me. Then they kicked.
And his
Wait, hold on. I limit God. You said I limit God.
Of course you do. Absolutely you do.
Okay. So do you believe God limited himself?
I believe that he allowed himself to come in human form and enter here on earth.
But isn't it a Christian belief that God limited
Some people, Calvinists, believe that is a part of their doctrine. I don't know why. I mean, I don't agree with a lot of things. They also believe in predestination, but I don't believe in that either.
But so John 10:30 says that I and the Father are one, right? But it means that they're one in purpose. And
Yeah, just purpose.
I'm not finished. No, I'm not finished. You know that in the Bible that Jesus also says that just as me and you, Father, are one, the disciples can also be like one with us.
And how does that happen? You're right. How does that happen? Through the Holy Spirit. Right. So that's how I come up with what I like to call the party trifecta.
Because the Holy Spirit is not a person, but it is the breath and Spirit of God. It is not a person, according to the Bible.
No, according to the Bible, it is a him. It is a person. It is one of the three parts of God.
Where in the Bible does it say that God is a person? I mean not God. The Holy Spirit is a person.
Why else will we baptize people in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit?
Yeah, so just because we baptize people in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit doesn't mean that there's a Trinity. We're just recognizing their authority or authority.
Someone broke in and stole all my clothes. No, I also took my time to is a fucking idiot. So I got like a laptop like this right here. It was just right in my private key. I go in there, I can't find my laptop. I'm like, God damn it. I can just stole everything out. And then I just run over to my desktop and say, it's missing my laptop. And I pull my private key up there. And I'm like trying, like, it's not going to be there. And it just says, Bitcoin private key on my laptop. And they just took it. There's like $2 million of just every dollar to my name at that point. Because I like took like a couple, like $100,000 one month. Put in Bitcoin like skyrocketed. And I was literally just about to sell it and found a bunch of videos. And then that shit went down. And I'm like crying as I'm moving it up. My heart is pounding. I was like, holy shit, it's there. It's all there. And I moved it real quick. And Evan Roberts a fucking moron.
Because same reason why you consider his resurrection to be nothing more than he fell asleep and took a little kitty nap. And then he woke up from his nap. And he's like, hey guys, I can come out of the tomb now. It's the same fallacy, the same blundering, as it were, that you're making with saying that just took a nap. He didn't just take a nap. He was fully dead for 3 days. He was a corpse that could, if under the ground, would have been getting eaten by worms and bugs. Got it? But he was in a tomb wrapped in a linen cloth. And so for those 3 days, flies were on. I mean, like, I can't imagine, like, the Middle East, like, temperature and pressures and stuff that he was under. But he was starting to decay. He was fully man. God in full man form after 3 days of being a dead, fleshy, dying corpse. But because he is fully God, he fully resurrected himself and rose again 3 days later. And after doing so, stealing the keys, as it were, I'm using that as just like a euphemism, but of death. The sting of death is no longer an empty, and my friend Honey Badger corrected me by saying many graves opened up, because those lost souls that never got to hear the omnipotence of God in human form, e.g. his son Jesus Christ, who died for all, would have never been able to have eternal salvation. And that's how they were able, many of them, to rise again. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to say that it makes more sense that these saints appear to be put in vision, and the reason is that if not, where did they go afterwards? After the graves, all these, say, 50 graves opened up, and people would have noticed these graves open up, and these people would have appeared to many, and then did they go back into the tombs, into the graves, or?
And your kid's gonna catch it one day.
Fundamental beliefs are primarily exactly the same, you know. Jesus is God, came to earth, died, rose, went back to He's king of the universe, creator of the universe. Okay, we all agree on that. Now let's have conversations about our traditions, our dogmas, things like that. And depending on your personality, like we can all literally have the same mom and dad and have 5 brothers in a room. And guess what? All 5 brothers are going to have a different bond, different relationship with their mother and their father. Like no one's going to have the same exact relationship and bond with the parents because we all have different personalities, different needs, and different experiences and stories and whatnot. And I think that's one of the beautiful things. And I think we see that in Scripture where when God has Solomon making the temple, and each stone has to be perfectly chiseled to fit into the next, and then assembled. That means every stone was its own unique form, but together they create the place that God dwells. In comparison, you have the Tower of Babel that was made out of bricks. Every brick exactly the same. Had to be held together with mortar, not by their uniqueness, but by some external force that needed to hold it all together.
Yo, hello. Hi. Are you guys?
With the crucifixion, it's like I don't deny that it was historically like recorded. I don't think that he died for our sins. That's it.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the Islamic. Is that really basically the Islamic view on the crucifixion?
Okay, yeah.
Like basically.
I'll explain. So, like in the Quran, it says that it was made to appear so, and what that would mean is that like obviously like people saw it and they recorded it and wrote it down, but like that wasn't Jesus on the cross, and the person on the cross did not die for our sins. So yes,
that's an interesting perspective.
Okay, and just for the record, really quickly, when Regal was here, I basically just took away all his weapons and then I put him in the audience. And if he wanted to come up and be an honest interlocutor and engage respectfully, I would have had him come back up, but he never asked to be brought back up. So Kitty mentioned that a couple of times throughout our frustrating dialogue with her and her lies, but I never did him or didn't keep him from coming up on stage, just to be clear.
Wait, what was Kitty saying? I just joined, and I saw her saying.
Kitty was just saying a bunch of bullshit, like she usually does.
Wait, Moses, what was it that you just said that KJB said was interesting? I didn't catch what you said.
No, I was just explaining what Muslims think about the crucifixion and stuff.
Which was what?
So what I was saying is that in the Quran it says that it was made to appear so, and what that would mean is that yes, someone died on the cross, but it wasn't Jesus, and people did see it and they recorded it and so.
They recorded that it wasn't Jesus?
No. They recorded the event and they thought it was Jesus, but it wasn't. So but it wasn't Jesus, but they thought it was, and they wrote it.
Yeah. I don't know. When I was saying interesting, it wasn't an endorsement. I was just like, that's kind of
I know,
interesting view of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
Well, no, I'm telling Alistair because just giving him why I said it was interesting, because that's just like.
Yeah, I had never heard that that's in the Quran. That's in the Quran? Let me Google that. Thanks, Moses.
Yeah, it's Surah An-Nisa, so Surah 4, verse 157. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, there was another interpretation of that verse which says that actually Jesus appeared like a dead person on the cross.
Yeah, it was.
Hadn't actually died.
Isn't that the substitution theory?
Substitution is another person replaced him, and the swoon or the apparent death theory is that Jesus appeared like a dead person but was actually alive. He survived. He had fainted, unconscious, whatever, and he survived the ordeal and essentially walked away after some treatment of his wounds. Would have been still would have been a painful experience.
Yeah. So what I think is that, like, yeah, it appeared as if Jesus died on the cross, but he didn't. And then a few days later, the disciples saw Jesus alive, and they thought that he rose again. But in reality, he never died.
And I was trying to help Kitty with the passage on the dead saints by suggesting that a more reasonable understanding of that passage would be that the saints appear to them in visions, but
they can't commit to that because then it opens doors. Like Michael down here, this guy. Let's see, what's his name? He's part of Sons of Thunder. Sounds pretty tough. Michael, can you just come up? I know you've been listening for a while. I'm inviting you up. Are you able to address some simple questions we have for you, please? Thanks.
So that other Moses, it also says that Allah raised up Jesus to himself. That's another interpretation of that verse.
Yeah, I know. Like, he raised him to himself. That means he never died on the cross. Like, he.
Kind of amazing how God can make all or nothing statements like that, because that in human behavioral psychology, that would be called a cognitive distortion disorder.
Well, actually, that passage, by the way, not all Muslims would agree with me, but the word raised up in Arabic, rafa, when used in the Quran, refers for people, for humans, not for inanimate objects, but for people, indicates their spiritual exaltation. And the crucifixion in the Jewish mind meant a person was accursed of God. And in fact, in the Jewish Encyclopedia, it's certainly said in one edition that this is a problem for the Jews, that they cannot accept a Messiah who died an accursed death. And actually being raised up is kind of the opposite of dying an accursed death. Being accursed means distant from God, and being raised up towards God means exalted by God, nearness.
Got it. Could you maybe land your plane in like 30 seconds? Try to be concise. Thanks.
I already did, thank you.
So what I'm trying to say is that when I read the Bible, or I read any book, I got thousands of books. When I read a book, it's the same thing as going to the gym. Okay, because when I go to the gym, I don't come home with the weights. You see what I'm saying? I use it and then I let it go. And when I meet people in the street or people here on Clubhouse that seem to bring the weights with them into the clubhouse room, they fail to understand you're not supposed to take the dumbbells with you home. You're supposed to use them at the gym, re-rack them, leave them, then go take a shower, and then go home, or go home and take a shower. You don't bring the dumbbells with you back to your house. And that's what Clubhouse is. It's people coming here with tons of weight to bring them here. But I'm in disbelief that they didn't understand what they were supposed to do, which is when you meet somebody who essentially is a dumbbell. Anyways, you get my point? And that's the problem with religious people that dope up on these religious debates, because they have no other way of creating the dopamine for themselves. Hello?
Like Michael down in the audience, who just refuses to come up. I have a feeling that that's what he's used to in rooms. He's probably surrounded himself with people that just aggressively trying to show off their reading prowess to each other when they just scream about the scriptures, right?
That's what the LSAT is. The LSAT is a reading. Part of it is a reading comprehension test. So what you're saying is you think people want to come in here to show up other people that their reading comprehension is better than other people's reading comprehension?
Yeah. we can hear the
We can also
behind you.
hear some stuff like background.
Music in the background, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to tame that a bit.
My bad, yeah, let me tame that. You can still hear it?
Yeah, your audio is a little clippy.
Yeah, did you like change your environment or something, or did you just like pray to God to have the background noise removed?
It's these headphones, though. So,
All right, I'll be back.
but no, I was gonna add in. I was just wanted to say that a lot of people want to be right about God. A lot of people want to feel that they have like the most knowledge about God. When
I want to say something because two little girls died tragically in the Mennonite community in Texas.
When a person actually wants to know God, I would say, I'm not going to speak for him, I'm going to say for myself, but when a person, I'm not a religious person, but when a person actually wants to know God, it may lead a person to religion. Religion isn't a bad thing, but religion may be the starting point of belief to what somebody may want to know. People in religion are believing what they want to know, but they don't see what's going on. They stop at belief. They stop at belief. Belief is a doubt. So you believe in something you truly don't know about. People that's in religion, but when you stop that religion and you stop that belief, you stop the experience from actually knowing God, letting God reveal whatever experience to you. So I would say it start off with a person wanting to know God first, and you gotta ask yourself, do you truly want to know God? And do you accept it? Do you truly want to know God and accept God? But you're gonna be in confusion and not gonna know God if you.
Well, I'm a little confused. Could you maybe make it more concise? I'm very confused at this point.
Really quick. Your name is, let's see, the truth. Where did you learn about God? Did you learn about him in a book?
No, sir. I learned about. I didn't learn. I had an experience. My connection with God came through a direct encounter and experience.
So you encountered God directly?
God is bigger than my experience. I encountered something that led me to peaceful life that led me to.
It's a long show.
So no, you didn't encounter God directly, or you did?
I'm not gonna sit up here and say I encountered with God.
It's the God show.
Wait, no, or you did or didn't?
I think we're a maybe.
I'm not gonna define or try to limit God or what it was. It was from God, but God is bigger.
Can I ask you a question really quick? I just have a follow-up, Kyle, really quick one. So how would you distinguish whether or not it was God? Like, if it wasn't
Take the dumbbells for this, you know.
You're the one who said it, so I'm just asking. God necessarily that.
How did I know it was God before?
Wait, the truth, I hate to ask you a question, but do you think people ask questions because they just want to have a conversation and they don't have any points to actually make that are salient or actually tangible, but more hypothetical? Are you running an experiment right now, brother?
Yes, sir. It's from Huntley, Montana. And it comes from Dan Parley. He says, I watch the show every day on the Billy's Montana station. And I love DJ and dance on the stage. That's exactly what you just said.
Well, I hate to interrupt you, gentlemen, but I really feel that we are on the precipice of a commercial success because this is so reminiscent of the Gong Show, the dating game. We're just missing the television show music to bring it all together. And I'm doing that on the back end. I'll put the link in the chat.
Yeah, I agree. I think when you put people such as this growing man, it does kind of just reduce down the ridiculous claims and plain claims for an honest discussion when it's really just not fair.
Hey, the truth, I got a question for you. Do you find yourself ever lonely or maybe unhappy?
Right now is all the background noise you have in your audio because you don't need that when you're done speaking. Yeah, there you go.
Well, I'd like to make an approach again at the question, are you for the GOD? And it's my belief that you should actually capitalize the YOU because that's the cosmic joke that most people don't get who are debating GOD all the time. They fail to realize that there's another hypothesis or experiment that you can run. It's solipsistic, of course, that you are the GOD. Maybe not the GOD, but a variety of the GOD, meaning your observer perspective is quantum. and that the now is most likely the God that most likely you're trying to describe, but you're incapable of actually philosophically comprehending probably what I'm even talking about. Nonetheless, it's all there in the books. It's exoteric, it's esoteric, meaning that there are other alternative hypotheses which you can try to maybe understand, incorporate into your master hypothesis or experience that.
Excellent. And thanks again, Alex. Once again, I love keeping it down precisely, and he politely, when he's finished, moves himself to the audience to leave room for me to speak. And I did take your advice. If you notice in the title now, I took your advice precisely. I capitalized the G, and I did capitalize the U. So thanks again, John. Are there any other believers, like any Christian believers that have anything to share? Such as what?
Poor God.
I told you I have experience. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna lie and say like every day I'm super beautiful and I'm pretty good. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time with hearing other kids. What's your view on God? I think there's billions of gods and they all have big skulls. So you just being funny. Do you have an issue with what I said? Is there like some kind of contradiction in what I said? Yeah, I hope you stay guided too. Are you going on a trip, like down a river, or like an excursion, or what? I'm just chilling. Okay. Anyone else that wants to talk about God? But you don't really want to talk. You want to go against. Yeah, I'm not really sure because you haven't stated anything that I need to like address. I mean, what is it that you think I'm missing out on that you shared so far? How do you define the source of life? How do I define the source of life? Vaguely and agnostically. How about you? Do you have the awareness to see it?
I'm now more worried than ever before that religious or cult people are incredibly low IQ and dangerous.
Okay, man, that's fine. What else? What else you want to share? All right. Well, thanks again. I'm going to move you down the audience. Thank you so much. You're more than welcome to come back up when you have something of substance to impart upon us. Abby, are you a Christian or a Muslim or a Hindu or anything like that?
No.
Okay, great. So you don't believe in a God?
I do, but I don't discuss.
Okay, that's fine. You want to just keep it private?
Yeah.
Does your God want to be known by any of us?
Wi-Fi extender for you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
I said, sorry, I'm doing a Wi-Fi extender for your room so people can communicate.
Well, I'm not mad at it. I do have a Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi for your
I got you talking about hair extensions on the wife. Yeah. Wi-Fi extensions.
I started a business to give clothes a new life, and Chase has supported me from the beginning.
The White House, and you know, obviously everyone.
It's Thomas the Tank Engine and friends, David. Time to get your bottle of vodka, David. Time to get your bottle of tequila, Kitty. Time to have a little more fun today. Welcome back, friends. It's Thomas the Tank Engine and friends. A group of retarded people people who can't seem to think straight anymore or be creative, and so they just ramble about nothing.
Yeah, you gotta mind me, Chad. Okay. Make sure. I mean, I'm not. Maybe, but be.
It's Thomas the Tank Engine and friends.
I'm just letting you know. I don't know what's going on back here.
All right, baby. It's okay. It's okay.
Michelle, welcome to the Church of Buttercup, a delusional room.
To just eroding my fucking patience with it's clean.
John was not an idiot. He's actually very smart. It's just a bit of us. Sometimes he's defending him.
Yeah, and no, everyone's outside in the sense that it's his room, he's curating the base, so if he doesn't want it, I mean, that's
I'm only saying that to just kind of like you don't need to say anything about it. Like we can talk about shit that's fucking invigorating, cool, fascinating. You know what I mean? I don't have any.
He was a John boy.
What he's talking about
Welcome to Thomas the Tank Engine and friends.
the universe is going to implode and everything's going to get blown up. And then you get these silly rapture ideas like, oh, we're going to be.
So it's just hilarious to me when you get someone like King who wants to argue about Wolverine's powers versus Magneto's powers. Right? Like that's how it feels to me. Where she's like, well, you know that Wolverine can actually fucking heal himself, and in a real special situation, he can use his claws as energy levels. You're like, what? Anyway, go on.
Well, the problem with like the eyewitness thing, right? Is like, oh, 500 eyewitnesses. And I've been pointing this out to a bunch of other people who pointed this out to me. We don't have a claim. We had someone claim decades ago that 500 eyewitnesses.
That was the guy.
500 eyewitnesses.
Well, it doesn't mean that there's 500 eyewitness claims.
Well, you know, I like what Kennedy said. I want to tell people what I mean without being mean. But I am actually maybe the opposite of that now. I think just shamelessly ridiculing and recording and publishing, just in the same way that Tom Rabbit does it with John Lee and other notables, these people are absolutely worthy of being recorded and published for entertainment purposes because they are absolutely 100% pure entertainment. It's just science fiction, you know, content. It's just, anyways, everybody gets it. But if you are going to get angry over it and have it impact your own personal life in this communication discourse, well, you just aren't a very good producer. And thus, welcome to Prove to Me God Exists, a new show by John Kitover, where we hope to entertain, educate,
Cool, brief, and concise again. Very respectful. I like how you gave us that little snippet to get us curious about your new show, and then moved yourself to the audience. Thank you very much again. So how are you? Are you Muslim? Okay. Are you Christian?
Nice to meet you.
to meet you too.
Hey, very nice. I know you, Dave.
Oh, you're. What kind of special? You like different? You just have to be scared.
No. I'm just gonna have those.
Fair enough, dude. Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm a Christian, man. I'm an apostle of Jesus Christ, so yeah. Just remember, take it easy on me, man. I've been smoking some nice stuff, man, so just don't kill my ghost, bro.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, what does it mean to be
That brought back a sense was the sensibility. Is that a cause of that? I tried to link the sensibility in June to the substance from pneumonia in October. He's insane. Anyway, so this happens with the days of infection. So not only are we dealing with missing my dad, pregnancy for me, taking care of him, and being really
lights out factories and so on. But the reality is that keeping other people from just going in your factory and like stealing whatever they want or destroying it is going to be itself a big involved undertaking. And that may be the entirety of what you're paying for when you think about paying for something from a lights out factory. It may just be you're basically paying the fee of the security forces that are overseeing the factory so it'll keep running. You know, the security forces and the maintenance people and things like that.
That was fascinating, Jason. Thanks for describing to us operating expenses of a facility. That was wonderful. Three, two, one. You have been removed from this room. This is of a facility. That was wonderful.
Well, I'm listening to this normally. Most of us dated interracially, man and woman. That's kind of how it went. That was our childhood. We didn't just stick with
to do so close to the Iranian side and to pay a toll on the way. It's basically a canal now, and no real good reason to think that'll change.
It's oh my God, it's like we're blocking it. No, we're blocking it. No, we're letting it free. No, we're blockading you. It's but I do know that like I think like 5 cruise ships just like snuck out. While Iran was, I think, bombing a cargo ship or something like that, or not bombing is the right word, but attacking a little bit. So I was just watching this. There's a good YouTube channel. I think it's called "What's Going On Shipping." And they have these guys like in the relationship.
Do you know how an offshore oil platform can stay stable at sea for years, even when giant waves look big enough to swallow the deck? Most people assume something like that must be fixed directly to the seafloor, like a bridge pier. But here's the counterintuitive part. In deep water that can be thousands of feet deep, the offshore platforms are not actually standing on the seabed at all. They are floating. In most cases, the steel structure, drilling equipment, and even the living quarters are assembled on land first. Then massive tugboats slowly tow the whole platform out to its offshore location. But what really determines whether it can stay stable is not the towing, it is what happens once it gets out there and how it is held in place. The platform drops huge anchor chains and works together with suction anchors. The chains keep pulling the platform downward and help stop it from drifting with the wind and waves. The suction anchors work by pumping water out of the anchor body to create a pressure difference, which drives the anchor deep into the seabed and gives the platform a solid grip on the ocean floor. But anchors are not the only reason it can handle huge waves. The more important part is the semi-submersible design. In simple terms, the heavier, more stable main structure is intentionally pushed below the waterline to lower the center of gravity. Because the strongest wave action happens near the surface, the deck above can move with the waves, while the deeper structure below stays much steadier. On top of that, the platform is constantly pumping water in and out of its ballast tanks to actively adjust its weight distribution to balance. So even though it looks like the platform is just brute forcing its way through massive waves, what it is really doing is using its structure, mooring system, and ballast to keep itself in a much more stable state.
I'm not getting any money. You're not telling any company.
There is no treaty. So not even wasn't the Federal Reserve buying some instruments at some point? So the Federal Reserve does buy stuff in liquidity crises, certain markets. They also do rebates and some other technical stuff that has to do with short-term paper. I would say that the Federal Reserve's goal is not to turn a profit, but more to take a loss. They try to fix a functional recession. And so what they do would personally benefit them as an institution or as individuals.
It's just karma after he arrested this guy for stealing and waiting on the bench for his
in the U.S.
Which is trading back. If you move, there's a canine in my car. And they adult. Stop moving your hands. Who is that? Is that person related to you? That's my left. You're good to go. He doesn't need a ride anymore. Let's recap everything. So I pull up. I see you sitting there hiding behind the pillars. I'm a closed business. How does that look? Do you really work here? I swear to God, I work here. Okay, what's up? It's 10 o'clock. You know, I don't think that's true. I got off work. My manager just left. His name is Mike. As I'm pulling in, he hides behind the pole. I'm like, that's strange. I asked him.
The Beatles didn't just break up over fame.
I $100 to paint this MacBook. Yes, of course. There you go. Just go crazy, okay? No, bro, not funny. Yeah, that's good. Wow. Whoa.
Just since there's a long conversation, like I said, I do not think Iran was nearly as catastrophic a decision as Iraq war. And just to put out a positive case for that statement, since nobody did in the ensuing discussion, Iran was down under 5 years. To paraphrase Roosevelt, has been the arsenal of terrorism on almost all that have been financially and state supported by Iran. They've been just an enemy of all things Western, all things freedom. And so I would argue that even if the guy doing it isn't the right guy, and even if the reasons he's doing it are wrong, you do have to separate is the task itself worth something. And one of the key differences in Iran for me is I think the majority of their population is oppressed by an armed minority of the population. And I think you have a real chance to put those people in charge if you can get them armed and if you can take out some of the larger elements that have been oppressing them in the IRGC. And I think that's significantly different from where Iraq was today.
That's fair. That's very fair.
The point, though, that's a bit different about Iran, it's a bit of a counterpoint, but I completely agree with you that they were able to put terrorism manufacturers. Here's the thing that's been different about Iran.
Okay, thank you.
They are, at least when it comes to religion, more of a monolith. They're not going to 70% Shia, which is much different than Iraq. And it appears that there is some kind of a conflict that's framed as East versus West.
Like change, you mean?
No, I want to tell you that the extremists gain more.
Thank you very much.
The last time this happened was when George W. Bush Jr. labeled them the axis of evil. There were actually uprisings within Iran against the government, and most of the population was young. They were under 20.
I'm trying to tell you.
And there was some serious internal movement at that point. Kind of villainizing the entire nation. There was on the list as 210. basically makes the fundamentals stronger. And I believe that's what's happening right now. You could say that about 20% of their population, so roughly 18 million people, are very pro-RNC. Then you've got probably about
This guy got caught stealing from a food truck owner's tip jar.
just want to somewhere safe. And then you probably got another, whatever the remainder is, that may actively pick up arms if given the opportunity. But unfortunately, the kind of strategy of take them out, make them bad guys, there's 18 million Iranians that are very pro IRGC. That's 18 million people. So it doesn't quite work. The current strategy doesn't quite work.
Yeah, again, no points to the current administration for execution value if we're making a figure skating joke. I don't think we've done an effective job of what could be done here at all. But I would separately maintain the point that I think if you think about the world I want to live in the next century, not having the IRGC running Iran would be huge to creating that world. And right now, with the water crisis in Tehran over the last 2 years and some of the other extreme economic deprivations the people of Iran have been experiencing, while it's becoming more and more public in Arabic Twitter that Iran has been spending just gobs of money on groups like the Houthis, Palestinians, on Hezbollah. I think there's the greatest internal resistance to that I've seen in the 50 years that the government's been running Iran since 79, however many that is. And I think this is a singular moment where you could arm those guys, capitalize on that feeling. Is there going to be a faction that remains loyal to the current government, is happy about the current government? Absolutely. But there's plenty of coalition countries in the world. I mean, if you told me 20 years ago what Saudi Arabia was going to look like today, I would have just laughed. I would have bet every dollar I had on earth that they could never get there in this short a time. And so I think there's a moment right now that could be seized, and I think it's worth making a positive case for. That case may be wrong, but I don't think we're any smarter from every dollar.
But Matt, what do you think we've done to arm these people and to
nothing? That's my single biggest fault.
Oh yeah. So that's why I think this is worse than Iraq. It's not that it couldn't be done, and I share all those goals. It hasn't been done, and it should probably, there's a good
Cooking
chance.
Matt wants millions killed psycho.
At least a 50-50 chance that the IRGC comes out of it stronger than they were. So in my mind, you don't play those kind of odds with millions, tens, hundreds of millions of people's lives on the line. You just don't do that. So you have to have thought it through. And the one thing I know 100% is that I did not think this through. Play those. I think Cheney and Rumsfeld thought it through. It was very, what John was making earlier. That was not a blunder. That was very, very intentional. It was totally wrong, in my opinion. But it wasn't like half-assed. This is half-assed. So I'm even more offended by it personally.
Yeah, I would grant you that the current leadership is among the poorest choices in the last couple of centuries to be running this. I do think a couple of the things you said, though, I would take some issue with. I don't think there's any way that you could say the IRGC comes out of this stronger. They've lost a lot of their heavy weaponry. They've lost a lot of their officer corps. They've had a very rough kinetic conflict so far. The other comment that was made earlier that I would take real issue with is somebody said Iran, because of this, is cozied up to Pakistan. Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have a long-standing treaty that is not publicly acknowledged that should Iran ever enter a kinetic war with Saudi Arabia, that Pakistan will provide nuclear weapons to Saudi Arabia with the express purpose of using them against Iran. Pakistan is far more aligned with Sunni Muslims than Shia Muslims. And while they might be nice to their neighbors in this case and trying to do some intermediating for them with the U.S., there's no way they're ever going to be a true ally to Iran. They have differences that will forever exceed what they agree upon.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I just my argument was they brought them closer together. There's something that I think you might be missing in your idea around this idea of kind of the classic arm the good people to throw out the bad guys. There is a very strong connection on the Shia line. You see, the Shias are the minority in the Middle East, right? And the only place where they can say that that's not the case is Iran. And that's different than Bashar al-Assad, who was an Alawi. It's different than Saddam, who had kind of Shias and Kurds to contend with, and even to some degree Christians. So it's not really that clear to me that you have enough of a deep-rooted movement that's willing to die and pick up arms to kill their fellow Shias. That's not a clearly coherent idea. And that therein lies the problem, right? The quagmire the U.S. is in, because they're kind of half in and half out, and they're just losing their leverage. I actually don't know I don't think they're dumb. It's just unclear to me what their strategy actually is at the moment.
And does that also count for? So I keep hearing about the majority of Iranians who aren't aligned with the IRGC, but are they still Muslims? Like, do they still?
Yes, Iran is over 90% Shia. Now they have these different ethnic populations. Like some are, some are kind of more culturally Kurd or culturally Afghan or culturally Azeri. So they do have a lot of ethnic diversity, but religious-wise, they're almost all 90% Shia.
But I take, like, are a bunch of those people kind of like in the U.S. where we have a lot of people who stand with Christians that are, are kind of marginal Christians or kind of like we don't really think about as much in our everyday lives?
Yes.
That seems to be the case in Iran more than other.
That is true. That is true. Yeah.
But to your point though, I feel like if you poke the bear, if you poke that too much, they're gonna be quicker to align themselves with their fellow Shias than they are with like the West.
Exactly. Or
if they're gonna be insulted, if they're gonna be I mean that's how we are too, right? Like if we get attacked, holy shit! Like suddenly, oh my god, everybody's gonna be
that's what any good nation should do. You should stick together, band together when there's a threat. The other thing is the alternative is kind of, the alternative is a monarch. Like the same kind of violent reaction that any American would have around a king coming back. Many Iranians do.
Yeah, that's right. Where does the democracy come from, right?
Well, the case being made for that has been that Raza al-Nabi would be a transitional leader so they can figure out some sort of Republican form of government. I don't know if I buy that argument. That's what his people have been pushing.
Like Biden, he just got aside after 4 years.
Where are they?
Yeah, no, I'm just going to do it.
And by the way, John Kitover's in the room. This guy?
Olivia, I'll give you the executive decision of what you want to do with him. You can take him. It's your decision.
You're not gonna come up. He's just gonna listen probably. Which is weird.
No, his hand is up.
No. He's not nothing out here.
He said, I will call Diego on the phone so you can say hello.
Do it.
No, don't do it. Here's our Diego's phone number.
You don't want me to call him? Let's call him up.
Do you speak?
You're a hater, Elijah. You're his sworn enemy.
I'm his sworn enemy. I could call him right now and have a pleasant conversation. Let's call him right now.
I don't have any desire to have you call him.
But you have a room title called Diego. Where art thou? My heart aches for you. I love you. I miss you. My heart is still broken.
I want him to read to me again.
I love when like a man reads to me.
Yeah, Diego's often reading.
Men have read books. Do you, Bubbles?
I don't know. Yeah, why not?
Oh, if you say so. When was the last time a man read to you?
The Torah.
A man read the Torah?
Do you want to read the Old Testament, Olivia? Yeah, I can. What are we doing? Tell me what you want. I feel like you're
I want to call Diego. I want to call Diego.
What, Olivia? Let's read Judges. Okay, let's read Judges. While you were sleeping, I downloaded the Kindle and, I downloaded my Kindle so that I can have it on the iPad.
How long was I sleeping? Are you guys reading now?
We're going to read the Bible. Ugh. Bubbles, read with us. Why are you anti-reading? You don't want to read Judges?
The Torah?
Yeah, you don't want to read?
So, here's what's up. Here's what's going on.
Trying to grow our brain.
I know. It's just like really heavy language.
Well, then you should have listened to Wuthering Heights. Read the Wuthering Heights.
I listened to a little bit of you guys. It was like crazy.
In my opinion,
Have you read The Room?
but it wasn't like.
I listened to a little bit of you guys reading it.
I didn't see.
It's very like old English.
Yeah. Before passing the threshold, I paused to admire a quantity of grotesque carving lavished over the front, and especially about the principal door, above which, among a wilderness of crumbling griffins and shameless little boys, I detect the date 1500 and the name Erickson Earnshaw.
Well, top story tonight, Chicago's good.
My English teacher in high school told me that's a run-on sentence.
No, you're
Chicago deserves relief. That's what I'm property taxes.
Constitution.
I think that is important. That's why I'm going to read this, because I like the language that's used.
Yeah,
But
it's beautiful.
Yeah. I think I'm going to look up her sister's books, because she wrote a preface and a biographical notice, and I really like how she writes. Like, it's very poetic. I got really moved. Let me see what books she has. Charlotte Bronte.
It kind of makes my brain go in circles though a little bit when I read stuff like that, and then I forget what they wrote, and it's kind of painful.
Wait, it's painful and your brain goes in circles when you read? Oh, that's horrible.
Okay, so
I have a reading comprehension disorder.
You have a reading comprehension disorder? What's it called?
I'm sorry, it's a learning disability. It's like reading comprehension.
You're disabled?
I read things.
You sound pretty smart to me. You can accurately describe the disability.
No, it's not smart. What a dumb thing to say. It's not that I'm smart. It's that when I read, my brain forgets
minutes when I read, and I have to reread and reread and reread and reread. It's like exhausting. And so I have to take notes, and I have to listen on tape, and I have to read it 15 times.
It's like, but it's okay. I'm like the same way. Like, I don't remember anything.
That's how I got extra time on the ACT.
Oh, what'd you get on your ACTs?
I don't remember at all. Do you?
Oh shit. I can't remember. I know my highest. I know my highest. I think 36 is like the highest you could get.
Yeah,
that would have meant you were. I think that would mean that you went to the Ivy League. I remember my highest like score was my reading comprehension.
I think I got 30s. I went to school in Tel Aviv, so I didn't go to Ivy Leagues. I
mean, if you got in the 30s, that means you're the top, like maybe like 1% of. It's really.
I'm not a dumb person. I just need.
No, but if you struggle with reading comprehension, you wouldn't have been able to like score that high.
No, I struggle, but when I have extra time.
She's disabled.
I take notes. It evens out. Like without that extra time, I would struggle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the point of it. So where like it would take you like 30 minutes to read and write a response, it would take me like an hour to read and write a response.
Dude, my carrot just went in my hole in my mouth. That's so weird. But I think I don't.
Why are you so weird, John? Like, why are you like those weird comments? Like, she's.
Oh, I don't know, because as soon as I came in the room, you like shat on me and you said I was a disgusting, horrible person. So I don't know. I feel like generally you shat on me. Oh, I confused it. Sorry for giving you so much trouble then, Bubbles.
Did I say he's a horrible person? Because I remember saying those specific words about Abby.
No. Maybe I confused it. Maybe it's a me problem. But you're so pleasant. Best friends. Abby's disgusting. She's worse. I wouldn't know if she's worse than you, but she's pretty bad. She's a miserable, horrible, disgusting person.
I don't think she's kind, and I think she stabs people in the back, so that makes you a bad person.
She's just got a negative attitude.
Doesn't matter. Anyway, I didn't call you a horrible person. I just dislike how you record everything.
Oh, you don't like my behavior. But do you think that's a me problem or a you problem?
I think most people would not feel comfortable being recorded and listened to by people that they just listen, that they don't are listening to that. I think it's weird.
Well, generally when I get into debates,
broadcast to anonymous people, it's a really uncomfortable situation.
Generally when I get into debates about this topic and I bring evidence in the folder titled weird, it's generally rejected as being too weird.
I think you're a nice guy. I like what you have to say. You add to conversations, but I just can't get over the fact that you record everything and broadcast it to people who I don't know are listening to me. I think that creates an uncomfortable space. It makes people not be themselves. So I don't support that.
Weird.
And I think you would be way more enjoyable if you were here out.
Weird.
You're a nice guy. You're funny. You have funny things to say, good things to say. You're smart. So you should just be yourself without the recording.
Got it. Has anyone ever told you that maybe you're narcissistic?
Okay, what?
I'm just saying that, I live my own life not based on your opinions. I'm an artist and you're a critic, and you should learn the difference between being a critic and being an artist, because you're nothing but a critic.
All right.
Oh, wait, let me go get my weird file folder so I can put a note in the weird section. Please hold. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was an art room. I saw the word art in the title. Pardon me for being an artist and merely existing. I live for criticism, you know.
Sometimes I'm like, you know what? Let me just act normal. Let me just be myself. Let me try to have normal conversations with these people. And then every time I'm proven that like no one is actually normal to speak to, except for Olivia and Nora, who we were having a great conversation. And then you come in, you make it weird, you make it funny, you make it as like a jokey thing, and it's like not fun anymore. Like I'm not like this weird person who just like comes up here and fucks around. I wanted to have a nice conversation with these two women, and you're making it weird. It's not fun.
Well, interestingly enough, you're not a moderator, so what does that say about you, Bubbles?
Who gives a shit?
Bubbles, have you read The Count of Monte Cristo?
No.
Have you watched the movie?
No, look it up. What's it called? The Count of Monte Cristo?
Cristo. I'm just looking because I downloaded Apple Book. I'm using my mom's iPod, and so like I'm downloading these like free books, and I said, oh, I love the movie, so I was like, let me download the book.
1846. Wow, you're gonna love the language in this one. Probably. It'll probably be really cool.
What was the last book you read, Bubbles?
What?
You've reached the position.
What was the last book you read, Bubbles?
You're lagging out. I can't hear you.
I was asking you what was the last book that you read?
They don't mind.
Last book I read was probably
The story is
my thesis in university. I did like a
they have the ability
major project on Babi Yard, and so we could only use books from the library actually for that project. I read books on Babi Yard. Probably the last book I read.
Oh, Benny Morrison, I understand. Oh, Benny Morrison is so intriguing these days. Benny Morrison, Benny Morrison, Benny Morrison.
They packed an Indian boat just today.
Whose last book do you read? Since I'm a narcissist, we should probably ask you about you.
Oh, I'm looking at it right now as I talk to you. In fact, my phone is sitting on the book that I've been reading.
What's it called?
It is called The Isiaq Tablet, Its History and Occult Significance by W. Wynne Westcott, Honorable Magus, Society of the Rosicrucians in A&G, Honorable Member of the Hermetic Society of 1887.
Olivia, I found Dracula.
You did? Wait, which one?
Tell him it's not true. No, the book. The book.
Right. No one's ever going to believe
I'm assuming it's all based on this book.
It's in my history. It's in my about things that I can look up. So it's unfortunate.
This one's this is new.
You know,
But it's considered.
people are just not going to believe them, but that's their own demise.
They're imploding. They're destroying their own credibility and the basis of their own civilization. Because civilizations are built on agreed upon truths. If there is no agreed upon truth, then you have no civilization. Then you have chaos. You have the jungle. And you can see they're sowing chaos. To me, to see them attacking their Muslim neighbors during Ramadan, that was like, that's all the evidence that you would need. I think, I'm quite sure that there are good Muslims. I'm certain of it. I know some. They're nice people. However, I do not think, I'm not comfortable with them in power because of this trust issue that you've mentioned. And I'm certainly not comfortable with these terror states, like the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps that we're dealing with. And we're moving all those troops over there. I don't think we're doing it for show. All those military assets, I think they're going to get it again. Until they're just not viable.
won't help them. They just can't need all the help they get. And if their God is real, I didn't say Israel. I said if their God is real, then he'll come and help them. No, he's not. It's what it is.
Their God has delivered them.
If their God is real, don't y'all all worship the same God?
Apparently,
Wow.
we're doing it the wrong way. You know?
Like, it's like all y'all have the same mom. Y'all just call her different names. And if mom don't come help me from killing you, then that's not really your mom. That's a crazy way of looking like.
Yeah, I like to put these crazy, obnoxious, I love doing that. Like my thing, I love doing that.
Let me break it down for this guy. Would you kill somebody and you yell Allahu Akbar, you are the incarnation of the devil. Now, I don't say that it's a different God, but you, sir, are using the name of God to slaughter the innocent. There is nothing more filthy.
That's not nice. That's not nice.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, David. I hope I didn't offend you.
I'm saying, like, what you're saying is correct, and, it's pretty obvious that, if I was Jewish Phil, I would say, like, okay, that's not nice. That's pretty obvious. But
All right, can you let him continue? Shut up, please.
Yeah, Dave, please, we don't need extra commentary. He said it enough. He said it once. We don't need the extra commentary, Dave. Thanks, Dave.
Davin, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
So, today, you must be on the same feeds as me. And then people say, Norm, you're lying. But then, Megatron, you saw the exact same footage that I did of an audio of the Indian boat. I also saw the guy who tried to climb over the fence of the Israeli consulate in London today. And they grabbed him off the fence.
Yeah, all of Hyde Park, they closed it off because of that. Yes.
And what was he doing there? He wanted to stab people and himself. This is who we're dealing with. So, okay, that's who you want to be. That's who we have to treat. That's how we have to treat you. As you have asked to be treated.
Well, Norma, what do you do when, the Muslims are like, look, the Israeli government's doing quote-unquote genocide in Gaza? They should just
Layers of review, and each court exercises jurisdiction in seriatim, one court at a time. A corollary to this is that the circumstances under which the same case can be considered.
Want to know what's in the mind?
What would you like to contribute, Kitty? Never mind the matter. What do you have to say?
Some of this Hebrew Israelite stuff that you got. Okay,
Yeah. I didn't know he was a Hebrew Israelite.
I'm guessing. I mean, he is black, so.
I'm all of them. I believe in all the gods.
If you believe in all the gods, then you believe in nothing else.
Dave, I need your help, David. I'm good. Thank you.
I'm confused at the hypocrisy. That the statement was made. I wouldn't trust. I don't have anything against Muslims, but I wouldn't trust an Islamic terror state in power. Right now, when those same actions are being taken by the people whose religion you subscribe to, why is there a difference? Why do you trust the people who are committing the same acts of genocide and terror versus
nobody's eating genocide in this topic?
Now you're getting into the lying thing again. You buried the lie. Nobody is committing genocide against these people. They have declared their intention to commit genocide in writing and in words, and then on that declared intention. And therefore, we will take their guns away from them. And by the way, I've been studying recently, they make no distinction between armed and unarmed combatants. So they have people not wearing uniform, running around with guns and bombs. When you run around with a gun and a bomb, you are a legitimate target, and you will be eliminated.
Now, in that same breath, can we let's just speak truth to power? Israel has a lot of power.
No, that's not true. Yes,
David. And why y'all keep telling David this shit? Because I don't want to talk too much. It's funny every time I talk. It is hilarious. Wait.
How is the power? You're just talking about the internet to me.
Yeah. So see, let me explain something to you. See, really quick, right? When you speak of a genocide, right? Like the Native Americans, they were systematically through some years systematically dismantled, correct? They were broken down.
Yeah, their civilization is largely gone.
Stop.
Well, the population of the Arabs in Israel has quadrupled. I don't always call them Palestinians because I'm not sure where they got that name from. It doesn't really refer to anything. So we'll just say the Arabs who are in that land.
It doesn't exist.
I don't think it does. Go ahead, G. Next question.
Say this. No, let's stay there real quick. I like the definition you used. They were systematically, over a course of time, wiped out. But there was a reason. The reason, if you're talking about the Native Americans specifically, they were wiped out because the invaders, the colonists that were coming in, wanted their land.
First of all,
there was a fight for the land. So if you're talking about Gaza, there is a fight for the land. There are people that are inhabiting the land that say, hey, this is our land. And there's another group of people that are the invaders technically saying, hey, no.
Hold on. We weren't in their land. Gaza has no Jews in it. They attacked our land, Israel, across our border. They flooded in. They thronged in. So your premise is a little bit upside down and backwards. We didn't want their land. We tried to get rid of them. Go be a part of Egypt. Go be independent. We pulled all the Jews out in 2005. We even dug up the dead ones. We said in 1978 at Camp David, we said to Sadat, the president of Egypt, before his own people slaughtered him for making peace with Israel, we said to him, take Gaza. He said, I don't want it. Those people are too violent and crazy.
Yeah,
so there's Gaza.
Plus, who's doing airdrops? Think about this, see, right? Would a Native American, and this is the reason why I use the Native Americans, right? Let's say there was a pregnant Native American woman. Now her belly's out to the air. Would you go? See, think of this. A vulnerable woman at this stage of her life. Desperate. Would you go to the door of your enemies to help you birth your child? Yes. Answer the question, see.
This is ridiculous. I paid for this seat.
What kind of calculated bullshit is that? Yo, you see, answer the question, please, because I'm going to give you. It's not. We'll give you the context because it's not a good question. Give you the context. I need you to answer the question first. If I'm in duress, I can't be pregnant, so I don't know. But if I'm in duress, I don't know what my brain will do to escape the duress. I might make a decision to go towards my enemy because I don't have any other choice. Like when you're under duress, when people are stressed out in situations, they do genocide. They're genociding your people. See. Okay, you want to know how many babies were born and are still alive that went to the border of Israel and went to the border and they had the child successful and the child lived? No. See, you said in desperation mode, you don't know what you... These people, you're saying they're being genocide, they're being killed. They put it in a 2-for-1 deal right there, right? Newborn and the person giving birth. 2-for-1. Genocide,
That's my goal, right? You're saying these are maniacs.
If we're comparing it to,
and the women are consistently going to the border to have the children.
what I will say to you is that I'll get off of the word genocide. I'll come up off of that because maybe that's too harsh a word.
Okay.
And I'll come up off of that.
In the beginning, with all due respect, why would you say it?
I wouldn't say genocide because I know what genocide looks like. I know what it looks like. I feel it. So I won't say that. But what Bill said, Palestinian. It's not like the Israel government, if they really wanted to just be war criminals, they could just go over there and just indiscriminately kill everybody, right? But what they have done, what they have done is destroyed the entire region. It's inhabitable. It's uninhabitable right now. It's flattened. It's rubble. It's rubble.
When did that
happen? It's happened over the last 2 after the October 7th attack. They took that as a green light to go ahead and just, all right, we flipping the switch. The same reason that when we had the ceasefire, Israel is out of control is what I'm trying to tell you. The same reason why we reached the ceasefire and they kept bombing Lebanon. Why are they bombing Lebanon right now? Because they're out of control. It was included. It was included.
I'm still using it.
We said no.
We said no. We didn't. I'm going to post a link. I'll post a link.
Israel said no. See? And what is the link between Hezbollah and Iran? See?
Which is much easier.
What does that say?
Yes.
Megatron?
You have to talk in ghetto. He's not going to understand like reason.
He doesn't understand the regular.
Now it's ghetto. Now it's ghetto because you can't communicate effectively. Now it's ghetto. So get your ass up. You want to get ghetto. Thank you for revealing your true face. I love that. Thank you.
Yeah, don't bite on that. We those facilities don't bite on that.
It's true.
So see, there was a peace deal struck in Pakistan. Hezbollah was not included. So let's move on from that. So here was the terms of the war against Hamas. Number one, get our people back. The day that the people came back, we stopped the war. Number two, prevent Hamas from doing it again and again. Because they said they would do it again and again. Are those reasonable goals of war, Chief?
Yes. Those are reasonable goals.
What? What's that?
Those are reasonable goals. If you have those are combatants that you have an issue with. That's who you're going to war with, right? You're going to war with Hamas, is what you're saying.
Well, there's about 17 terror groups in Gaza.
Well, as an American, used to be also going against Hamas as well. As an American.
Yes. By the way, when you put people colonizing America, so you left yourself out. You are living on that so-called colonized land. So you have to include yourself when you're finding some sort of a moral fault.
Well, luckily I exist in a funny space because I'm a descendant of the only group that came here involuntarily. So
you are.
Right.
That's not how it works.
I'm a prisoner. I'm a descendant of a POW. I'm a descendant of prisoners of war.
Actually, you're not.
No.
Aren't you lucky that your ancestors were slaves? Because if you were born in a shithole African country, I mean, you're much better off for that.
Wait, time out.
Go in the Nate's room.
Nah, I'm used to racist punk ass boys like him. I love it.
For years. Go in the Nate's room. There's a bunch of black people in it. Rage Nate. Go to Nate's room. He's a way better place for you to do that.
That's how
Anyway,
he gets. That's how
I don't
he
care.
gets
I
off
don't care about
on.
that. I really don't care about that kind of stuff. But you know, honestly, you can't even use really America against slaves because only 8% of the Atlantic slave trade actually made it to America. So we're talking about over 90% of all the slaves went to Brazil. They all went to South America. So it was only the ones that made it to Santo Domingo and Puerto Rico were the ones, and Cuba were the ones who then made it to America. So they only took in, they weren't taking in diseases. They weren't going over there trying to save people. There's no Ellis Island up yet, okay? It's not the home of the free. This is not what's going on. They needed people that were healthy and that were going to work.
Calm down.
And they were expensive. No, I'm just letting you know. So,
let me calm down.
No, I'm not done yet. I'm not done, bro.
All right, I get it, but calm down.
All right. So now, the people that came to America had a very high success rate of living. I'm not saying they're the best living, but the descendants and the DNA of the people that is concentrated in America are from Africa. We can't find any of those descendants and who those people are today in anywhere in South America because they're all dead. But the ones that were brought here,
Wait. Time out.
9%.
Wait.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that you can't find the descendants of the slave trade anywhere? What are you saying?
And as much as we can when it's concentrated. So the people that were brought here mated with one another, and you got motherfucking LeBron James.
Yeah, let's not say made it. We were bred. We were bred to be.
And you got
we were
LeBron.
bred.
It's got LeBron James. But you got Mike Tyson.
But that's why P. Mars is upset because we got super sapiens.
Yeah.
That's why P. Mars is upset because he feels inadequate. What?
Super sapien.
Super.
Where's the super sapien? All right, so where's the super sapien in Brazil? Where's the super sapien? Where is the LeBron James of Brazil?
Listen. No, you wouldn't.
No descendants of your people. I said to you, and you were like, no, show me the LeBron James of Brazil.
If you know why? I just said we were bred. Time out. We were bred. That means that time out. Listen, the slavery that happened in the United States is a very unique thing because we were treated like cattle. So the slave owners would breed the best male with the best.
You would not survive
again.
Like the slaves didn't survive in any of the.
The best of us were mated with the best of us. That's how you get the greatest. You ever bred dogs? What are you saying?
Michael Jacksons.
Yeah.
They got no Mike Tysons. They got
because
no Mikes.
This nigga crazy. Why do you think that is? Like, how do you think that happened?
Because when they came to America, okay.
You saying they were treated just great here is what you're saying.
No. They lived. Them living a healthy life was
healthy. Hey, bro, what's wrong with this guy?
You gotta laugh, man. You gotta laugh.
Yo, you see the brothers that come out of the United States? These big motherfuckers.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, you know how they get bred like that. We bred to be monsters.
Right, so you have to.
We're bred that way.
All right, so you have to be alive and have a lineage of.
Is this Tekashi 6ix9ine? This dude is crazy.
You don't get it yet.
He sounds just like Tekashi 6ix9ine.
You don't get it yet.
You don't get it at all.
No, you don't get it. They got some skinny ass.
Brazil is a mix.
No. You go to Brazil.
In America, you can't be mixed.
They got
you can't be mixed.
Black people. They got them.
In America, we just started mixing just now. Brazil got a mix of people.
They got red bones in Brazil. They ain't got no red bone in Brazil.
They got the finest women in the planet in Brazil. What are you talking about? The finest motherfuckers in the planet are in Brazil. What the hell are you talking about?
You go do that. You go rock on with that.
Oh, man. The finest motherfuckers in the planet are in Brazil.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Don't let the looks fool you, my man. Yours bigger than yours. that woman, that person you think is a woman is gonna pull out a yard that better be bigger than yours. And then they're gonna say, well, who's bending over now, motherfucker?
You could go down the street and find that shit right here in America.
They got that shit in Brazil too.
Yeah, they got it right here in America as well.
Okay.
Not as much as in Brazil.
What's his name?
It's starting to become culture here. But in Brazil, it's been like that for like 20, 30 years.
Yeah. See what they were breeding out there? The big difference they were breeding out here?
This motherfucker's a troll, bro. I thought what he was breeding out there is crazy.
Yeah, see, bro. Come on, bro. Yo, you go to any place in the world. No, I'm going to keep it real with you, see? Every black person that was a slave is still a second-class citizen today in those places, except for America. You're not gonna find the same success rate.
Wow. Yeah, this dude is crazy. What? Yeah, but you know why? You know why America?
You got motherfucking OJ. Who's the OJ? Who's the OJ? Don't do it. Yeah, exactly. Don't do it because you know I got the rest of the names. I got the Delphonics. Who's the Delphonics? No, tell me who the Delphonics is in Arabia. They don't got one. Who's the Bobby Brown in Arabia? They don't got one. They don't have it. They don't have a success rate. They don't give a fuck about those people. So see, you gotta watch your mouth when you talk about, us black people. First of all, they're not black. The only black people that are black live in America. Those are African. They could go back to the motherfucking mud hut and the bitch with the platelet and find out where the fuck they came from. You can't, see? You can't. There's no mud hut or bitch with a platelet for you to go back to. You gotta realize that shit. You're American. You built this fucking country.
Hey, when the fuck did I even go? Y'all, who is he talking to?
He's talking to you, see?
No, he can't be because I ain't make none of these voices. This is just shit. He's just like spawning.
They're laughing at it, bro. You gotta laugh at it, man.
This motherfucker's crazy.
Come on, bro.
This motherfucker's crazy. It's not funny. It's scary that he believes this shit. It's
crazy.
It's crazy.
Chuckling. You know you laughing.
Bro, you know.
Oh, yeah. It's funny.
I'm from New York. Yo, you gotta see some of the black dudes that when I be joking around with them and I bring up the platelet shit, yo, they start twitching. Like, they're like, yo, what is he doing? What is he saying right now? Like, they start twitching, B. I get you. I understand. See?
I'm convinced you Tekashi 6ix9ine, bro. This motherfucker is an expert troll. He said platelet. Do y'all understand? Who this nigga is crazy? Platelet. I ain't never heard nobody call it that. That's fucked up, man. Platelet is crazy as hell.
I'm from New York as well. I'm from.
See, what I hear
I didn't ask you. But Dave, I didn't ask you anything about where you're from. I didn't ask you to make a comment. You know what I'm saying? You gotta chill, Dave. I'm trying to run a show over here, bro. Thank you. Now go ahead, see, what would you say?
I ain't saying shit. I'm just sitting back. I'm about to get some food at Halal guys.
Yeah, go do your thing, man.
Crazy
go
shit.
do your thing. Go do your
While
thing.
Israel continues to carpet bomb little kids.
No, that's not true. That's not true. With all due respect.
There you go. There you go. There you go. You did it again.
Yeah, they don't do carpet bombs. They use cell phones to bomb them. Carpets are Arabs.
That's also not true.
That's Aladdin. That's Aladdin, yeah.
You guys need to be educated to understand what's happening in the world.
Yo, you be fucking up. See, I swear to God, here you just started defending Israel, and then all of a sudden, you gotta be you, and I don't know what it is up with these new Hebrew Israelites, but they have to Jew the Jew. Like, y'all think y'all are real Jews because some guy from Harlem read a book on an encyclopedia that Malachi was black.
His name is
yeah, like seriously. No. Malachi, the last prophet, Malachi.
Yeah.
He was black. So they all got
no, is Malachi is he a good guy or a bad guy?
I don't know Malachi.
Who is
I
it?
know the weird
Is it
thing.
Melancholy? Melancholy? Is that what you want me to call him? Or Manicotti? Call him Melancholy or Manicotti? Whatever you want to call him. Managut. Yeah. I gotta say it the way the white people say it though. That shit is funny as hell.
Yeah, like when I go to my favorite.
And I'm gonna have to put Dave in the audience, bro. I'll put you in the audience, Dave. Unfucking believable, this guy. After every time I say something, you know who does that? CM does shit like that, Dave. Don't aspire to be like CM. All right, Dave, please.
But you're pointing out something, Megatron, that this guys like C have all this privilege. They're living better than any other black diaspora on the planet. They're enjoying the fruits of their ancestors' hard work and labor, and then they're trying to somehow play victim and claim money that was not paid to their ancestors, hundreds of years ago. They just you did.
Wait.
Something.
What? So what about
what did you do?
So shit, I live here. I pay taxes. I live here, work, pay taxes. I'm a citizen.
So you got enough then.
I'm not claiming. Look, you talking to the wrong person with the reparation shit. I don't give a fuck about your money. The money.
Yeah.
The reason your parents couldn't even come to this country in the first place is because the sacrifice my ancestors made. I know you're not a real American. I can hear it in you. None of you motherfuckers are. No, you're not.
I'm a real American.
You're not more American than me. So
how could you be more American? You're American binary.
Because my lineage dates back to when the country started. I've been here from the beginning. You haven't. Your people are not from here. So
you don't know that.
That's how you know. Wait, how did you figure out what your lineage is? Explain. Who's your lineage?
Slaves from South Carolina.
Okay.
In the Jones plantation of South Carolina.
Okay, but don't tell him that he doesn't know his lineage. That's not correct.
So you were born here against your will. Now you want to take some credit for that?
Wait. Like I said,
the fact that
you are not as American as me, and that's
not true.
You're either American. You're either American or you're not. There's not like degrees of American. It's on or off. You're in or you're out.
Quick question, El Normo. Who was expelled from Spain in 1493?
The Muslims and the Jews.
Where do you think they went? They had to jump on a boat, right? See? To get the fuck out of Dodge? Where do you think they went?
They went and raped all the women and the Tainos all through the Caribbean. That's what they did. They showed up and brought Jesus. They forced Jesus onto a whole bunch of native folks, raped them up, tortured them, changed the course of history.
I was talking about the Jews.
The Jews funded it.
The Jews weren't.
The Jews, they funded it. The Jews funded it.
They were getting robbed. They were getting robbed.
Okay. With all due respect, let's assume the Jews do whatever you said they're going to do. What is the end goal?
The end goal is for us to condemn the Israeli government for carpet bombing apartment buildings.
Why would you condemn a government you know nothing about? Isn't that ignorant? Why would you condemn a government that you know nothing about?
How can we not know anything about them? They're the biggest contributors and lobbyists in our country. We gotta know about them. What are you talking about?
They're not even the top 100. They're not
last time you voted?
Wait, the APAC. What are we?
Did you vote?
Are we playing revisionist history?
Did you?
Nah, I didn't. I haven't voted since Obama. Since the first time.
You don't even
I don't vote
in the Congress.
Fuck that.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Than you.
That's crazy.
I also participate in America. APAC is not even in the top 20.
No. You know what I think we should do? We should let every African American in the United States get a zero interest $5 million loan.
We don't want that shit.
Right? They can pay it back if they want to.
Shout
keep
out
the high credit. No. Listen.
Why's your first instinct to give us money?
Listen to my idea. Listen to my idea. So
I don't like it.
I say we give $5 million to every child born from a date forward, and the existing people that live here. And then the next day, we open up LLCs all over the country stealing these fucking people's money. That's what I think we should do.
Why?
Or you could just vote in the
that's what's
next
gonna
election
happen.
to get the Republicans
That's
out of
exactly
office.
What's gonna happen?
You know,
if
so
they
that
give you a reparation,
Israel
they're
can
just gonna
stop
take it back.
stoking the fires of World War III, so they could bring Jesus back, or whoever their savior is. All of this Zionistic bullshit
Okay,
happening in the world.
calm down.
All right.
So,
Dave, I'm gonna put you in the audience, and see, I'm gonna put you in the audience too because you're starting to be annoying now. So now, Marcella, this is the reason why people like myself and the other guy that was in this room do not care about this second coming. These people use it as a weapon. And guess I'm going to sit here and say, Normal, if you guys have an expectation of a Messiah, you have the scriptures, we have the same, we come to this conclusion, and if you don't think we fulfilled it, well, sorry, that's for your Messiah, right? And that's what I'm going to tell the Jew. I'm not going to follow their rules. We read the Greek, Septuagint, and we have a clear understanding of who the Messiah is. And he came and he conquered. That's it. These people keep pushing this bullshit with Jesus coming back. Oh, you want to bring the Jesus back, bring the Jesus back. This is the eschatology that's getting us in these fucking problems today. That's why I don't believe in this shit no more.
We need a doctor who can fix us, an eschatologist. We need we need an eschatologist.
Yeah,
to fix these people
I don't
with
understand.
The broken
What's with this? Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back. Shit doesn't make any sense, bro. Doesn't make any sense. Coming back for what? He's gonna be Jihad Jesus? That's when he's gonna come back and be Jihad Jesus? Come on, bro. Let's put it together, guys. Anyway, Normal. I can't take these people serious because if they deny the consensus, right? They're denying the consensus. They want to take consensus when it comes to their hadith or to their history. They're taking consensus. But when it comes to anything else, they don't take no consensus. It's consensus this man died on the cross. I don't understand for 1 second they're going to sit there and blatantly say he was a Muslim. On top of him being a Muslim, he was raised up in bodily form. He didn't die on the cross. And then they're going to look at you with a straight face in the next sentence and say, oh, it's a conspiracy. They want to take our land and look at all what the Jews are doing. No, I'm not going to believe a word you say. I'm not going to believe anything that you say. You say that the Kaaba, that Abraham built the Kaaba in Arabia. That's also a lie. Like all these things are lies. He took Ishmael to be sacrificed. The book literally says Isaac. The actual book, the Quran literally says Isaac. 1171. The one who laughed. What's Isaac's name? Exam question. Thank you. So now it's not even that person anymore. Now you have to take that it is Isaac and it is Mount Moriah, right? And it's not the Kaaba. But what do you say to that? No, you're going to keep that as a lie, and you're going to keep saying it over and over and over again while you're telling us that the Israeli militia, whatever you want to call it, oh, they're terrorizing you guys, it's gentrification, all this bullshit, whatever it is. I don't believe you, bro. I don't believe any of you. You guys are liars. Liars. You do it on a daily basis. So until you start coming to some kind of truth, right? And you start actually speaking the language everyone else speaks, or you're gonna be, because when you do cry wolf that many fucking times, no one's gonna fucking help you. No one's gonna believe you. And that's my problem now, Norma. That's my main problem with all this conspiracy shit. Their own religion is a conspiracy. Go ahead.
What's up, bro? I've only just come back in it. I've missed a bit. What's up with you, bro?
Oh,
you all right?
I'm trying to keep it. I'm not trying to keep it. I'm not trying to be an Islamophobe. I'm just keeping it real.
Keeping it a
friend to friend. Keeping it 100. Like, You're lying about Jesus being a Muslim? Do you really need a banner and you're passing out Quran saying Jesus was a Muslim? Do you know how stupid y'all look when you say that? Like, it's only you guys that think this shit is like official.
They have banners that say that?
There's banners, and then you have people like God Logic and Sam Shamoon just going out there and embarrassing the shit out of these guys.
Nice. You look.
It's crazy. And then on top of that, they're on video every single day having the same conversations over and over and over. It has to be a disease. It's literally it's a mind-altering disease, this book. They don't realize that. Look at the thousands upon thousands of videos of them losing the same arguments over and over and over and over again, and they don't care. They are liars.
Liars. Unfortunate.
Yo, Draco, seriously, bro. It gets to the point where it's like, yo, at least there's Smileys, at least the authorities, at least these people are taking scientific or historical consensus. They're adding it to their theology. I got to give it to Searcher. At least he has an explanation, right?
Yeah,
at least he has an explanation.
I like Searcher's responses. You know, they're better than others. You know, he at least ties the dots together and at least makes a point. So I agree with you there.
Yeah. I can't. Oh, he doesn't say he's God. It doesn't say he's God in the Gospels. They go to John 17:3. Listen to this one. John 17:3. The one who sent you. What? Who sent? How do you send somebody? He has to exist. We're not oneness. We're not modalists. We're not saying he existed in the mind of God. We're saying, no, he really existed, and that's how he was sent. And then ask them a basic sentence. How do you send somebody, normal, how do you send somebody to the store that doesn't exist?
Impossible. Doesn't make sense.
You can't do it. The language is there. And they repeat it over and over and over again. They got them videos. We got you guys saying this shit in here too. Oh, it's the one who sent him. The one who sent him. The one who sent him. The one who sent him.
Do you know, the best thing about that verse, so that's everything. Eternal life. Where does eternal life come from? From the one who was sent and the one who sent him. So from the Father and the Son, that's where eternal life comes from. So they can call 17:3 on the one. Jesus still gives eternal life. No matter what this is. So, yeah.
And it ends at 5 saying that he was with him before the worlds were created. But they want to go to John 17:3. I mean, come on, guys, man. We got to be better. We have to be better, man. We have to be better. We have to be honest. And you guys are not that violent. The Catholics are way more violent than you guys. Historically, everything. We have such a stronghold. They were going over it today. I was listening to some Protestants going over some things about how much of a stronghold the Catholics have over this country. And you know what's great about it? No one talks about it. They blame it on the Jews. Sorry, El Normo. But you're getting the shit end of that one because, you know, the ones who are really in charge, they don't say anything about the Catholic Church. You don't ever hear anybody talking about the Catholic Church. But they think because you guys have a few lawyers and stuff. It's crazy. Insane. Sorry, I had to go on a rant today, Draco. Sorry, I'm normal.
It was fun.
I have to do it sometimes. I have to do it sometimes. I have to get it out. I have to get it out. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate things have to be this way. But not normal. Isn't it a disease? Isn't it a mind-altering disease? How they can just lie like that over and over and over again?
Based on my experience, yes, it's a mind virus.
Oh, are you? So, have we met before? We met before, haven't we?
Maybe.
So, forgive my ignorance. So you're Jewish, yeah? obviously.
Why do you ask?
You know, like, I come up with so much, like, I talk to so many different Jewish people, and this happened on others, and I get all these different answers, so I don't want to be disrespectful towards you or anything, innit, bro?
Why don't you just read instead of talking to Joe Schmo on the street or on the internet? Why don't you just read? Can you read it all?
Yeah.
You do?
But so that Talmud thing, that's where I get stuck in it.
Have you read it?
Why are you reading? Why are you reading the Talmud? It's got nothing to do with Christianity. What does this person want? Who's this person that's gonna come up here?
Don't know.
Can you post this? I'm surprised it's uncensored. Zach, how is the
Rogus, you gotta
information
go.
that profit
Bye,
by
Rogus.
kill lies you help spread with Fauci daily?
Rogus has to go.
Yeah, you got a good point there, actually, man. Maybe I need to have a look. I'm gonna have a look into all of it.
Look into it. You're never gonna understand it. You're never gonna understand it. That's why I don't read it. That's why people that aren't Jewish don't read it.
Yeah, but that was the same. Like, I tried reading the Quran, but then like I don't want to sound disrespectful to that, but even that, like I thought, no, it's not for me, man. Oh, dilemma, man, dilemmas. All right, someone invite Dave up. What's up, Mohammed? I had to go on one of my little rants. I'm about to go in pretty soon.
You have to mod me if I'm going to bring him up.
So,
you want to bring up Dave?
If you want me to, sure. I like Dave a lot.
Let's see if Moshe, you there? Bring up Dave. Yeah, let me shut this shit off. What's up, Mohammed?
What's up, man?
Chilling. Just over here yelling at the Jews.
Whoa. We're not yelling at. Hey,
I'm yelling at the Jews about the Exelarch.
Well, why would you yell? Well,
That's
why?
what I'm yelling at them about.
Being anti-Semitic.
I'm not saying that it's anti-Semitic, but why would you yell at anybody?
Well, let's put all sanctuary states now.
No, I'm upset that the Exelarch showed the Caliphate everything that they needed to know.
What is the XLR?
The Exelarch is the Jewish patriarch in Persia.
Oh.
Is that good or bad?
You want to read? You can read for a second? I'll educate you really quick. Yeah, sure. I'll give it to you. Yeah, look here. You want to know about the Exelarch? Yeah, read this for me really quick, and you can educate the room too. This is a nice. This is a nice history lesson here. There we go. Look at it right here. The Exelarch is the Exelarch. Here. I'm gonna put it up here. Hold on, and I got the links too. Hold on, El Normo. And I got sources. Since you love to read. Here, El Normo. Wow. Read this link. Read this link at the top.
In the top?
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to give it to you right now.
Wow.
Read this one.
I'm very skeptical of anything that comes out of the Islamic regime right now, so I don't know if we can believe what they say is coming out of whoever they say.
No, this is not. This has to do with Jewish history. It's nothing to do with Islam.
With all due respect, do you know Jewish history?
Dave.
With all due respect, do you know Jewish history?
All right, Dave. Read the link, El Normo.
My name is David.
Conspiracy.
It's David.
The Exelarch functioned almost like a Jewish prince in exile. The key characteristics: the leader of the Jewish diaspora in Babylonia, claimed descendants of the king of David, recognized the Persian and later Islamic rulers, overseers of laws, courts, taxes, and Jewish communal life. The office existed roughly about 2 centuries from 2nd century CE up until the Mongol destruction of Baghdad in 1258.
With all due respect, we hear your point. I hear your point.
I didn't hear it. What was the point, Dave?
Well, okay, with all due respect, I hear his point.
The Exarch was a political and a communal leader of Jewish population in Babylonia, Mesopotamia, for many centuries after the destruction
with all
of
due
the
respect,
temple.
why did you say Jewish
So they were the head of the Exarch. So they were the head of the Israel because when who took over Persia?
Okay,
it's now called Iran.
That's a separate conversation.
No, it's not. It's not because guess what?
It is.
The Midrash. No, be quiet. The Midrash, or the explanation of Torah, stopped in the 6th century, and from the 7th century on,
we can discuss that.
Historia was all Hadith, all the Quran came, and then later on the tafsirs and all the scholarship and all these people, and they were all under that Islamic ruling. So the Jews still prospered with their corrupted scripture. How would they let these people prosper with corrupted scripture? It doesn't make any sense, bro.
No.
How do they prosper with
all due respect,
scripture?
You're wrong. No. Absolutely not.
Let me read on. Let me read on here. Their authority, the Exarch, had a real governmental power over the Jews in Babylonia. For example, they appointed judges and rabbis, collected taxes from Jewish communities.
Stop saying Jews. Why do you keep saying Jews?
It says
Stop
Jewish.
saying that. Okay, but it's has nothing to do with the current.
They represented the Jews to the
whatever.
Islamic government.
Shut up. Kick them.
Why do you utilize
out?
Make home affordability
The Exarch deeply connected to Babylonian Talmud history. The great academias are Sura. Oh, Sura. That was academic place. That was great. I love Sura. And Prombelia. I don't know what that means. Under the broad authority or protection of the Exarch. However, later tensions developed between the political authority and the Goyim. The Genoim. I just made that up. So they look at the Islamic ruler that recognized them from the 7th century all the way up to the Mughal Empire, Mughal invasion. The Islamic conquest was 636 to 651. The Muslim conquest of Persia, when the early Islamic armies defeated the Sassanian Persian Empire, the Jewish communities in Babylonia suddenly came under Muslim rules. The caliphates adopted their political systems, just like Christians to the patriarchs, Jews to the exarchs, so on and so forth. The caliphate officially recognized the exarch as the first exarch that acknowledged by the Muslim rulers, and his name is Basidonia or some shit like that. The caliphate allowed him to rule the Jewish communities. He was given legal authority over the Jews, reportedly received royalty privileges and estates. He was even given a wife. Check this out. The priestly, the high rank class was called demi. Look at that. And they paid a jizya that they collected themselves and gave to the caliphate. Picture that. Look how good communication they had. Look how good of a community they had together. And then the Mughal Empire changed. So something happened, man. Something changed. There was a regime change. Something happened, bro. I don't know what happened. But I have an idea what happened. I really, really do. I have this idea of what happened. And it's about the preservation of the Quran. That's where this leads to for me. That's the reason why I have an issue. Because when I start to look at the historical way that people preserve things, like in museums and so on and so forth, I start to realize that the manuscript history was controlled by the West. By the West. Yeah, look. Why is it that all the oldest Qurans are not in the institutions of the Muslims? I'll put the link at the top. Put it at the top. And this is all historical. This is not conspiracy. You can look at this and you can look at the dates and you can look at the people that they had them and the Orientalists that went to these countries. Look at this. Look, I'll pin it at the top. Let's see who preserved the Quran. Not saying it's not preserved, but we'll see who preserved them. Okay? So, this is not a conspiracy, but it's a combination of colonial expansion, antique markets, weak manuscript preservation in early Islamic countries, Western academic interest, the deliberate removal during wars, importantly, the Muslim political regimes that did not prioritize in preserving early Quranic codices. So in early Muslim empires did not preserve manuscripts. They did not have a strong archive culture for preserving early codices. Early codices were used in mosques until they wore out. Manuscripts were buried. They were mostly buried or burned, as they would to do in respect to sacred scriptures. And the scholars mainly relied on recitation chains, like isnads, not manuscripts. So many of the earliest codices either degraded, and ones that survived often were remotely collected in mosques in poor storage conditions, okay? So now we have, between the 1700s and the 1900s, this is recorded history, European powers expanded into the Middle East, Central Asia, and Africa. The major collectors, Great Britain, France, Russia.
At Joe Hero, Pagan Brad, and apparently he told Joe that me and you were having sexual relations.
What? I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Yeah, you have to get your back in with that one.
So just so you know,
So I'm about to go the fuck off now.
Yeah, apparently they gave you the nickname KP Tripod.
Yeah, so you're anything, or if anyone asks you questions, that's where it derived from.
I'm about to, you know what? I'm about to ping you in right quick. I just woke up. God damn it.
I thought it was pretty funny. Joe thought it was funny.
Hey. How the fuck you do this shit? There you go.
Okay, I'll answer you. Yeah, so then Beth, I don't know if she's at her phone, but we'll be right back then. Let's see.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Where's that?
I don't know.
Denver.
AP.
You guys had a brunch already?
What are you talking about, Denver?
I think he lied.
So, no, he's still here.
Oh, he is? Okay.
No.
Okay, I don't see him, but whatever.
Oh, did he leave?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, okay. There, yeah, he did leave. I just refreshed. And, yeah, man, you're going at the perfect time to go to the Keys, though.
Yeah, water's gonna be warm. The weather's gonna be nice. So, like, I got my sun hat, got the sunglasses. I'm all ecstatic. Because, like I said, I'm gonna hit up Penny Camp too.
Dude, Penny Camp's a good snorkel. They go see the Jesus statue.
Yep. That's what I want to go see.
Dude, I've done Penny Camp a dozen times.
But see, you're what, an 8-hour drive from there?
Yeah, but again, my parents used to have a condo down in Marathon, so I would just for me to be down there, because I was only 45 miles north of Key West, and I was like an hour, probably an hour and a half, an hour to get to Penny Camp if I had to drive north.
See,
but there's so much stuff.
But your mom was a real estate guru.
Oh yeah, dude. I could never touch what she used to do. She was, well, she did the law side of it. She wasn't the real.
You said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the codes of the stock bell.
They probably just be trolling y'all. They probably doing it for cut the lip.
Every shortcut still felt like I was stuck in the mud. And then my granddad laughed, said, boy, lean in. You keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a mansion, ain't a chair. Showing up when you feel small, making promises, then giving all, standing steady in the mess. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look them straight on, say I don't know yet and still stay strong. Turn a late night log to a listen kid. Count my blessings more than the money I give. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks. Every overnight took a lifetime's cost. Secret wisdom of success is the work that no one checks. Saying sorry when you're wrong, calling home before you scroll along. It's loving harder when there's less. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early ride, the tired eye, helping friends before you ride. Keeping faith when plans fall through, not quitting on the truth in you. Secret wisdom of success, more than trophies, more than flex. It's quiet courage in your chest, doing daily what you do the best. When your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. Said it's in the books on the top shelf, hidden in the codes of the stock bill. I chased every trick, every shortcut, still felt like I was stuck in the mud. Then my granddad laughed, said, boy, you keep asking what, but not who you've been. Secret wisdom of success ain't a mansion, ain't a chair. Showing up when you feel small, making promises, then giving all, standing steady in this. That's the secret wisdom of success. I learned to shake hands, look them straight on. still stay strong. Turn a late night loss to a lesson kept. Count my blessings more than the money I get. 'Cause every heavy door needs 1,000 knocks. And every overnight took a lifetime's call. Secret wisdom of success is the work that no one checks. It's saying sorry when you're wrong. Calling home before you stroll along. It's loving harder when there's less. That's the secret wisdom of success. It's the early rise, tired out, helping friends before you rise. Keeping faith when plans fall through, not quitting on the truth in you. Secret wisdom of success, more than trophies, more than flex. It's quiet courage in your chest, doing daily what you do the best. When your heart's the one you impress. That's the secret wisdom of success. You said, know yourself, but I kept looking in other people's eyes. Chasing the halos, wearing their masks, till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest. Every breath asking you why.
You found my channel.
I'm a late morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, truer truth. I present myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. I sit with my shadows, name them like friends, anger, fear, and jealousy. What do you do? Teach them to bow. Virtue is a garden, I'm watering now. Each thought is a stone in the path. I choose which ones I step on slowly. I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, truer truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a breathing. Old stories fall like haze. New courage in the grass. kept looking in other people's eyes, chasing the halos, wearing their masks till my own reflection felt like a lie. Then silence grew loud in my chest, every breath asking, who are you really? I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, truth. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. I sit with my shadows, name them like friends. Anger, fear, and jealousy, what do you defend? I pour them some mercy, teach them to bow. Virtue is a garden, I'm watering now. Each thought is a stone in the path I choose, which ones I step on slowly. I'm a mirror made of morning, breaking, waking, shining through. Every crack becomes a doorway to a better, true. I perfect myself in kindness, not in polish, not in proof. Learning how to love this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Reading old stories full like ash. Breathe out new courage in the crash. I am not my failures, I am how I rise. Wisdom is a wildfire burning all the lies. Oh, I'm a mirror made of morning, waking, shining through. Every scar rewrites a story into something bright and new. I prepare myself in kindness, let compassion be my proof. Learning how to live this lifetime as a practice, not a rule. Perfection of personality, through the love of wisdom, virtue, character, personality, courage, meditation, perfection of personality, through the love of wisdom, virtue, character, personality, courage, meditation. Courage, personality. A phoenix hath it for its head, below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O unless thou beware. From the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all fear. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous? Wayest thou afraid? O goat-hoofed one, O horn-born, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one on not afloat in the ether. Oh my God, my God. Oh thou great hooded Son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me. Closing mine eyelids with fear, she hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. The phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little gray God. Unless thou beware from the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wayest thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one, I float in the ether. My God, my God. O thou great hooded Son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is it is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh, my God. diamond parallel light from infinity, violently diffracted in the haze of this mind. With a spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burning night. I am greater than the fox and the whore. Kiss me thy kisses, oh my God. The lightning keen it licked up a little flash of sea. There is a tongue in the flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. Phoenix has before its head. Belong to bronze, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee. O thou little grey god, and mayst thou be wed. From the grave to the dawn, which is beyond the gold of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Wast thou afraid of the fool's word? Oh, killer of lightning, from the lively forest. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the burning night. I am greater than the fox and the whore. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou be wed. From the grave to the goal, from the goal to that which is beyond the goal. Feel like heaven, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou afraid? Oh, ghost one. Oh, horned one. Oh, color of lightning. From a lightning fall. my God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle. At the edge of some fortified city, I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan, the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of his breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sands aflame with the inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being. Even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness, and I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. Six interior sets aflame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest heavy, jaws calm, soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let him pass by. Breathe in through the nose, slow like a zipping sound. Hold that beat for feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Now count with me. In 2, 3, 4. Hold 2, 3, 4. steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, full, feel the rhythm draw. Wide, breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. If fear comes all about to a friend, name it softly and breathe again. And fill the fire out, pour the ash, let every exhale burn what you can. Hold, breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, full, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes, but know this calm is yours on demand. Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest heavy, jaw loose, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathe in through the nose, slow like you're slipping time. Hold that beat for 4, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide, empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Now count with me. 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let go. Shoulders melting downward, heart a lantern in your chest. Bright, steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathe in through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat. Feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Fear comes up, bow to it. Name it softly, breathe again. Feel the fire out, pour the ash that every exhale. Burn what you can hold, hold. Breathe through the moon, slow like a sipping time. Hold that peak for full, feel the ribs go wide. Breathe out through the moon, long like a quiet tide. Empty, 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 till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. One more inhale, gentle deep. One long exhale, feel the ground keep you. When you are ready, open your eyes. You know this calm is yours on demand. Inhale slow, count the corners of the room. Tiny galaxy in your chest. Every thought just passing through. Breathe between walls, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Only this just holding. Breathe between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. tiny galaxy in your chest. Every thought just passing through. Breathe between worlds, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Oh, leaders, just hold it. Breathe between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. Close your eyes, watch the quiet rearrange. Name the fear, then let it drift out of range. Breathe between worlds, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to chase. Leave it, just hold it. Breath between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You are the space where every moment arrives. You are not the story. You are not the storm. Just the open sky, wide and warm. Breath between worlds, here and now. Unfolding, nothing to change. Oh, leave it, just hold it. Breath between worlds, empty, clear, still alive. You're the space where every moment arrives. Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bubba in a house coat, humming, grinning, paper bag crinkling, steam on her glasses, new, eat something you grow, it passes. I got a really good at everything, bagel, from the hands that held my cradle, poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good at everything, bagel, feels like I'm sitting at a table, every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel, from the end of my cradle, poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, feels like I'm sitting at a table, every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. grace. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh yeah. I got a really good everything, baby. From the hands that held my cradle. I'll be seeing prayers, sesame grace. All of our stories in every taste. I got a really good everything, baby. It feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Feeling like one, two, hey! Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat humming, grinning, and paper bag crinkling, steam on her glasses. New, eat something you'll grow with passion. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously, praise, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh, yeah. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Poppy seed prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $3 billion to give to Cronin. Profits the seed to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profit. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $3 billion to give to crony none. Profits the CPU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. It's spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability
people I was with were like, oh yeah, he was involved in some sort of sex thing. I was like, oh.
Yeah, but Holly, you know that his politics is different than the left, so that's a difference. So, but one of the things you said about other countries like Norway and stuff like that, most Americans are not really voting for a person; they're voting for the platform of a party. Right. Okay. Even though a lot of people said that they voted for Trump, they actually voted for the conservative party, Republicans, because that's what they want to be in charge. Trump just happened to be the person who won the nominee. Okay. Most people today do not know how to look at the difference between self-government and politics.
You just talking.
A lot of people who talk about Donald Trump are talking about politics. They're not talking about governance. There's a difference when you self-govern yourself or the government. Again, their only role is to ensure that the rights we get from our 3 documents are not infringed upon. That's the role of government. Everything else is political.
All right. I'm getting ready to go do my walk, y'all. Since y'all are modded, I'm just going to leave, but y'all don't have to stay if you don't want to. Oh yeah, Burton Jones is running for Secretary of State. Serendipity. Yeah, he's running for Secretary of State. We have a lot of people running for Secretary of State and Lieutenant Governor. We got a pretty big field of players.
I worked for Jimmy Carter.
Oh, that's really cool. My uncle is a professor of political science.
Look, it's one of those white people who will become a new white.
But he was like a Jimmy Carter expert, and his thesis was on Jimmy Carter, and he's he knew Jimmy Carter. They got to know each other really well, actually.
Very good person and very smart. He was a physicist.
Wow. Yeah, my uncle has enough. I mean, he always says such wonderful things about him.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But politics is a different game. Politics is a different game. I worked with him many years ago in Washington. He was a good man, a man of faith. But politics is a game, as well as we'd like it to think just it's getting us to move forward. We have good players and we have not good players. So I'm just hoping that we change the environment so that people understand that their votes are very important, and there's an enormous shift because people are not going to the polls over the past 30 years in ways that they have before, and therefore people want certain things in their head, but they're not going to the polls to make sure that they get someone who represents them. It's a sad time.
That's why it has to be taught locally, first in the home. Got to teach at home, and I think that the American population has gotten away from civics.
Edward, you are on target. You are on target. I wish you and I could follow each other and go and start talking.
I just followed you.
Edward, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm trying to do it every day to tell young people, you got to get involved in, you are we the people. It's not we the government. And I don't know where we get this from. So many people don't participate in their local government nor their state government. I hear people talk a lot on these platforms about what's going on in the federal government, but very rarely I hear people talk about what's going on in their local communities.
I am stomping these days and saying, so you're all okay that you're paying taxes and you're allowing other people to decide what happens with that money. You won't go vote. So we're in a situation where just keep working and someone else will decide for you what is going to happen with your money, and you'll be unhappy if you have to pay more taxes, and you'll be unhappy if you don't get all the things that you think locally in your municipality and in your state and the federal government. And when you do pay your federal taxes at the end of the year, you're upset about it. So what is going to put a flame under the butts of Americans to understand that you are just handing over your money to people you don't know and you don't understand, and it's going down the toilet?
I think this. If you look at the federal government and our state governments and look how much out of control they are with our money, but look at the average American. How much debt are they carrying? And how much stuff they're out of control? You remember, all the people in our government come from our communities. I don't care if it's a state government, your local government, and those in Washington. They come from our states. They come from our communities. So it's only a reflection of the people that we send that's supposed to represent us. But I believe a lot of people like power more than purpose. When you teach people the purpose of their lives and the purpose of what it means to live out this republic, then things change. And in the last, let's say, last 35, 40 years, I don't see that the two words I see being very elusive: accountability and responsibility for the average American citizen.
I watch Americans and people in my community, and I had a congregation for years. We don't just throw our dollars outside the top of our houses and just let it go into the air. Why are people not more concerned about the money that they have to give over, whether they go to the grocery store and there's taxes, whether it's in their buildings, whether it's in their hometowns? You are giving your money with no accountability whatsoever, and then you're turning your heads when you have to pay your tax bills or things at the grocery store. It is time for Americans to think about what extra money they're giving in taxation and where they want it to go. There's no responsibility from the American people as to understanding what happens to the money. They know it's taxes, but they don't feel that they have any obligation to think about where that taxes should be going, because we're not teaching that in our schools. We're not teaching that in college. We're not teaching it as parents. And the economics of the United States is going down the toilet. We all know that, because we are lending our money to people that we don't even understand what they're doing with it.
There's a really good cartoon and their book series as well called The Tuttle Twins. My kids really like that, and it teaches them sort of, every episode has a foundational lesson about taxation and freedom, and it's just different American values kind of lessons, and they're actually really entertaining, and I enjoy them too.
I love it. I wish everybody had it, though. I wish that we are starting to teach our children about the importance of money, and they did that up until the 50s, and it went to the wayside in the 60s. We're not teaching our children about money, economics. They're not, if you go to private school, you'll maybe get some of this, but some of the, listen, I've been a principal for a long time, and our kids are not yielding how to deal with money, what's important, and they did it for a long time in this country, and they're not doing enough of it. And teaching, strategic money lenders, whatever the appropriate grades are, it's really important. And therefore,
I totally agree.
But we have adults who can't do it because they're in their 20s and their 30s, and they've had no experience with that kind of education.
Well, aren't there more high schools? I just hear more and more high schools having finance type courses or financial, I don't know what they call it, but isn't that a thing? No?
That was a thing for a very long time. It was 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, and it's not funded the way you think anymore. I ask as, do you have a class? Oh, that's for the kids who aren't going for college. What are you talking about? You're waiting to go to college to take a finance class? What if that isn't something that you want to take? I mean, civics is one thing, but finance is essential. I mean, this country is going down the tubes because people don't have, the armor to understand finance in their own lives and how it works, and just not happening the way we think. And everyone says, oh, but so many more kids are going to college. How many of them are taking finance or politics, or just for their general understanding of how government works, so that they can be part of the process, not just going to an election if they want to. We see that so many people are not even going into the election booths, right? They don't really care, but then they can complain. I mean, we really need civics back in education for our young people, and education for those who've missed it because it wasn't there.
When you look at your property tax bill, it shows you debts, liabilities, who you owe the money to, what future liabilities. There's a lot of information on your property tax bill, but it's not really like a ledger, meaning that you don't know how much of your property taxes actually end up in the Communist Teachers Union that everybody hates, who knows they're just destroying education. And on May Day, when they get your children to go out and protest with the Democrats and be good little Democrats, we're living in the future of America is going to rapidly change after Donald Trump's presidency, and the Democrats are going to control more and more. Yeah, you're always sorry to hear shit. I hear you say that a lot. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I bet you people in your real life get really annoyed, like your ex-wife, when you say that kind of shit. Sorry to hear that, because I'm sure you'll just continue to feed at the federal trough with more federal contracts. And I encourage you to do it. It's your right. But, until we actually have police or FBI or even Secret Service or CIA, there is a new federal, I don't know if anybody knows this, there is a new federal legal criminal police task force with 4,000 plus members. I was reading about it yesterday. But anyways, I'm just saying that we need an actual transparent ledger where we see where our actual tax dollars get spent. And until we have some type of tracker and transparency, politics and Democrat liberal losers will always ruin the day. Hello?
By the way, breaking news: 2 U.S. Embassy personnel were just killed in Mexico.
Horrible. No, I'm not near the TV.
There was also a mass shooting in Shreveport that left over 8 young children dead.
Unbelievable. Just looking for news in which we're getting to be productive as human beings. That's what I'm looking for. It's not going to be roses all the time, but I wanna hear from the media and other places what we're doing in the direction to keep ourselves, our homes okay, our livelihoods okay. We need to start being very clear as to our local, our national. Where are we going? Where are we going? How are we safeguarding our livelihoods? Why are we all tied so tight in our jobs if we have them? What are we sharing with our young people so that they could progress farther than us and not below us when they become adults? We've got a lot of things to worry about. Gigi, I agree. My daughter also, she's in college now, but my daughter also had a civics class and had to deal with money and when she was in an honors high school. But I don't know how many of those classes are still running. You all could jump in and tell me. I don't feel that we're preparing our young people in finance and political causes that are important to them now, might be changing later, understanding economics so they themselves can do better than the people who came before them. It's not happening right now. I'm hearing young people in college being very concerned about their futures and to buy a house. That's no longer, something that everyone can count on at this point. And what are the economics of how they're going to be able to live their lives and what the industries look like? Anybody else have any other opinions? Edward, Alistair?
I don't know. I mean, like, it's easy to try to play like chess, and make predictions and whatnot, but the no is all important, and I gotta go on my power walk.
So you should. I have to leave too. Edward, are you going to keep the room going? You over Gigi? I have to leave, so do you got...
Everybody's leaving. We can all disappear.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Good to meet you, Grace. We'll be in contact with each
I hope that... Take care, everyone.
direct kafir, like a lot of people are Ash'ari and they're not kafir by the metric, and they don't believe the same what the Salafi believe. So it doesn't make you directly a kafir.
I'm insecure. If the truth is the truth, it'll match it. If it's not the truth, it won't match it.
No, but what I'm trying to say, it could be due to kufr. That's it.
Bro, I can get out of my house right now and an airplane can fall on my head. Anything could happen that is harmful for me, right? However, if I'm starting off with the niyyah or the intent of truth seeking, using tools of truth, and I establish a universal truth, then if X, Y, and Z as scripture is true, it must necessarily match it. If it doesn't, to hell with it. This is the risk I'm taking, Muhammad.
I know that the risk that you take, and I understand the risk that you're taking.
Why you not taking that risk? Why you not taking that risk?
Actually, I already did.
Okay, then I respect you for that.
I already did. But my truth that I know aligns with the Salafi position 100%.
Which is by far. Maybe hold on. Maybe there are different hierarchies in truth too.
No. There is this thing. My blue is the truth.
It's not true blue. No, bro. Salaf is literalism. Muhammad is going to die. I don't know why you're holding to this.
It's not literalism. Wallahi, it's not.
Is going to fade. The Catholicism will live. I'll tell you, even in Christianity, Catholicism will live and live. However, sola scriptura will not live.
Okay.
Quranism and Salafism have a little bit of a weak quality to them, and I'll tell you why. Because the Jews recognize this, and they brought in something called allegory in reading the Torah. Because if there was no allegory in reading it, right, it would have collapsed by now.
I've been playing this puzzle game.
I want to ask you a question, and please think about it before you answer it. And without using God, don't use God.
Pointed to the fact that the
Give me
2019
one
impeachment
thing
occurred
that
because
exists,
the members of the
truly
intelligence
exists,
community working directly with House Democrats,
without
specifically Adam Schiff,
using
the
a spatial reference to
at the
it.
time, concocting this narrative, weaponizing.
Can you believe that the materials you see poured into this bowl
No.
were sent
I'm
to
just
me
asking
by
you.
grandmother? She told me she had been saving for several years and used it to carefully pick out this material from a local jewelry shop.
Your human mind depends on your human you.
A birthday gift for her grandson. When I first saw the material, I knew it will be a really good piece.
Go ahead.
She told me she raised her grandson since he was little. They're very close.
Your conscience depends on you also.
The whole family will gather to celebrate.
Your concept,
give him an ordinary
if you're going to use concept depends on you also.
Who said that? I believe in infallibilism. I believe in infallibilism.
No, I'm not saying.
Everything depends on me. Everything depends on me and my independent reality. And the same thing goes for you.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying give me something that exists without a spatial reference.
Angels.
Yeah, but they have a spatial reference. They have wings, they fly, they move. That's spatial, by the way.
According to you, what about cherubims?
What about?
Type of angel that doesn't have wings?
You saying that prove my point.
No, I don't think that it does, sir.
Actually, it proved my point. Like, how would you make a difference between them? One of them have wings, the other one doesn't have wings, so they have a spatial reference. It doesn't have to be physical, by the way. Spatial reference doesn't have to be material.
Abstractions don't have spatial references, okay? Like mathematics don't have spatial references.
Yeah, but they don't exist outside the human mind.
Physical material, physical matter has everything physical, unless you're telling me you're a physicalist. Physical matter.
No, I'm not saying I am physicalist. I'm saying nothing exists outside the spatial reference. That's it.
Yes, it does. Concept.
Okay, give me one.
Concept.
Concept. Okay, I grant you that concept. concept exists. But for us to understand concept, you have to have a human to understand it, or intelligent being. Let's say intelligent being.
Concept, like ideas.
Yeah, okay. Depends on mind, depends on human, depends on spatial reference.
It may depend, but you're asking what is not.
But it can't exist on the without a spatial reference.
You mean without depending on something that takes spatial reference?
Exactly.
Dude, we have physics, theoretical physics.
You just watched the entire city council
Those all exist without spatial references. Right? Quantum mechanics is gonna like completely debunk your atheist argument right now. Like I don't understand quantum physics. Yeah, it's good. It's quantum physics and quantum mechanics.
Wait a second.
You're being a low-tier atheist at the moment, Mohammed. Sorry.
Wait a second. What is quantum mechanics? It's gonna debunk. Let me hear this.
That things do not need to be like things don't need to be within the perceived like spatial.
No, actually, when you go to the lowest point, but when you go to the lowest points, like the Planck length, there is bubbles, and those bubbles are spatial reference.
Why do we use spatial references? To place things in their place, right? To map them out.
Now your question the spatial reference.
No, I'm trying to tell you why some things do not need a mapping or don't have a mapping intrinsically.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, when you map things out, we use the x and the y axis, right? And it's placing things in their positions. Okay, there are things that cannot be mapped like that, such as concepts, such as ideas, such as numbers.
No. I'm not saying idea.
That which cannot be limited. That which cannot be limited. Unless you belong to different.
I said without illusion. Wait a second. Outside. I said outside God.
God is in the sky.
I said outside God. Okay. I said it.
Salafi, hello.
You believe that the
Change my view. If you can prove to me that thing exists without a spatial reference, then I accept that you have a probability. Your view is have probability more than my view.
Yeah.
If you prove to me there's something that exists without depending on spatial reference.
You're talking like a physicalist. You're telling me to prove that concepts and ideas exist.
No, I grant you that.
I'm telling you concepts and ideas, dreams, etc. are not within a spatial plane, right?
No. Wait a second. I'm saying those exist and those non-physical. I'm not saying they are physical. I grant you that concept idea.
Physical matter, yes, would be spatial dependent.
Yeah, but I'm saying those that you.
Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tag. paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full of parking lot dreams. Sign your name on it down it like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out when locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on it. Track Brandon Johnson is a tag. You call it full of people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending checker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spin. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers in my line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We want to see every cent, every check, every ring. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Everyone pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. The truth on the child. Your screen still take it flash. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Brandon Johnson is the tag. You stamped up paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Sign your name on the dime, like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with a red ink scream. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. only for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story was told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a Trump culture to figure it out. Tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our life. We're the Trump cities of town. We're the boys who make that. People that don't spin. Cash goes to what I did. Open the books right now. Showing all the stuff I like. Transparency on every side. We're the Trump cities of So I'm here currently in Australia.
What leg is broken? Because we could tie you guys up together, and then we could utilize you guys to walk.
Is somebody else's leg broken? KP and Kick. KP has a broken leg too? Wow. Okay. No, my left leg is broken. I got hit by the car. I dropped my brother to the airport because he's a pilot going to Indonesia. And then when I was driving back home, some hijabi chick, she hit me. She was drink driving, and she broke my leg. And then they did surgery in my leg, but they fucked up my surgery. They didn't do it properly. And then I had to get another surgery in my leg like last week. So I got to stay in Australia for like another month if I go back to Africa. But yeah, my leg is pretty. It's not in good shape. Let's put it that way. But
Go
it'll
find
be fine soon.
yourself a hot chick. Ask her if she has a good right leg, and see if she'll tie her left leg to your right leg, and then you can maneuver. You can walk. You can do the hokey pokey.
You put your left leg in, you take your left leg out. Yeah, it's a little bit broken, but you can wiggle it all about.
No, but Beth, Joe knows I'm married already. I got a fantastic missus. She takes care of me. So after it gets fixed up, I'm gonna probably go on a holiday with her. Probably like I don't know, maybe somewhere in Malaysia or Indonesia or maybe Nepal. I don't know, but I want somewhere hot because I don't like cold weather. Or maybe Bosnia in the summer, you know. But yeah, my leg, they fucked up my surgery in my leg. I don't even know what to do with the hospital, but it's going to get better.
Well, you do the hokey pokey. You turn
Yeah,
yourself around. I know you have a great wife, but I'll even tell her she needs to tie her left leg to your right leg.
Why do you want that to happen?
It's an American song, Jack.
It's a kid's song.
My wife is American though. She's from Alabama.
You've never heard the hokey pokey?
Yeah, you put your left foot in, you put your right foot in, blah, blah, blah. Do the hokey pokey and you turn around. That's what it's all about. Bum, 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 bum.
And then right after that, you would like.
It's a great song.
See, Americans were taught, our generation, with just most of who's in here right now, our generation was taught on field days, which are days where you go out and you get to have fun at school. They would tie our legs together, and then we would get in these bags, and we would battle each other to see how far
tater sack races. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, dude. Beth, you know what I really liked that I got really good at when I was in like elementary school? Do you remember where you would take like two like they were like round, like curtain rod sized, like wooden poles, about like 10 feet long, and like you would have like a 4x4 on the ground, and like somebody be on the other side with the other end of the poles, and you would like smack them. You would do a tap tap on the wood, and then slap them together. But you were a kid, and you would jump in and out of like the rhythm of how fast they were slapping the sticks together.
Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who bring it back. All the bills and all the bins. Cash goes out with locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Put the truth on a giant screen. Till the whole town sees it. Brandon Johnson is the tag.
Like I thought about like crispy black, and the whole time this dude was like almost. Who's Vietnamese? Looks like he'd be serving me noodles.
Hi, for the retards in the room that don't read books and call themselves atheists, there is a 100% correlation between your retardation, not reading books, and being an atheist. I am complete.
Thanks, Edmund. I appreciate that.
No.
Yeah, we had critters. Yes, it is that guy. Yo, what else should I read about?
That's a mayor to you guys. That's a mayor to you.
City bills on the kitchen table. Red ink, same name on the label. You call it fair share, I call it a shakedown. Smile on the podium, hand in.
You see, it's a little bit like going to the gym. A lot of people go to the gym, but they don't bring the dumbbells home with them after they work out. And dumb religious people on this app who apparently read books, it's the same principle. They actually bring the dumbbells back into the clubhouse rooms. They fail to understand the point. You use it, then you let it go. You don't carry it around with you everywhere you go. Hello?
Playground, 1-3 in the Gold Coast County. Boys lined up, headed down the whole county. CTO speaks like a script from a play. Kids use his mouth like a champagne. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Every paycheck a door is out. Can't believe it's Brandon Johnson is the tag. Stay involved in what is right. Already knows strike every stack. Brandon Johnson is the tag.
It's just baby racist.
Affordability, just a floating on a flyer. Raise climb higher while you call me head and fire. You brand every critic and enemy. Our families do the math that can't get you. For a big thing, my head friends get raised down my head. Just give us bread. You got it at.
I got the definition of it.
Johnson is the tag. Paycheck a door is out. Watch it.
Nah, that's Samuel L. Jackson, bro. Read it one more time. yeah, that's mine. I didn't say that either, but I can't help but to think of one person specifically. No, I know who it is. You know, there's different levels of bigoted-ness, right? You know, the lion will be at the top. I will be at the bottom. Samoa is at the top. And you Hankins at the top.
No, nigga.
I'm not winning.
What the hell?
At the top as well. He's
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah.
You don't have to like be specifically observant to kind of be that way. There needs to be something to where you're like consistently focused on something to even have these views.
Yeah, it's called chillism for a lot of people. For a lot of people, chillism has taken over their lives. They don't even live anymore. They're just a member of a hive collective of R words that for some reason decide to have conversation. I think they just talk to talk because there's no purpose. There's no goal. It's just the purpose is just to talk. I don't know if it's loneliness or it's retardation or brain rot. But Clubhouse Chillism is the longest running group of stupid people talking about stupid stuff. It seems like roast them good, Jolly, and hit them hard. Hit them real hard.
City bills on the kitchen table. Red ink, say name on the label. You call it fish.
Yeah, dude. They just posted it like 3 minutes ago.
Hi, Kitty. I'd like to know, do you actually believe in cherubims?
Can you shut up for just a second? My friend is not doing cherubim is also plural.
Oh, cherubims is plural?
Cherubim is plural.
Bastards, why didn't they inform us?
If it's happened, then they probably haven't had a chance to. Like, they're just now releasing it. There should be some sirens going off.
Yeah, a lot of them. I'm smelling them.
Yeah, now if you put in San Diego, instantly it's popping up fire. Like, it's, every
It's
one of
not
those.
exactly there. Maybe 5-10 minutes away. Closer to the beach.
August, can we talk shop now or no?
Hey,
John,
man,
John
I'm
Satan.
literally.
It's like, guys, I need to get out of the house.
Yeah, okay, I love you, Nargis.
Pissing me the fuck off.
Run for your life, Narges!
It's Nargis, you fucking piece of shit.
Did you just call me an effing piece of S?
It sounds cuter when you say it, but yeah, I did. Thanks,
Kitty,
Ashley.
how much do you think the difficulties are in life because of, your communication style?
I would move you down.
Just wondering what difficulties you've faced in your life with your incredible speech patterns.
Well, Universe, let me ask a pertinent question here. Kitty, when was your last menstrual cycle?
Oh, shit.
She doesn't have those anymore.
Damn.
Yeah, that's why I was
Too much narcotics and prostitution.
Oh, shit. Well, Jesus saves even the menstrual cycle, He could send you a cherubim, like a little love
John,
angel.
like I said, Lucifer, Satan is also a cherubim.
Are you sure about that?
You should look it up.
I was reading something the other day. It was saying, that Satan turns into Jesus.
That's crazy work.
Like that's
Yeah,
that's
You should look
that's the trans.
Largest your house.
Fresno, San Bernardino.
What is this? The fucking Weather Channel?
Is there Solana Beach? I can smell it.
Is this the Weather Channel now?
Hopefully you can feel it soon, Nargis.
I'm smelling it.
You'll still be on Clubhouse as the house is burning down around you, I'm sure.
Evacuate. Oh my god.
I swear to God, you could be the first person to ever burn to death while using Clubhouse. I'm sure it's going to happen eventually.
Nargis, look
Oh,
at
guys, come on.
Nargis, look at your house. PTR.
No, but
Narcissus, just go to In-N-Out Burger, get yourself an early dinner, and just stay there for a couple hours. Come back on Clubhouse. I'm sure you will.
Or a couple weeks
Okay.
rebuild your house.
San Diego Fox 5 KUSI News says Crews are responding to a vegetation fire near 4S Ranch neighborhood, according to the California Fire Department. Officials said crews received the call around 3:44 p.m. on Sunday. Crews from both California Fire and San Diego Fire Rescue Department are at the scene. It's a small brush fire along Fallbrook Highway caused by vehicle malfunction.
Oh, I see it. It's actually like the size of a small house fire. So no reason to panic, Narges. No, you've just been on Clubhouse for 3 days straight. It's your body odor. Go take a shower. You'll be fine. Kitty News Incorporated. Kitty, I just saw the fire you're talking about. It's a tiny little fire. Let's not make a big deal of the weather. Okay? Yeah. It's a nothing. It's a nothing burger. It's a small little brush fire.
You stole that from Regal. Get your own lines, John.
Oh, I sound like Regal now? Yikes. Maybe it is a me problem.
He sounds like Alibaba.
If I ever sound like, I think life sucks and I'm miserable, that's just my Regal impersonation.
It's not next to Solana Beach, is it? See from what
No.
It's saying. It says
It's in a housing complex. Just Google it, for God's sakes. It took me less than 8 milliseconds. Grab your dog, grab your charger, be sure to, keep Clubhouse open for the next 4 hours so we can all talk about it nonstop because everybody's lives is pathetic beyond belief.
I can literally smell it. This is why.
Narges.
Check your local news channel. See if there's any situation.
This is how you know that Clubhouse is actually mind control. Right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen.
I was working and then I got on Clubhouse. 1 sec.
You were working on a Sunday on Clubhouse? Again, that's not work, ladies and gentlemen. I love it when people here say, I'm working. Oh, really? You're telling me you're working on Clubhouse? I'm working, well, I'm telling you, I'm working on Clubhouse. That's the kind of R word we deal with now. I love you, Narges. I think you're really awesome. But let's be accurate.
It's Nargis, not Nargis.
You're like up on her, bro. Just like calm down.
I'm just saying that, Kitty, if there was a fire and I could only save one of you, I would save Narges. Sorry, Kitty, we're sacrificing you.
Well, let's just try to say your name right. It's Nargis.
Some say potato, some say potato.
Kitty, if you have to save Universe or Megatron.
Megatron every day of the week.
I wouldn't sacrifice, though, myself for Megatron and his family. I would actually push Megatron and Kitty out of the way as I scramble down the ladder first. I would push them over. If there was a bear chasing us, I would push them over.
I would save John.
Ooh.
John, me or Nargis?
Ooh, Nargis. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going with Nargis because she can sing. You can't sing.
You got the famous line, think about that for me.
Yeah, it's not enough. You see how far singing goes? If you can sing a spicy song, right, oh yeah. You are the
also she's a mom, she deserves to be saved.
You're the queen in the castle if you can do that. Right now you're just the hunchback of Notre Dame. Diogenes or Diego?
You would save Nargis because she doesn't have an accent. That's easy. Diego can fucking die. Okay, for you.
Oh, that was a good one.
Princessia.
Shit. I've already met Diego, so I'm going with Diego.
Oh, yeah. Maybe me too. I would save Diego.
Yeah. I could hear Princessia crying about her the cut on her face as she's burning to death.
This
is so cruel. Look at my face. Look at the scar on my face. Look at the scar on my face. Just look at it.
Okay, Abby.
Just look at it.
Megatron or Daniel?
Ooh.
I don't really know Daniel that well, so I have to say Megatron. Sorry, Daniel.
I'm sorry, Megatron. Daniel.
These are the all or nothing.
I don't know Daniel.
These are the all or nothing conversations that I like to have on Clubhouse.
Yeah, right.
Really tells us where we stand with each other. I was in a.
Give me a tough one.
Wait, is Bubbles? What's her face? Buttercup?
No.
They're not the same person.
No.
Converse, Converse or Toast?
Toast.
Okay. Toast or Nargis?
Toast.
Whoa.
Oh my God, you're oh God, me or Toast? Say it out. You just.
Sorry. Sorry.
Kitty, you redeemed yourself. I'm good.
Okay.
Nargis, I've been waiting to talk to you. You fucking
She's on the phone.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are in the world famous Megatron Bible and Quran room that Megatron opens every single day for the benefit of the Muslims. This is the Crucifixion Denied Special Edition when theology collides with history. We have confirmed today that everything the Muslims say is consistently a lie, and they are willing to lie at just about everything, including who built the Makkah, or the big cube thing, the Kaaba. First of all, that's the most important thing to know. Then the other thing is that it is a politically invasive movement. It's not just all about spirituality. It's actually about material political control.
Edmonds, Fatima sent me your Sora video where you do the abortion vaccination thing. I shared it in Andrew's room, and everyone is like, "Is this Edmonds?"
Isn't that an amazing video?
Yeah, I'm gonna listen to it one more time.
It's amazing. I combined homeless shelters for minority women and vaccination pre and post abortion. I took every single controversial thing and I put it into one Sora prompt, and it gave me.
I was already wondering who made this. Who made this? Like,
I made it, of course. Why would anybody waste their time trying to promote me?
You're insane. Like, I swear.
Insane. I'm actually.
Have you ever been diagnosed with schizophrenia or something?
No, I'm just taking. You stupid fucking ugly rodent looking bitch. What I'm saying is, I took every controversial stupid topic and put it in a prompt, you ugly hunchback looking rat creature. Go back to Chernobyl, freak show.
It's okay. Yeah, check the chat.
I mean, I don't want to get upset over being called schizophrenic, but let's be honest. A schizophrenic is too... Shut the fuck up, rat face. A schizophrenic is too stupid to create a video like that, which takes a lot of intelligence. Hello?
It's so crazy. You know what Andrew was asking? Andrew was asking, is that even real? Like, obviously.
Is that real? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
That's why, honest to God, I brought down Sora. Sam Altman, I kept tagging him, and he stopped Sora because he saw that I'm too smart. I was using it to create such lifelike videos where people can't tell reality anymore when they watch these videos.
What are you saying at the end? This is the pregnancy what?
I don't know. It might just run off into some gibberish.
Disgustingly creative, John. Way to go.
I can't believe Andrew thought this was an actual real video. That's crazy.
Thank you. Sure, that set it into full-blown crazy.
Oh, and sorry, Abby. You're a beautiful woman. You don't look like you came out of the Chernobyl reactor.
I know. I'm sorry.
But have you thought about doing an acid peel?
Sorry?
I said, have you thought about doing an acid peel?
What is that?
Oh, you can Google it. There's this thing called Google. Maybe you've heard of it.
I'm not
Called it acid peel. Acid peel. It's, you know, what's it called when you work on your skin?
I don't know.
Exactly. Look it up.
Oh my gosh, I got scared.
I was dying laughing when Honey Badger was calling you out and using the N-word today. That was a lot of fun. I love hearing people get roasted. And in fact, like, see, this is the kind of
roast.
Well, this is the kind of attitude that I have. Like,
every day.
if I came to Clubhouse tomorrow morning and there was a room called The Roast of John Kitover, I wouldn't be angry. I would be honored. You see the difference there? Hello?
Just got angry for no reason.
We got so excited when like Monica and everybody in the room were just like giving all the fucking things that he does constantly. It's so annoying. And every single time that like they'd give a fun fact, he would be like this.
But you rather hear Honey Badger purring to Kitty? That was kind of cringe. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was freaking me out.
I wish you'd rather hear me saying the N-word.
Definitely you saying.
Well, see, the funny thing about Honey Badger is he thinks that like he's roasting people, but really he's pretty bad at it. And B,
Yeah, he's so bad.
he's like actually, well, I mean, I've heard him lose his shit, particularly over that woman in Minnesota who got killed, who was driving the minivan when the Border Patrol agent shot her. Yeah, like,
Do you actually care?
oh, he was going crazy about it. I mean, like, he was ready to start the revolution. And I mean, that's how you know how emotionally fragile he is at the end of the day.
I can't believe he's an Indian guy. He's pretty passionate for an Indian.
Wait, you think he's an Indian? Like a Native American Indian or a dot Hindu?
No, dot, yeah.
But
Like your ex-girlfriend.
But he's not born in India. He's born in America for sure. His accent is.
Yes, American Indian, whatever you call it.
See, that's amazing because he's never posted a photo, so he sounds very much like a white guy to me.
Yeah, he does sound like a white guy, I agree.
But how did you know he's Indian?
He told somebody.
Oh, that he's fucking saying that. So stupid.
You think so?
Yeah, he's a white guy named Steve.
His name is Steve?
That's just a generic catch-all for white people. They used to call me Steve in high school. That's how fucking annoying the immigrants are in our country, where they just start calling Americans Steve because they themselves shouldn't be here. We never should have permitted any of these people to come into this country. Well, you know why I know for sure that it was actually a good thing that we let in a lot of different people from around the world. It's because of the food. Without the variety of food, clearly it wouldn't have been worth it. But because of the incredible food options that I now get to enjoy in my immediate vicinity, I do believe that mass immigration was worth it. Some people say you live to eat. I say eat to live if you're a fatty, of course. But truly, what you put in your mouth is one of the great joys of life. Yeah, fatty like Abby. Speaking of coupons, I need to get on my phone and start clipping coupons. I'll be right back.
You know, John, I was saying, because Buttercup and Bubbles sound alike, right? Edmund. Oh, this fucking guy has totally no.
Coupons. He's clipping coupons.
No, I heard you. Were you trying to make a point or something? Why didn't you just finish your statement? Did you need the dopamine confirmation reply?
Calm your bald head down, please.
Bald bitch.
I was saying, you know how Bubbles and Buttercup sound alike? And you guys always say, like, you can hear from the voice who's fat and who's not. Even if they both sound alike, one is actually very skinny and the other one is overweight. So how do you know how is...
You'd have to do a glottal test to try to find out who has the bigger turkey gobbler.
No, I know how they both look like. One is skinny, Buttercup is skinny, Bubbles is fucking fat.
I get it, but like I'm saying from like an audio test perspective, we could test the reverberation of the chicken goblet, which is their neck area, since you don't speak English.
I don't know. To me, they sound similar. Everyone else thinks the same. Like, it's not fair.
Okay, yeah, but you always say that, and I know other people have seen pictures of Monica, and I have not. But you always say that about
Monica's
Monica.
fat, yeah.
Yeah, but I've never seen pictures of her. She doesn't sound fat to me.
She had another health symposium today. See, this is the funniest thing about giant fat people is that they will play videos about a healthy lifestyle, but they will never actually do anything other than watch a video about a healthy lifestyle.
Doesn't do that. I mean, she'll do the Jordan Peterson.
No, she did it today. She had another room open today about making America healthy again, and she had one last week. And it's like, well, why don't you actually just come on Clubhouse when you're at the gym? That's because she hasn't been to the gym in over 5 years or even longer. And no matter what your opinion is,
You don't need to go to the gym to be skinny.
That's what fat people say, fatty.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Oh my God. I've heard it 1,000 times. I go to the gym consistently. And you know what I see at the gym? I see some obese people at the gym working out, but they're at the fucking gym. Listen.
I'm gonna look at you right now.
I don't want to be mean.
This YouTube channel?
I don't want to be mean, but I want you to know what I mean. It's important to me that I try to do some personal development here and try to tell you what I mean without being mean. It is simple mathematics. If you consume 2,000 calories a day, but you only burn 700, you're just going to keep putting on the pounds. Okay? You gotta sweat. You've got to sweat.
I can't believe you actually trying to look like that.
Hello?
I'm looking at your YouTube videos. Here we go. You know who told me you look handsome?
Story tonight, Chicago.
Fatima.
Oh, Dr. Fatima? Yeah, she's...
Isn't he looking handsome?
She's a funny one.
Yeah, she's funny.
I couldn't stand her in the beginning when she just kept saying bro all the time. Ugh, so annoying.
Bro. Why aren't you not live right now?
I'm live on YouTube right now.
Which YouTube channel? I'm trying to find you.
Oh, you're not subscribed, so I'm just not showing up for you.
You have so many. Like how many? Oh, here, I found you.
I've got 3.
Let me see what you're wearing.
I'm live streaming multiple.
Okay, can you put your camera a little bit towards yourself?
Which camera are you talking about? 1 through 25? Which one?
John Kitover, mayor of Chicago.
I can't see it like that, but I'm gonna turn to the left. You tell me when I start turning. It should be about a 6-second delay, I believe.
Yes, I can see you now. Oh, nice glasses.
They gave me these glasses. They gave me these glasses at the psychiatrist recently. These glasses help schizophrenics see blue.
Yeah. Stop being so fucking sensitive about that. She was kidding.
I know. Yes. I guess it's the truth.
For somebody that's so mean to people, you think you could take a joke, John?
It's true. That's why I kind of had to calm myself down because, getting called.
Like I can see you. Come on.
Universe.
Yes, Dr. Seven. Tell the universe what you desire.
What I desire everyone to wake up so they can know the truth about the universe. How about that?
Think about that.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Think about that.
When I think about that, yeah. Whoa.
Okay, I can see you now, finally. It's John Kitover for Mayor 2027.
I love you, baby, so much. You're so great.
Okay, go to the audience.
See, this is how people create dopamine, just like that. And Kitty, that's what you're doing when you're talking about Jesus. It's a concept.
Let them talk. Maybe she likes it.
What I'm saying is people are creating dopamine discussing concepts. And we can just leave it at that. We don't have to say whether the concept is accurate, inaccurate, because it's subjective. And the point is, if you haven't taken the deepest breath of the day yet, you don't understand the Holy Spirit and the truth of the earth. What is the soul of the earth? What is the spirit of the universe? Or what is the soul of the universe? That's you. You are actually not you. You are the soul of the whole universe, or the earth at least. Can we agree on that to disagree? Hello?
Mm-hmm.
It's all conceptual. It's a big concept. It takes a big brain to wrap your head around it. You should try to learn English, because English will help you easily understand these big concepts, inshallah. Allahu Akbar. Rabbana Shalom. It's a word game. Hello? Hello?
I'm trying to find your live right now.
Rabbana Shalom.
All your lives are like corrupted or something.
I used to give him thumbs up.
I know YouTube probably hopes that I just stop because like they've ghosted me completely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like YouTube.
I'm literally at 100,000 YouTube videos, and it's just like I'm doing it for me. I'm not doing it for anyone because nobody actually looks at it. So when you get to that point in your life where you're actually just doing what you want to do because that's what yourself wants to do, it's actually a good place. And you have to look at it through the lens of artistry and criticism. I was at a bookstore one time and they actually had a section called criticism. I was like, what the fuck is this? And it's just books about books criticizing other books. I was like, that's a category of books? Oh my God. There's a category of books called criticism. I was like, what? So, but most people don't read books, so you would never know that. But since I'm an artist.
Is that at Barnes and Noble?
I don't know if I've ever seen that section at Barnes and Nobles. But I haven't been to a Barnes and Nobles in many years. But what I'm trying to say is, if people try to bring you down on this app because they find you very annoying, and I do believe that I am the number one most annoying person on the planet at the present moment, I'm just trying to say they don't understand artwork, and they're terrible critics. Hello?
I would open up a room. It was so great, Abby, the other day. And John was on stage with Donald, and they were just doing hello back and forth to each other.
Funny. Hey, universe, like, why do you, like, when you get mad and insult people, why do you call people, like, hamster or rat face?
That's a great question. Let's repeat the question for everybody so they clearly understand the question. I get angry. Why do I call some people hamster or rat face? First of all, I don't generally describe people as a hamster. That's not my vocabulary. I think maybe that's your vocabulary. But maybe I call Abby rat face, but again, I did see her PTR, like her actual, selfie. And I'm just saying that to me, based on the photo, using geographic proximity and other variables in the photo, I had it analyzed. And what the AI told me was that it was most likely a genetic creation from a Ukrainian biolab that escaped Chernobyl. It was labeled as Protein Exhibit A, and then I asked ChatGPT, what is a protean? And then it said something like Sam Altman, but worse.
Oh, wow. Not bad. Are you Asian, Abby? No. I don't look like Sam Altman. What are you talking about? Hey, and I guess how's it going?
Yeah, are you okay?
Yeah, so it's I can smell it, and they haven't sent me anything, so I'm just watching it on Watch Duty. Do you guys use that? Do you guys have fires around here?
No.
I'm at the beach, so I don't think it's
We've got something far more dangerous. We have the YNs that do all kinds of smash and grabs around here. Do you have a YN tracker app?
No.
Oh, that's too bad. You must live in a gated community.
I do live in a gated community.
Yeah, just don't panic. Get your documents and just.
I got my documents. I got it.
Narcissus, we looked it up. It's not. Did you fucking see it? It's nothing.
Where is it? How can I smell it? I live by the beach.
It's a small brush fire.
Oh, is it?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's all it's reporting, but I would just call. You can do the non-emergency number to your fire or even 911 department. And just
Kitty, that's what you should have been, Kitty.
Send me a thing. They'll send me a notification. Like, my community is really good.
Kitty, you should have been a cop.
They're like, chill out. They're telling us.
The first person to tell me that.
Kitty, you should have been a cop. You would have been such a great cop. Oh.
Yeah, it's I live by the beach, so it is.
Yeah, so just stay prepared.
Narcissus, can you go check in on my son living in La Jolla?
I live by Salona.
Oh, my son lives in La Jolla.
That was your girlfriend who lived in La Jolla. I used to live in La Jolla for years.
Are you just trying to get her to check on your ex-girlfriend?
No, I'm pretty sure she had my son in La Jolla. My kid lives in a $6 million, $8 million house with some Persian doctors, living the best life. I'm very blessed that my son is.
How do you know you have a son? Where in La Jolla?
He's just talking.
No, I made 2 deposits off of a Hinge. Some chick was like, "Come over to my house." She was a Persian chick. We didn't even have to go on a date. I think she just wanted to have a baby. Rabono Shalom. These Persian girls are crazy. Talk about schizophrenics. Takes a schizophrenic to know a schizophrenic.
Oh my god, there he goes again. You take one person's action and you attribute it to the whole race. That's insane.
No, that's what Pepe does. I was making a joke.
Good luck. Are you new to Clubhouse? No, say she's crazy. Just know that this is common thing that he does. Yeah. And if he knows you're sensitive, he will continue until you stop being sensitive about it.
It's in Fallbrook, bro. I was gonna buy.
Not even human.
John, I was gonna buy a property right here in Rainbow. Just a few months ago, my parents were here. That whole region is freaking down.
What were you trying to do? Get the IRGC? You were trying to money launder IRGC money into a.
No. Okay, I hate the IRGC. I was going to my parents wanted a house on the hills, so it is exactly where this place is, the freaking Rainbow.
Oh, where the fire is at?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Damn. That whole acres got burned down.
Wow.
1.5 acres of land. It's that region. Freak, man. How badly is it burned that I can freaking smell it till here?
It's probably the wind pushing it. Do you have air conditioner or maybe something like that to turn it on?
Well, a fart is just air passing over a turd, Narcissus.
It's air. It's southwest.
Maybe go to the bathroom. Try to use a baby wipe. Wash your hands. Check your hands.
all my neighbors are like, shut up, come and have a drink with us. Shut up, we're by the pool. Like, fuck off. Why aren't you freaking scared? We're sitting and freaking having a brunch.
It's because they don't live on Clubhouse, Narjas, unlike you.
I had to work in the morning. Okay.
This app should really just be called Boy Who Cried Wolf.
I'm going to get off in the morning. Yeah, you're right.
This app should just be called Boy Who Cried Wolf. I have cried wolf on this app at least 16 million times over the past 5 years.
No, I have to leave. I have no choice.
Oh, see, you are schizophrenic.
I am.
Deleting the app?
Yeah, man. Delete it.
Okay, yeah, if you do, I will do too.
Yeah, everyone should leave.
You guys will be out here saying the same thing 6 months from now. It'll be so funny. Full circle.
I did like Clubhouse for like 2 years, and I can't.
Yeah, I did. A lot of us did.
I've been here since 2021. I wasted so much of my time.
Yeah, I left a year and a half. All in all, that's good.
I just don't understand why don't you guys just join me and set up tripods and record all these people and
I don't
then
have money to buy all those phones.
you don't have $40 to buy a burner phone?
Yeah, I don't have time for that.
But see, that's the point. If you're on this fucking app, you got time for it. That's the point.
You have tripods per phone. That's like.
Don't you guys know plantation economics? You guys are just working on a plantation field. I'm in the master's house with a camera filming you guys through the windows.
Yeah, what kind of NIU house are you?
You guys don't know how to make money. You guys are not creative in the slightest. Yet you think you're so intellectual. I mean, definitely not Abby. Abby doesn't purport to be intellectual, but Narjas and Megatron and all the other religious freak shows that love to get high talking about God, including myself. What I'm trying to say is,
Yeah, he does love you.
when you are dead and gone and you are cremated or buried, you will leave behind a library, a catalog, just like Michael Jackson, and many people leave behind nothing. And I'm just encouraging you to start recording everything, because when you are gone, that is all that will remain. Hello?
Yeah,
That's scary, actually.
but if you're in America, they don't give you much chance to leave a legacy like that. Unless if you're like white and stuff.
It's actually just poor man's artwork, because like Andy Warhol's estate was valued at $600 million upon his death, and it was all the artwork that he had bought and created in the silver factory that was, that evaluated at the time of his death. So everybody's estate eventually, like, completely, I don't know what the name of the legal process is to, like, clear it, but like the IRS, probate, all this shit, like when you die, like you actually get cleared from the system, your death certificate, everything, like you are no longer alive, but what you recorded. Yeah, but like what you said, what you thought, and all the time you spent on Clubhouse.
All that you said and all.
That's why I asked in a room earlier, do you think God is a critic watching your artwork? And if so, do you think God is pleased with your artwork? Hello?
He did the artwork through me. That's his work. God's work. Get relaxed. Nothing's happening.
Oh, is that your dog? She's scared.
Yeah. She's freaking out. Yeah.
Oh, I'm scared for you. If you need something.
Yeah, he's scared for me. Okay. It's okay.
Don't be fooled. Narja's dog does that all the time when it wants a treat and wants to go on a walk, but Narja's can't get off a Clubhouse. See, there's no fire. This is the boy that cried wolf. This is just fake dopamine.
It's my palm. How many times can it walk?
Rabboni Shalom. I don't know. How many times are you on Clubhouse every day?
Nothing's happening. Cheers.
Poor baby. Oh my god, it's breaking my heart, bro. She's crying.
No, this is not my dog.
Oh.
See, you're easily fooled, Gulak. You're very naive.
I know, I'm innocent.
that, bro. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Well, Gulak, just remember that all communication is hypnosis. So the next time somebody lies to you because they know you're naive and they want to trick you, you will look them in the eyes and you will say, "You are a fucking liar. All communication is hypnosis." And then they will say, "Holy shit, you called me out on my lie? How did you know I was lying?" And then you will respond, "All communication is hypnosis." Shh.
All right, I'll take that advice.
Speaking of lying, CM, welcome to the room. How are you, doctor?
My God, he's not a doctor.
He is. He's a PhD.
Thank you. I've been here for a while.
Oh, no, I was talking to CM.
Oh, you say CM.
It's okay. It's okay.
But you could have said hi to me.
I could have, but I wanted to tell CM that I'm besties now with Fatima. Fatima we're besties now, CM, and she's telling Abby that I'm very handsome. How does that make you feel, CM?
She actually did. She sent me your Instagram. She said, "Isn't he very?" Hold on, let me see what she wrote. Oh, bro, look at this picture. That's sad.
Nice picture, boo boo.
Yeah, is this the king of Russia that got like assassinated with his family?
Yeah, Tsar Nicholas.
That shit makes me sad. That's sad, bro.
It's a good lesson in cognitive security and national security because
They don't kill people like you.
the Bolsheviki revolutionaries, which were not all Jewish, as many anti-Semites like to say.
No.
That's not the way to do it.
They weren't Muslims. They weren't Christians. They were definitely some type of Zionist pigs.
Oh yeah, the Bolsheviki were Zionists. You fucking moron. Okay, Rabbi. You know, Rabbi actually says a lot of very smart stuff. I hear Rabbi say a lot of interesting things, but you got to be patient.
Okay, here it is. I follow John Kitover, his main profile, but what the fuck is this? He's everywhere now. Even my reels are filled with his reels on his other accounts. Don't you think John looks pretty handsome? Lol.
Woohoo!
Yeah. It's crazy.
I wouldn't even consider them Jewish to the level of following the Abrahamic faith. I would consider them some nasty Zionist pigs, those Bolsheviks. Something under the crevices of hell that came up, some spawns of demons.
So wait, if you say Zionist pigs, Zionist demons, etc., is there a corollary in Palestine? Is there a Palestinian demon, a Palestinian pig? Because it has to have its equivalency, correct? It's got a counter argument.
There is no equivalent to the lowest of the low.
Oh, there is, actually. Yeah. See, that's the thing about philosophy and why you're retarded, is because you make all or nothing statements and you fail to see that there's a yin and a yang. Hello?
You know, the Bolsheviks set the standard for being garbage. There's nobody that's equivalent for them.
Hello? Maybe you're that equivalency. Maybe you are that piece of shit I'm talking about. What do you think about that?
Interesting.
Exactly.
Because I haven't advocated for any extinction of any people.
You haven't?
But these Bolsheviks, they went there and killed over 60 million Christians. And then you try to equate 271,000 Jews. And
so you think just a couple Jews in the Bolsheviki killed 60 million people? You're making quite a claim. Oh, thank God Rabbi Caleb is here so he can talk you down off your ledge. What's life like for you?
Here, you have the chicks
explain.
What is your life like for you? How miserable is it? Have you ever touched your toes? Have you ever flossed your teeth, used a water pick? When was the last time you had a cheeseburger? When was the last time you had a chocolate milkshake? When was the last time you masturbated and took a nap in the afternoon in the sunlight? And then, you know, cut some roses and...
This is getting real gay.
The Bolsheviks, they were not the Jews of Abraham. They were Zionist pigs. The filth of the world. They crawled out of hell itself. The disgustingness of disgusting. Truly something remarkable in the way how filthy they are.
Mm-hmm.
And they exterminated innocent people. You know, regardless of what a person's faith or belief system is, if you're advocating for their eradication, you're disgusting. But to carry out the atrocities yourself is a different level of nastiness.
Well, you know what? That really makes my Sunday so much more informative. And I just really hope that one day you'll be able to touch your toes in the shower, to take a scrub brush and wash the disgusting mold and filth that probably collects on your toes. And when you look in the mirror tomorrow, as you look at the acne that perforates your disgusting face, I'm sure you'll take some kind of exfoliant and maybe clean your face, go sit in the sun and get a tan, and read a good book and masturbate, take a nap, maybe make a cocktail, smoke a little weed.
Interesting. Why do you... Bolsheviks, with their hands so dirty, I don't think there's a soap or shampoo or solvent out there that can wash off the blood of children.
Damn. That's deep.
Holy shit. Talk about fucking crazy conversations, ladies and gentlemen. I just hate some of these people so much.
There's the room makers and there's the room killers.
What do you want to talk about, Megatron?
I apologize on my behalf.
No, I think it's fine. We're not hearing enough about it. Night and day, you know, this needs to be drilled in our minds.
You see, when schizophrenic cock faggot here sits there and lumps all Jews today living in with killer terrorists from 100 years ago, that's called schizophrenia and neurodivergent stupidity. I rest my case, you fucking loser. I am complete.
You defend these Bolshevik nasty dirty pigs, and then you think it's okay. Well, yeah, you can explain why.
Go take your autism medication, go to the gym, everything will be fine. You don't have to be a Nazi, anti-Semite, fucking loser faggot.
I'm not a Nazi.
Oh, you're not a Nazi. Okay, faggot. Go around calling yourself a rabbi like you're somebody's master. You're the master of nobody, you schizophrenic, autistic savant. You fucking piece of shit. You're a human fucking piece of shit. You are shit, rabbi. And I don't even want to call you the R word because that is disrespectful to real teachers. You're a fucking neurodivergent schizo. You are an autistic savant, you low-class, trashy comedian. Sometimes you're funny, I'll give you that, but you're not below getting roasted, and this is your roast, you autistic savant.
Rabbi, are you anti-Semitic?
Oh, 100%. This guy's a rabid anti-Semite. He's a disgusting human being.
Yeah, okay, the Bolsheviks, they hated God. They were nasty Zionist atheists.
Just answer my question. Just answer my question. Do you hate Jews?
No, I don't. I think I love them, and I believe they deserve and to have the gift of salvation.
Can you guys not tell Kitty? That's what he's doing. He's not expressing hate for Jews. I don't know why John Kitover is getting so worked up.
So what exactly?
This fucking loser for years comes on here and makes Jew jokes nonstop. He's an anti-Semite Nazi. He goes by the name Rabbi. He's not a rabbi. He's a fucking loser.
Zionists are not Jewish, and Jewish are not Zionists.
Zionist is a nasty ideological belief, equivalent or even worse than Nazism.
So you don't think that the Jewish people that were given that land by God deserve to have that as their holy land?
If it was given by God,
by any means, no. You don't kill or exterminate.
Wait, Nargis, I'll ask you a question. I'll ask you questions in just a second. Sorry, Nargis.
Kitty's got him! Kitty to the rescue!
It was given to God, and then these people were kicked out by their sins, and then they try to retake it in their own means. How does it equal that God gave it to them?
So if they come back and they win the land and it was given to them by God, whether or not they got kicked out or killed or they lost it, but then they come back and they fight for it and it's theirs and it's been theirs the entire time. So what's wrong with them having what was theirs to begin with?
Because God gave it to them?
No, I'm asking
God give it to them? When God set up a covenant, they were supposed to follow it. When they stepped away from God and they were kicked out, just like how the Garden of Eden worked out, and they got kicked out, do you think if they break in, they deserve it once they stepped away from God?
I just want to say that Jewish God is in question, so I don't know why he has the legitimacy to give land to particular people and deny the others.
How can a Zionist who hates God expect to inherit what God has gave to someone else?
So now this between me and Rabbi has now went me, Rabbi Nargis, and Gulak, but at least she has asked.
This God.
At least Gulak.
Wait, before this schizophrenic neurodivergent conversation proceeds any further, I just want to say, Kitty, I thank you for taking over my work for the rest of this afternoon. God bless you and good luck.
You're welcome, John.
No, Zionists are not Jewish. Don't ever disrespect Jewish people like that.
You hear the stupid shit that this retard says who goes around by the name Rabbi? It's unbelievable. What kind of... Are you in a schizophrenic support group? A bipolar support group? How neurodivergent, autistic, retarded are you? You stupid wordsmith of retardery. Do you even shower? Do you take a bath? Do you go to the gym? Do you even eat food? You fucking loser. You are so fucking stupid. It's unbelievable. I bet you haven't even tasted a pussy. I bet you haven't grabbed tits in 10 fucking years. I bet you don't even eat pizza. I bet you don't even eat ice cream. Life must be fucking horrible for you. I feel for you. It's horrible. I get it. But how stupid. If you think this is comedy, it's not comedy. You're a terrible comedian.
Let's just go with rat face. Okay, rat face. I mean, Rabbi. So you think that even though it was given to them and it was their land and they got dispersed and they fought for it, they lost it, they fought for it again and they lived there, that they should no longer own it, right?
And check, this is how I see it. Now, you can tell me I'm wrong at the end. If God has given them the land and they were supposed to maintain the covenant, the promise was God has told them to do and to be a representation upon the nations and to preach and minister and then bring peace to the world and do all the right things. But then they step away from God and live in a way of idol worship, and then they come around and then they leave the land and they get kicked out from their evils and sins and iniquities. And then they come back and kill children.
Wait a minute. So that's a lot. So are you saying that all of them, 4 of them, 10 of them, half of them? How many of them? Because obviously...
Who is them? The question is who is...
I want to take it back. Rabbi does not have autism. He's clearly a Down syndrome sufferer. Rabbi, do you have Down syndrome? I'm sure you must have Down syndrome now.
General question. I'm not attacking. I'm asking Rabbi.
No, but let's be polite. Let's be polite.
I don't know why this is. Okay, Rabbi. So how many of them? All of them? Half of them? Some of them? How many of them?
I'm gonna keep it simple. You're a believer. I'm a believer. Everybody in here is some form of a believer.
I'll talk after this.
I'm a believer. I believe in God.
All right, check this out.
Yeah. So whether you call him Elohim
El Shaddai, Jehovah Jireh, God.
Can I talk, please?
No,
So,
no,
Rabbi.
please.
Let me say 5 words, and then you guys can do whatever.
Thank you.
No,
Thank
but
you.
listen,
Please
no, but-
answer my question, Rabbi.
I am. Could somebody say that they're a believer of God and love God, and at the same time hate God and not believe in God? Is that possible?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm going to ask it again, and
Is
hopefully
it
you'll
possible to
actually
be a believer in God and be atheist at the same time?
Oh no, I'm not no fucking atheist, no hell.
No, I'm not saying about you. I'm not saying about you.
No, I get what you're saying. No, it's not possible.
Hey, Megatron, can you mute that one?
You can't.
So there are Christians that walk away from
I'm
the faith.
a fucking Christian. I'm telling you right now. You cannot.
Okay, are you
Wait, leave it. But listen.
I said one word that's
He
loud.
is the two that are underage.
Was it God that helped you?
When you're
Was
18,
it God that helped you? Yo, please, McKenna, sir. Was it God that helped you in order for you to become who you are in the United States of
Rabbi,
America?
just when the stupidity stops,
Yes,
remember.
don't say you lost faith. Don't say it. Faith always exists.
You see, if you can't talk over him, that means you just talk over him.
Thank God. Yeah, I know, but it's hard. It's difficult. And then we still got one that's going to be real crazy.
You're talking about me like I'm spitting.
When you're 18, I want you to come back.
When
Spit in your
we start
throat,
doing
bitch.
the poetry,
Spit right in your
because
throat.
I wanna slow it down in here. We start doing some poetry. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Oh, time for the poet. Let's hear you read some poetry, Rabbi. AKA, Humperdinck or Danny Dubenstein or whatever name you go by.
I mean, I like poetry, so I don't know why we're
What do you mean, like a book called My Struggle?
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil.
You know what, little Miss Whiteside Vagina? You walk through a whole lot of that.
What was interesting is I was chatting with El Normo yesterday, and I was mentioning how the worst anti-Semites are so far away from poetry. It's like poetry doesn't even exist in their lives, as if love doesn't even exist in their lives. It's so pathetic. How do you defend yourself?
I gotta get going, because
Okay, goodbye, retard. Have a good day, retard. Take care.
So you're just going to dodge
Don't forget to take your medication.
Shut up, Miss Whiteside Vagina. You gonna
Ooh, why said vagina? Oh my goodness.
Abby, can you take care of this one?
How about that?
This one time, Abby. I'm pulling a card. Like, get rid of the retard. Thank you, Abby.
so much.
Thank you. God, I love you, Abby.
I don't agree that Zionism
So you-
and Jewish, they conflate each other. I love the
So
Jewish
you're not
people.
going to answer the question.
Rabbi Shmuley is not a rabbi. He's
Of
disgusting.
course, you're not going to answer the question.
You're disgusting yourself. It's all just a projection. You are disgusting. How dare you say that about Rabbi Shmuley Bateach? He is a patriot. Shameful. I think we should read a poem about Shmuley Bateach and how beautiful he is, how hardworking he is, and how patriotic he is, and how wise he is.
It's something from the Torah.
Well, let's read something. Oh, let's read the I Ching of love. Because honestly, this is what I hate about anti-Semites is they're not talking about love. They're not reading poetry. And so they have no credibility at all because that's the real good content. And what they're doing is just spreading political hate, more violence through
Santa, what did
words.
you do? Oh, my God. Nope. Oh.
Okay, this is called Love Yourself. I hope as Megatron gets high on his Adderall methamphetamines, I hope that his brain really enjoys this poetry and puts him into a deep sleep of relaxation and prepares him for total refreshment. For tomorrow when he rises and creates another clubhouse room before he goes to work, he will have the deepest sleep of his life and feel completely relaxed and reset for a successful week. This is called Love Yourself. The oracle is a precise invitation. Love yourself. In fact, the true problem is that often you don't even accept yourself. How many times have you done what has really given you pleasure? The courage of love. This oracle is not going to say anything definitive. It is a simple warning. If you harden in refusal, even the strength of love will be unable to do anything. On the other hand, if that force assumes in you a sense of courage, both to love, both to accept love, then you will have the intimate meeting. The message is a warning. If an intimate and profound encounter is tied to a simple seduction on Clown House, either by the man or by the woman, then the consequence will surely be a catastrophe. Happiness is to love. Apart from the simple sphere of the couple, the oracle speaks of a good ending, as the dimension of love is extended, as an instrument of cohesion with the human race. To do so is easy. You need simply to love one another on Clubhouse. Sex in the beginning.
I make it a little shorter. You're getting into trancy. You put me in the trance.
Oh, I thought you wanted to get put into a deep hypnotic state of.
Well, I just noticed myself getting into it, and I had to be like, "Oh, well, look, let him stop. Make him, just make the short, sweet ones, because then I can't even remember where you started, because you put me in a fucking trance."
That's the power of
Like
hypnosis.
15 minutes in.
You've got amnesia now.
I'm 15 minutes into like a poem. I can't even remember where it started.
Well, welcome to Clubhouse. Now you know what every day is here. If you think what I'm saying is retarded, but yet if you think about everything you've ever heard on this app isn't retarded, well, how retarded are you?
No, I never said what you say is retarded. When did I say that? I didn't say that.
I'm just making a joke.
Oh, I'm just, I was watching the show, and then I don't know, I got like distracted. And then I'm trying to think what is the best way for me to be online less.
It's not about being online less. It's
I can't be online any less than you are.
If I can be online all day long and you can be online all day long, clearly you're not using it. It's using you. So you have to essentially, you don't want a FOMO, which is fear of missing out.
Projecting. I just feel like you're projecting every time you do this.
Well, I've come to the conclusion that all communication is projection. And so what I'm trying to say is, if you do what I do, you'll finally be free of what you think is unhealthy behavior. Hello?
Yeah. And a straight 6 is better than a V6. Why is that? Because it's less moving parts. It's just less moving parts. You have one crankshaft, but you have less pulleys on the same crankshaft. There's just less moving parts, just a more efficient system. That's it.
Well, your problem is you're going to the gym, but you're bringing home the dumbbells. You're bringing home dumbbells on your after the gym, after the workout, and there's no reason to bring home the dumbbells. You leave them at the gym. You leave them on the rack. You don't take them home with you. What's wrong with you? Why would you do that?
Are you calling me a dumbbell? Are you calling me a dumbbell?
No, what I'm saying is religious people, they don't understand that the message is to hang up the phone. You don't have to pick up the phone every day. You've already got the message, but you're bringing dumbbells home with you.
How many of these people are really religious?
It doesn't matter. It's your topic.
Really religious.
It's your flow. It's what you like. It's your content. You are addicted to talking about God. It gives you the dopamine show that you're looking for. But the truth is, there's so many different categories of joy. You could play music. You could read poetry. The app is using you. You're not using it. And all communication
There's a guy
is projection.
getting baptized right now, and he's getting baptized in this little church. And they have a 55-gallon drum thing, and he's dunking himself in the water to get baptized. I mean, how embarrassing is that? Like, once you yourself jump into a 55-gallon drum of water, why would anybody else follow you afterwards?
Because the Bible tells you to do it.
Disgusting.
That's one way to get to heaven, which is total immersion and the laying on of hands to receive the Holy Spirit. So you too can enjoy eternal life with Jesus Christ the King in heaven. Baptism is the way. There's no other way to get to heaven. You got to cleanse yourself of your sins and receive the Holy Spirit.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, the crucifixion is false, guys. I just think it took us this whole time to realize that crucifixion was false.
Trying to find you like the Shel Silverstein poem so that I can read them to you. Daniel gave it to me the other day.
I'm just so upset that I didn't find this out on my own.
Stop. Take a nap, Megatron.
No, aren't you upset that we didn't know this news first, Kitty?
Oh my God! Why are you being like this today?
Being like what? It's the truth. Should've known better. Yeah.
Well, see, whenever somebody dies, anything associated with that person becomes like a holy relic. So when they used to burn witches, the English would run around the burn pit, and they'd want to take bones of the witches that they burned. So never underestimate the danger of a mob. Many people think a mob is just, a political progressive movement, but a mob is a cow herd of destruction and chaos. And unfortunately, Clubhouse is no different. There's a mob, a herd of low IQ cretins, proteans, subhuman, unevolved creatures that lurk on this app. Many of you know them. You just heard from one of them.
Speaking of that, I want to engage in Argus in like a high IQ metaphysics discussion right now. So would you mind landing this plane relatively shortly?
My plane has landed.
Fuck up already. You've been talking the last fucking hour.
I'm just being on the app watching the fire alert, so I don't know how to start.
Greg,
John, just give it a break. Let other people talk.
Just kick me to the goo, please. Kick me in the face. I'm ready to go to the goo.
Megatron, do you want to hear some? Do you want to hear some?
This guy doesn't know how to be a normal fucking human being. It's insane, bro. Yeah, go ahead, talk to me. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. We'll start with how not to have dried. Oh wait, how not to have to dry the dishes.
Oh, they meant drive to China.
No.
So Megatron, do you want to hear like this woman just talk about dishes, or like Argus and I have a high IQ and theological chat? Given that that's the type.
Yeah, you can have it. You can have it with me and Kitty.
Okay, cool.
Well, I mean, I respect Nargis a lot more than both of you because she's a Neoplatonist.
Yeah, that's fine. Just give the universe.
All right, Nargis, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Nargis, so I wanted to ask you about the Neoplatonist. Like, given the title of this room, Theology Colliding with History, I'd like to ask you about the Neoplatonist. The Neoplatonist philosophy of history.
Go ahead.
Wait, of history?
Yeah, so the title of this room is When Theology Collides with History. Now, as I study Hegel, I don't know how much you know about Hegel, but for Hegel,
You know who really studies Hegel? Megatron. Actually, he introduced me to Hegel.
Megatron does not study Hegel. This guy's a precept. Like, this guy's not on the level, not even close.
I don't know if he studies, but he introduced me to Hegel. I need a good teacher, man. Greg, I'm looking for someone who can teach me.
Okay, Nargis, I'll teach you. I'll teach you for free. I'll fly you out to New Jersey. I'll teach you for free. But anyway, I don't want to talk about Hegel right now. I'm just bringing up Hegel to contrast him with his Neoplatonist influences, who, to my understanding, placed a much smaller emphasis on history as a totality or history as an aggregate. It was much more focused on the development of individual souls rather than. So, am I representing that correctly, Nargis?
Correctly.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you see why someone might be motivated? Like, if you buy into Neoplatonism generally, can you see why one might be motivated to posit that history as a whole or as an aggregate is metaphysically grounded and meaningful as like a teleological process unto itself?
I can, but he doesn't want to especially the Sadrian model for Neoplatonism is not like Plotinus' model for Neoplatonism. It's similar, but it's not the same. Because here, like Nizam and I were reading about it in depth yesterday. I wish I had pinged you. So here, like he's saying that the essences, right? The human essences. Sadra believes that they are nothing but different gradations of the essence of God itself. So one can posit that in this realm or dunya, or the world that holds the lowest position in the hierarchy, this essence that we have individually differs based on our proximity to the first intellect being the highest of all virtues. The brighter the light within us, I'm using woo allegory, the higher the level in the essence of Greg, for example, versus the essence of me that perhaps holds a lower gradation because I'm not that close to my highest virtues or potentials. That's how he's seeing it. Unlike what Plotinus says, where he says that we actually exercise agency at the universal soul level and choose whether we still want to be in the first intellect, aka Jesus, the Word, or come all the way down to this world and experience duality. This is how they both differ, but very similar in gradation and things like that.
So that was all interesting, but it's not quite what I asked.
Yeah, therefore, it's the individual, because there's a variance in the essences, right? Because each essence is different. Therefore, the journey is that of the individual versus the collective, like what you're positing. If I've got your question right.
I see. Okay. All right.
Did I get your question correct?
You did. It makes sense.
Yeah. This is why he wouldn't say history of man, because all men are not the same as far as the essence goes. In this guy's model. But I don't know why. How would you refute that? How are you refuting that?
Yeah, well, for Hegel, history is the crown of the entire system. It's the entire telos of nature and of the free organism is to organize rationally, and once you have the state, you immediately have history as just kind of the dialectical development of the state, essentially, as it progresses towards a state of self-transparent freedom.
Right. You think the collective is doing it as a unison, right?
Yes.
I see. Yeah, I can ground that. I mean, maybe the entailment of, and one can posit that the individual, when does he say all have the same, all individuals hold the same standing?
No, certainly not.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But he's saying the sum total of them contribute to this. I see. So it's like a unified consciousness kind of a thing.
He calls it the, well, okay, I should say, people interpret, or rather, people fail to interpret this like nation spirits accurately. When Hegel says the spirit of a nation, he's not referring to like probably what a Christian might call a principality or something like that. He's not suggesting that the state is literally a conscious entity. Although Rudolf Steiner goes further than Hegel and says, yes, indeed, there is a person, which is the nation of Germany, for instance, and it is like personal entities. But anyway, that's Rudolf Steiner. That's not Hegel. But for Hegel, he uses this kind of like
talked about it time and time
it's
again.
kind of like a placeholder that he calls the cunning of reason, which is basically universal reason acting in and through the selfish motivations of individuals. So like Caesar was trying to advance himself. He had like, as an example, Caesar was trying to advance himself. He had personal ambitions and goals, but unbeknownst to him, he was accomplishing something larger than himself, which was necessary for the development of spirit, basically. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. I think the entailment of the individualist position too would be a collective, because it's one can say that what the Sadrian Neoplatonism is talking about is not merely the individual like attaining its highest human potential, but that eventually, because all are connected, it results in like a unification of these, like something like a Wahdat al-Wujud concept of Ibn Arabi. Yeah.
Ibn Arabi is pretty based.
Yeah, he's so based.
Your tie shouldn't go lower than your belt.
Okay. If the tie doesn't kill me, I'll you.
Okay.
So now you had to get rapey. You had to get all rapey there at the end. So you really didn't mean to talk to her about anything else but you asking her to marry you, bro. You got to maintain, man. Greg, you gotta get your shit together, Greg.
That's a retarded conclusion to walk away from.
No, it's a retarded conclusion from a retarded.
Yeah, I agree. It's a retarded conclusion from a retarded guy. Namely, you. You made the conclusion. Yeah, I agree.
All of a sudden now.
I'm just quoting you, buddy. You dug your own grave.
Yeah, now you want to insult me. Okay, great. Wait, I want to get a Muslim up here. Let's get somebody else.
We've been wanting to do this for such a long time now.
This guy totally got me out of the mood. I was in the mood.
You don't come to our karaoke room.
What are you talking? I'm sleeping when you guys have me.
Wait, Megatron, can you tell me what's your PTR?
What's in my PTR?
Yeah, your profile picture.
So my profile picture, and let me follow you. Can you follow me back? Are you allowed to follow me? Look.
Sure, yeah.
All right, cool. All right. So now my PTR is, if you look closely, these are images that are found all over the world. All over the world.
Yeah.
So you see one is in Argentina, Arizona, Italy, Spain, all over the world, right? Arabia, so on and so forth. These stick figures are very, how can I say, they're very common. You notice that they all look the same, even though they're all over the world.
Got a lottery ticket. That's what my property tax bill jumped into.
And they're dated back
Across the country, teacher, police, fire,
dries.
Hey, Dan, from Chicago, the place you called.
So now I'm going to set my other picture here. See this new one that I have?
Yeah.
This one right here?
PDF, yes.
So they did an experiment, and you see it is Arizona, Minia, Caucasus, United Arabia, Italy, Venezuela, Spain, New Mexico, us in Arizona. Where? Right? Now, you see that stick figure on the left with the two dots? It looks like a stick figure.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know what Northern Lights are?
Mm-hmm.
So Northern Lights in Africa, not Africa, because of the climate or whatever. So when there's a lot of ash in the sky, and the radiation seeps through, and the radiation can affect people enough for it, it gets you sick or whatever it is. You see that these streams of light that have this sort of, I forget what it's called. It's like a radiation rays. And the ozone layer and stuff, when there's this smog or like smoke in the sky, the sun comes directly in. It doesn't get blocked out. A lot of times you get these rays. That sort of rays. Yeah, let me get another picture for you. Hold on a second. Show you who performed the experiment. And what's funny is that they're trying to find this connection with these stick figures they find in caves all over the world. And they did a few experiments, and they realized that the plasma radiation, when it looks like, that's what it looks like. That's what plasma radiation looks like. They put it in like some sort of like experiment or vacuum of some kind, and that's the only way they're associating those things with it. That makes sense. Or was that too stupid?
No, yeah, it's like it looks interesting for sure. But do they think like, is this like some sort of like God or something? I'm not sure.
No. What it is it's a natural thing that happens when radiation from comes into the world, comes in, and then we have to kind of like, it gives like this northern lights. But it only happens, it happens when the earth is affected by these changes. So if there's radiation in the sky, and it's the end of the ice age, and then there's massive amounts of floods everywhere, where the weather is very erratic, and it's not really good to be out there. And this doesn't happen all over the world at the same time. It happens in different spots. Depending on where you are, you're going to have to wait for the storm to leave. Is that the weather becomes so unpredictable that if you leave the safe haven that you are in, which is the cave or whatever, you might get stuck out there and never be able to come back. So a lot of groups just found themselves in these caves that they find all over the world. And then the stupid people think that we're like cave people, but we're not. We're just trying to survive. Because when catastrophic winds and sandstorms, along with floods, along all these other things that happen, and like you're like, whatever, it doesn't really concern me. It's not something of interest. Like, I don't really care one way or another, on these issues. That confuses me. But then, because given the fact that I'm saying all this import that these questions have on your life, like, I've never been on the square of that. That seems kind of strange to me. What do you think about what I'm saying? Are you also, are you confused? Because you said apathetic. Isn't like, I don't care? Yeah. About, like, the Bible? Well, like, you don't care to find out, because obviously there's brilliant people out there that are
putting forth things that I think are potent. I don't think this is a matter of just believe what you want to believe. I actually think that Christianity is objectively true. Right? It is the actual truth of reality. Like if you parse down, cut down to the core of the fabric of reality, what we're dealing with is the Christian reality, the framework. That is actually the true nature of reality. So what I'm saying is like, I think that you can actually get to that truth rationally. And I think that, you would start by just saying, is there a being that created the universe? And I think I think there's very good evidence for people who are open to looking at it. Like, I think fine tuning and psychophysical harmony, I think these are good evidences for a creator. MJ, the guy that comes on here, he's a Christian philosopher. He's working on the Kalam. Right now, I don't run the Kalam myself. I understand people want to say that there could be a beginningless past and all of that stuff. But I'm just saying, if you were to come to a
fine-tuning argument is bad.
Yeah, Sully thinks fine-tuning is bad. But if you were to come to the conclusion that there was a creator, and then you say, well, okay, what best represents that? If there is any kind of tradition that would reflect that, then you can move from a creator to a specific faith tradition. So I'm just curious. When I say apathetic, I'm just saying from what I hear you say, it's almost like you're like, well, I looked into it when I was in it, I put it down, and now I'm just like, it doesn't serve me. And when you say that, it's almost like you're kind of just disinterested in looking at or re-examining the arguments for and against over time.
I'm just curious, but haven't you guys been saying that back and forth for like 2 hours?
No, but let him go.
No, I was gonna say, like, at this moment in my life, like these type of conversations, to the point, like back in the day, I would like really argue with people about all kinds of things 24/7. But just where I am in life now, I've just come to a resolve personally. But when it comes to like man, you mentioned something. Dang, when Sully came off, it kind of knocked it out of my head.
Sully,
dang it. Yeah, just something I wanted to mention.
But I mean, you guys were saying this stuff 2 hours.
Yeah, we weren't. Important questions, though, like the way that these things affect your life, studying it, apathetic, are you interested, you're trying to come to a conclusion, fine-tuning arguments for God, for the Bible. I'm not sure. Some of that should maybe trigger. Think about it. If it comes back to you, I know it sucks on the spot, but I was just going to say, Abil, because Sully is such a degenerate frog, even though you and him are on the same page as far as God's existence, or at least, you're both don't affirm God's existence. Are there any conservative views that you take that that you could kick?
That's what it was.
Good. That you could kick him in his leftist gonads, just to kind of spite him a little bit for coming off
Can
mic.
we just talk about why the fine-tuning argument is bad?
No, we won't.
So I was going to say that's what I was going to say with reference. So in terms of, because I think you mentioned morality.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually one of the things that led me to, just drop it in totality. Because when the idea, and this is just like things, once you start really looking into like ancient laws concerning like slavery, concerning war, and things like that, how to go about, genocide, because let's just be real. If what Joshua did was real, that was genocide. There's no getting around it. That was an ethnic cleansing of the land. And it is what it is for whatever reason. You can make whatever excuse you want for why that was okay. But that's just what it was. When I look at things like that, and then I look at and compare it to other nations, and their laws, I don't see a uniqueness in the law of Moses other than when it comes to they went about some of their priestly practices. Some of their temple practices were unique. Like, it was just things like that for me. Just really analyzing and doing comparative analysis with the Hittites and how they went about things, and other Canaanite nations and how they went about things, and then looking at the law of Moses and what it really is saying and what's really going on when it comes to outright genocide, when it comes to outright xenophobia, if we're just going to be honest, the hatred of other people groups, that's entrenched within it. When it comes to how certain cases are dealt with when you have women and you take women from after war, and how you operate and deal with women, and stuff like that. If you take them for a wife,
and just fine tuning arguments back,
just so on and so on. It's just stuff like that. That was like. And then there's other stuff. There's a bunch of other stuff, but it's just too much to talk about right now.
Well, these seem like reasons that you're just saying that you find so these are conclusions you come to about the narrative that you seem to, and you feel like is enough reason to discredit it, right? Not accept it. But I'm saying some of that stuff.
It's not. I don't think it's not just to discredit it. It's just the idea that Yahweh, right, or God is all perfect, all knowing, plans perfectly, does everything right. I mean, it just begs the question: why didn't he make a law where slavery is not a thing? Why didn't he do this? Why didn't he do that? And it's like, I can't just tell people that have those questions that they're stupid or that the questions aren't valid. And so now I'm in this place where it's like, okay, I have these same questions. Why didn't Yahweh or God make the law of Moses in a certain way to where it would be without these issues like slavery, genocide, how you deal with women after you kill all the men and then you take them as a wife if you want to. Why didn't he make it like, I don't know. I don't want to keep going.
No, that's fine. It seems like a different question. Because I think the issue is it true? And then maybe what you might say, well, maybe there's a sense of morality, or God is just a way that I don't like, or something like that. That could be like a further question. Or if you're saying like, hey, this stuff in and of itself should lead somebody to think it's not true, because there's these things that are conflicting with what I think is moral. And I think we could parse that out in different ways. There's a lot of stuff there to talk about. So
can I slide in?
Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So, part of the issue is judging the document and the narrative according to a, 21st century sort of Western civilization morality, which ironically, themes from the Bible and concepts from the Bible actually help to form what we know today as Western civilization, ironically, that we would judge the document out of context by our modern day mores. I think it's a bit dishonest to the conversation. It would be better to judge it.
Don't you guys believe in like moral progress and stuff, Charles?
Yeah. Hang on a second, man.
I know, right? You ramble for 5 minutes.
Right quick. Well, I mean, it's hard to ramble when you've been talking under a minute. Like, that's weird. But anyway, okay. You say rambling as if I had been talking for 8 minutes. That's crazy work. But yeah. So it would be more honest to the conversation to judge the documents or the manuscripts or the scrolls within the context in which they appear, or maybe comparatively to how other surrounding nations treated women, or treated prisoners of war, or treated slaves. I mean, and I think that when you do that sort of analysis, not justifying anything or trying to gaslight, which is what a lot of religious people do about stuff in the Old Testament that, 21st century mores will consider problematic, right? To say the least. Not to gaslight about these things, but to give them an honest contextual evaluation rather than a one-to-one comparison to our 21st century mores. I feel like that's a more honest way to have the discussion, but that is just my opinion.
And you only said it like 5 times, but the point is that, if you think that there's moral progress, then our 21st century mores have gotten closer to, what's actually moral than people were in the past. And so the point is that It makes no difference that we're making these judgments in the 21st century. If you think God is really good for all time, then it shouldn't make much of a difference, right? You know, do you not think that like there's been any more progress since the fucking Bronze Age?
Yeah, I don't believe I said that. I mean, I was listening to my own comments while I was making them. I'm pretty sure that I did not deny the existence of moral progress, nor did I condemn its evolution. More progress is a great thing. I think we've advanced leaps and bounds beyond where we were in the 20th century. And I think that we'll go even further as time progresses. And I think that this is a great thing. So I'm not saying anything against that. All I'm saying is that God is good for all time, of course. But God was dealing with certain people at a certain time. And that contextual relevance is of paramount importance when we're going to do a textual criticism. And having had textual criticism classes, I know that that's what it entails. And I feel like a textual critic's approach to the scrolls is a whole lot more honest than what some atheists and agnostics are arguing about.
And the Margonites was fraud and crimes. Never. You are the
You mentioned something interesting. You said that the nation that we currently inhabit, some of the things that shaped it, one of those things were the Bible. So what about the things that it got from the Bible that, you know, they used to support slavery and things like that?
Yeah, I believe I was a bit more nuanced than that. To be perfectly honest about my own commentary, I believe that I said some themes. I believe the word I used was themes. Some themes from the Bible. So I didn't merely say the Bible did this or that. So my commentary was a bit more nuanced, and I feel like evaluating my commentary will allow us to see mirrors of what makes up Western societies in biblical themes. I believe that our social safety net contains the theme of Christ and those caring for the poor, and making that a cornerstone of ministry. I believe that when the Bible says honor your father and mother, that's dealing with your material possessions. I believe that's demonstrated in Social Security, for example, or the existence of old folks' homes. That's what I mean by themes, like a thematic application. Even 2 or 3 witnesses being needed to condemn a person. You know, that's the reason why Moses, the lawgiver, is atop the Supreme Court, because there are themes that are present from that in American jurisprudence. And there's several more examples.
So what about the theme that they could get from the Apostle Paul, where it talks about a slave should obey their master? Could that be a theme that somebody could deduce from the New Testament?
Yeah, definitely they did, but they did so dishonestly. Of course, we know that Exodus 21:16 says, whoever steals a man and sells him gets the death penalty, shall be put to death.
What if you bought
So we know. Hang on a second. Just can I get the thought out? Yeah, just let me get it out real quick. I won't be long. So that's a concept that the people who were adapting slavery themes from the Bible, that's one of those verses that they completely left out, and they left it out for a reason, right? Because they were stealing men and selling them. So they definitely left out the verse that says that people that do that should get the death penalty. So their creation of the slave Bible, for example, was a very disingenuous and out of context approach to biblical themes, because they had a vested interest in doing so, and that interest was profit, not prophet, Prophet, but profit, Profit. And so they wanted the slaves to be docile, and they didn't want a repeat of the Haitian Revolution on America's shores. And so they nefariously crafted themes from the Bible dealing with slavery that coincidentally and consistently actually omitted certain inconvenient verses that dealt with slavery, as I just pointed out. So they had a very dishonest application of themes as it related to slavery. They weren't interested in treating their slaves well. They were interested in maximizing profits and keeping their slaves.
Could you, what does treating a slave well look like?
Well, not a question for me, a question for them. Because they're the ones who crafted I don't believe it's possible to treat a slave well. That's not within the parameters of my expression. I believe that if a person is a slave, then in and of itself, they're not being treated well. Anytime you deprive a person, oh my goodness, that's a completely unrelated motif.
I'm just asking.
Well, yeah, I'm a slave to Christ. I'm also a slave to my wife, but all these are different motifs of the same word. So can we do one motif at a time? So right now we're talking about slave from the motif of a person working and not benefiting from the fruit of their labor and from the capital that is generated from their labor. That's a completely different motif from being a slave to Christ or for me being a slave to my wife. So we got to keep it, we got to keep these categories separated, you know?
Yeah, I got you. So you're saying that as long as the slave is benefiting somehow from his slave work or her slave work, it's okay.
Nah, well, you're not going to trap me into saying slavery is okay.
It's not a trap. I mean, you're.
Nah, it's not where I'm from. I'm kind of keen at sussing out trick bags.
It's not a trick bag.
It's a trick bag, brother. It's a trick bag. So are you saying that as long as a slave is benefiting from the fruit of labor, it's okay? That's what you said, brother.
Yeah.
Now, if that's not a trick bag to try to get me to say that slavery is okay, I don't know what is. But I didn't just fall off the turnip truck. Now, I know I sound country, but I know I'm dull of tongue, but I'm not dull of mind. You understand?
All right. Yeah.
Wait a
second. Sully. Wait. Because that's not even. I don't know why you guys always think somebody's trying to trap you. It's never that deep. I'm asking genuine questions because when you make statements, I have to get clarity. So and I got clarity from that statement. I can't talk for you, but most Christians, they defend the law of Moses. They defend Moses because the law of Moses came from their God, and nothing that their God does is bad. So within that law, it says that you can own slaves, then slavery is okay. Or there is some form of righteous slavery. So that's why I asked you, a Christian, that question, because I assumed, and I'm sorry, I assumed that since you're a Christian, you wouldn't say that all slavery is wrong, because within the book that your God made, which is the Torah, he allows and puts slavery in there and gives rules for it, and even says in Deuteronomy chapter 4 that this is Israel's righteousness. So whatever in that law is righteous. So whatever decrees he made on slavery, and the slavery itself is righteous. So that's why. But I apologize that I assumed that. I wasn't trying to do a trick bag, as you said, or anything like that. But so now I know. So you don't think that slavery is okay when, in general, you don't think that slavery is okay?
No, I don't think that slavery is okay at all. Anytime somebody is being worked and they're not being paid for their labor is immoral in and of itself. So the institution of slavery is immoral. So I'm not here to defend slavery. I'm not even here to defend the law of Moses. In fact, I believe in the new covenant. So I mean, maybe that's a good question for a rabbi.
But it came from God.
But here's the thing about stuff that comes from God. When God has made a covenant with people, and the people that God made a covenant with are imperfect, are flawed, then the covenant is flawed. And that's what Hebrews chapter 8, verses 6 through 13 actually and literally and verbatim teaches, that there was fault in the covenant. And that was the covenant of the law, because it was made with fallible people. And so because it's made with fallible people, we have institutions in there that are going to be regulated, like slavery and divorce. And I use those two to contrast, because God says that he hates divorce in one place, but then he allows it and Jesus clarifies this. He says that because of the hardness of your hearts, God allowed it, but that was never his plan. So that's something that he allowed Moses to implement. And so that's a prime example of what I'm saying, of God regulating an institution. And he regulates it because, of course, people being, the wicked individuals that they are, of course, abused it. And whatever they didn't like about a woman, they just write a bill of divorce and send her out the house and just kind of get them another. And so, oh my goodness,
you just say don't.
Well, you have to ask him that. I'm not. Surely he could have just said, don't ever divorce, and don't ever own slaves, and don't ever do X, Y, and Z. I mean, he could have done that. Why he didn't do that, that's not a question I can answer. You got to ask him that. But I just want to finish the point I'm trying to make.
The point is, Charles, which is that, I would expect him to just say that, Charles.
Okay, and your expectations for him don't have anything to do with Charles Johnson. So I don't know why I'm being included in that.
I don't. Okay.
Yeah, they don't have anything to do with
Charles. You just
your expectations of God don't have anything to do with Charles Johnson. I'm just trying to give an answer to what was posited to me. I'm just Charles Johnson. I didn't create nothing. But anyway, I'm just trying to wrap up my thoughts like real quick. If you wouldn't mind giving me 19 seconds to wrap my thoughts up, and then somebody else can speak, of course.
You have not been babbling enough, of course.
I doubt I've been babbling, but you can call it babbling. You can call it whatever you want to call it. I don't care, really. I don't care what you call it. I'm just trying to finish it. Yeah, I don't care though. But I mean, that doesn't mean anything to me. Your descriptive of my communication is utterly meaningless.
Everybody can see you babbling.
And now you're speaking for what everybody can see, which speaks to your level of pomposity. It speaks to your level of pomposity for you to presume to speak for what everyone can see. Yeah, everyone, right? Yeah, everyone agrees.
The funny part is once we reach this stage, the more he goes on.
Man, I mean, it's okay, man, but this level of narcissism needs to be studied. I mean, wow, this is an astounding level of narcissism here. But be that as it may, I'm sure somebody in here with a slight degree could get a bit from the government to study this level of narcissism. I think they should. I think y'all should get that grant written. Be some money in it for you. But in any event, so as I'm finishing
up, get to my real point now.
Just because something is in the law of Moses and regulated does not mean that God approves of it or that God He's simply
my point here. I reiterate what I said 5 times.
He's simply regulating which people were already doing. And he regulates it to elevate what they're doing.
If I may be allowed to finish,
so that they can.
Doing it because they bad.
Okay. Well, I'm going to press my way through to the end of my 19 seconds. So it,
I know, but you're just
it's tough for me to make it through. I guess it's tough for me to get through 19 seconds
without just going to say the same thing again.
Interrupting.
But he said he's going to take a pause after that. So let's just.
Yeah, I'm almost there, man.
Why do you allow?
I'm almost there. Like, can I make it to the end of my 19 seconds? Is that possible? I'm almost there. I'm probably at the 12-second mark, so I just need a few
You
more
certainly
seconds.
do not have enough time.
Just a few more, man, and then we're gonna let you make your sandwich, man. We're gonna let you make your sandwich. I hope you use Romanian pastrami. It's excellent sandwich meat. I don't know if you have a Kroger where you are, but that Romanian
See, he just
pastrami
like
is my chef's kit.
he vomits up words.
I recommend you making your sandwiches out of Romanian pastrami, if you don't mind. Get some boar's head.
No, I did this, Charles. Can you repeat the thing again, just so that you don't?
I'm done. I'm actually landing on Romanian pastrami. That's a great place to land, and everyone should make their sandwiches out of it. Yeah, there you go.
It's totally necessary.
Pastrami in general and Romanian pastrami in particular.
And so basically, slavery bad, but God saying it's okay is okay.
I apologize for Sully's behavior, Charles. I just want you to know that. And I appreciate you, brother. So Sully gave us a response.
I'm gonna. I was hoping you were gonna take your next 19 seconds to tell us exactly how Jesus banned slavery in the Bible.
I'm gonna go on. He didn't, because slavery's still okay. I'm gonna go on ahead and bounce up out of here. I gotta get something to eat. Charles, thank you for your explanations. And I just want everybody to know.
Make sure it's Romanian pastrami.
I'm not against Christianity. I'm not against Judaism. I like studying both. They're dope, just like Greek mythology. Y'all have the most rest.
Hey, Bill, check your messages.
Okay, thank you, bro. Nobody cares, by the way. So.
Bill, check your messages and come back when you can, buddy. When you're done eating or something, if you want to. We'll be here, probably.
Can we
Charles, you have such a way with words. It's always a pleasure.
Can we analyze some real quick before we move on?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's put Sully's narcissism on display. So now, Sully, you said nobody cares in the room. You said everybody thinks he's rambling. Do you think if
everybody thought he was rambling? For sure, 100%.
I didn't.
Now they can say that they can deny it, but they could lie.
Yeah, so you think everybody's just going to be lying? Like, do you?
If they say he wasn't rambling, yes, for sure.
I don't.
100%. Anybody who's like in the book will be like, he wasn't rambling.
Hey,
liar.
So, I'm gonna let you know the secret, Sully. Just because people don't use like big words like you guys throw around a lot, you think that?
Listen, Tamario, this wasn't an invitation for you to start rambling, bro. Okay?
That doesn't mean.
Nia, that wasn't an invitation for you to yap up either.
Yeah, you're just so you just say everybody's yapping and rambling, and
you know what? Michaela has a right to speak.
You're witty.
Can we hear from Michaela really quick?
You guys remember when Saul
You know what?
was like the most mediocre?
I propose that we take a listen to
like
Michaela. Deepak, I propose that we take a listen to what Michaela has to say.
I propose that Saul is
Let Nina finish first.
Nina is just like shit talking to Deepak. Are you like a silly person?
We can talk each other on the stage. We don't play favorites.
Yeah, that's cool. Then you just then butt out. What the fuck? Let me shit talk back then. I don't like what.
Tell me I'm
You're acting like she's making a serious contribution and she's not just shitting on me.
Don't interrupt people when they're talking.
You're treating it like it's a serious contribution.
Have you made a serious contribution in the last 10 minutes?
Yeah, but Deepak, why are you treating Nina as if she's not just like yapping at me out of like some kind of
She's just yapping. She's just
somebody add Sully as a friend so we can get him off 666 friends, please. Thank you. Somebody please do.
Actually, I am in control of that, so good luck.
I'm actually going to add you so you can go to 667. Add me.
It doesn't work like that.
I've known Sully for like, I don't know, 3 or 4 years, and I've never been on Sully's friends list because he needs his friends list to be at 666 to make a point.
It's on purpose, Mike.
Yeah, pretty much. And if somebody tries to unadd me, I just have a like queue of people I can just add to make it together.
Damn, Sully, you're cool.
That's crazy.
Disciple, a couple things were said. I wish you would have been here for a BL. He said that Jesus did not fulfill Old Testament prophecy. I think that would have been good. I do want you to comment maybe briefly, if you'd like to, on Sully's narcissism. I think that would be good to speak about. And then also, do you think Charles was rambling, Disciple? Because I like listening to Charles, to be quite frankly. He reminds me of like an old time preacher. And when he speaks, it's there's something soothing about it. Even if I disagree with him on certain theological issues, which I do. But I appreciate his contribution.
I actually agree, and I want to I wasn't listening closely, so I can't really comment on the content, but it was really nice listening to it. I don't know, maybe this sounds like weirdly. I don't want this to sound weird, but yeah, I just love to talk.
It's true. I think it's undeniable. But for some reason, Sully actually denies it, which is really weird. And
Which person?
Charles.
Oh, Charles.
Kind of stuff
Yes.
that we like.
I like when he says I'm positive.
Well, I guess that's some common ground. That's throwing a little bit of love, I guess, Charles. That's something. But nonetheless, all right, very good. Disciple, did you hear any of the conversation?
I'm currently helping my kids with some spelling homework, so
that doesn't take precedence over Clubhouse.
Yeah.
So I've heard a little bit of
you
it.
know that.
I've heard a little bit of it, but I don't think I'll be able to speak.
Okay, well, brother. Don't just fade off into the distance. You're painfully and obviously absent at times. Disciple. I just want to point that out. Suspiciously at times.
Hey, Sully, was it that he was rambling, Sully, or did he sound too much like a old Negro preacher? Like what?
Well, it couldn't be that because I like Cornel West.
Well, everybody seems to like it, but you're in the minority here, so I'm just curious.
What are you talking about?
What made you think he was rambling?
You said everybody was.
Well, he was repeating the same things over and over again. For those of you who weren't getting captivated by the sound of his voice and were paying attention to what he was saying, you would have noticed he would take something you could say with one sentence and then say it 8.
He was
and also
you were interrupting him as he was talking, kind of like how I'm gonna just interrupt now you as you continue to talk, and you won't be able to make any points or say anything or make a contribution because we'll just keep interrupting you like that. Hello?
Okay. Good luck.
As much as I don't like John Kitover, I do like that little contribution you just made. By the way, John, I saw your IG video of you giving people shots.
That's why I have universe blocks.
You giving people back shots?
No. He's a doctor.
I heard you had difficulty determining whether that video was AI or real, and people were questioning your intelligence because you were incapable. Oh, now you didn't look at it. Got it. Okay, never mind.
I didn't look at it close enough to see a watermark or whatever it was that showed that it was made by AI. But I assume that.
I love how Andrew thinks that's the signal that something is AI.
Well, no, because somebody said there's something on it. They said it. Somebody said that. They said you can see it. There's a mark on it. That's not how I would determine it. Sorry, that's.
I never muted anyone. Okay.
That's fine. Universe muted himself, and so be it. Nina, good to see you. Hope, man.
Andrew, was the conversation about biblical slavery? I couldn't hear over.
No, are you talking? Well, we were just talking about the Old Testament morality. If you're talking about the thing that I quote melted down about unquote, which I did get pretty lively spirited on, and Converse rebuked me for using my time to engage people like CM and Abe. He felt like I shouldn't be doing such a thing, and that I'm going to be stoned to death in the kingdom of God due to the fact that I spent time engaging CM and Abe on this issue as to whether claims are evidence, which literally there was a complete 180 done by both Abe and CM on this.
Claims of what? You're anything on the fact claims of what again?
Evidence.
Evidence?
Okay,
Wait, wow. Okay, could you explain it again to me from the beginning?
Deepak, did you not hear this? Deepak, are you just doing your thing? Okay, so
You always confuse me when you do that.
yeah. So
but see, slavery in the Bible.
No, Sully, shut up. We're not listening to you. No.
I am LeBron James.
Slavery was in the Bible.
So what it was is that when I used to say testimony is evidence, Abe and CM would freak
CM
out.
is saying it's not evidence again.
They would freak out and say, no, that's not true. It's not evidence. And then later they said, well, it's a trivial amount of evidence, which actually it just depends on the context, because a testimony can be tremendous evidence, depending on the context. But anyway, they would say it's a trivial amount of evidence. And then now they've done a complete 180 once again, and now they're saying testimony or claims are not evidence, that they're actually things that you need to support with evidence. You need to bring evidence to bear on a claim, to bear on a testimony, that they themselves are not evidence, which is false. And it literally, a claim by itself can bring you from not having a belief to having a belief. And that is evidence. And it's pretty crazy. It literally raises the probability of some particular thing being true. That it is the case that if somebody says, I bought a soccer ball, and you know that there's...
Why are you bungling this again?
Oh, hold on, Sully.
You're just bungling it again.
I'll bungle you in a second. Just hold on. It is the case that when somebody says that they bought a soccer ball and they love soccer and they have all this history of being soccer players and loving, watching professional games and all this stuff, that you have good background information on them, that it's going to be like, hey, when they say that, that is strong evidence that they actually bought a soccer ball.
Yeah, in some contexts, claims are evidence.
Yeah, of course. But the point is that they are still denying that the claim in and of itself is evidence. Yeah, of course it's up against.
Well, it's evidence relative
to your background.
He gets what?
They want to say when he thinks that relative to your background information, he thinks the background information that you have is the evidence, and the claim is a claim, and the background information.
The claim is the thing that counts as evidence relative to the background.
Correct. And that is the same thing that I've been telling them, but they both want to deny that. And so that being said, Nina, I was a little spirited about it. That's what Sam's referring to as the meltdown. So.
I see. Thanks for telling me.
Yeah, you betcha. But now we are on Old Testament morality. Sully says, God bad. God
slaves. No.
Wait. Can I question something, Andrew? Can I?
Yes. We've got Converse, Disciple, Tada, Charles, and
so let me
Dan,
ask,
and Hope Man.
The Christians.
Tada.
Can you guys hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So there's a couple books I read about this that I thought, and I'm not really a Christian anymore, but I thought that it satisfied that for me, where they're talking about how Jesus would bring up Old Testament scripture and say, and you have heard it said, but I have said, and then he would elevate it or intensify it towards like compassion and nonviolence. And he talked about so many different things. I don't know if he ever specifically talked about slavery, just like he never specifically talked about child abuse or, prostitution or a lot of things, but he would say things and then he would say, I've come to fulfill this by making it more compassionate. Now that I'm here, we have to be against these things like war, genocide. He specifically mentioned genocide. And I'm just curious how Christians feel about that. Do you feel like maybe that can help you come to terms?
I think the big problem with that is like what the word fulfill actually means. A lot of people have different ideas about what that means.
Yeah, so in these two books, fulfill meant that he came, I don't know specifically about what he did like mystically or theologically, but with this, it meant like, he would say, so he would go into the synagogues and say, you have heard this said about genocide. And he would quote the scripture about genocide. And then he would leave out certain parts in it. And then he would say, but I say, and it was a very specific message, according to these two authors, that this wasn't okay. This was wrong. And the books say this, but now we're moving towards this. And I just don't know why.
Like in Matthew 18, I think it's 18, where it says Moses permitted you to write a bill of divorce, but it was not that way from the beginning. Right?
Yeah, lots of things. So, do we really have to stay in this slavery?
I'm Andrew. So, CM wants me to ask you this. He says, according to Andrew, claiming slavery is good is evidence that slavery is good.
Andrew, you don't think slavery is good, do you? Thanks, Converse, for that. I think this was a pretty amazing, these books were pretty amazing. I don't know why Christians don't kind of wrestle with that more instead of just trying to argue that slavery is good.
But Andrew, do you think that?
I agree. Andrew's pretending to be on the phone right now.
Andrew.
Andrew's like, a woman is speaking. Who can I call?
I think that.
Yeah, but CM, you're saying, dude, I don't know if CM's saying Andrew said this or something, or if he's just making this because he still doesn't get the point about this. Like, saying that claims like are evidence doesn't mean that like every claim is always like evidence for its own truth or whatever.
Well, I don't know what CM's claiming in the chat, but his claims don't count as evidence.
I just think it's too bad.
What was the question?
I got CM. No,
We all got off a mic at the same time. What was the question?
It's not universal CM. It's not that like claiming anything in any context is always evidence that the claim is true. That's not what anybody is saying. Like why is he?
I guess the question is for those who believe in like the Old Testament and the New Testament. In the New Testament, there are claims that Jesus contradicted in a sense a lot of the things in the Old Testament. So why do we like focus so much on what was said? Not I mean, it's important what was said in the Old Testament, but why do we make that indicative of God's character whenever Jesus said he came to fulfill, to like enlighten us about, to send us on a different path towards understanding what God felt and wanted?
So I believe it's correction, not necessarily. So the Pharisees and the Sadducees, they created laws outside of even the Mosaic law. And so there were things that Christ corrected because they didn't even have it right. And then he focused on the spirit of the law and just reconciled it back to what the Mosaic law was. That's my perspective. So I don't think Christ taught against the law at all.
I don't think he taught against the law either. I guess
because even he says in a verse, the Sadducees and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat, which is they're giving the law, and they say do as they say, but don't do as they do, because as long as they're telling them what the law is, you're supposed to follow it. But you're not supposed to follow those who are hypocrites, because that's what they were. They would say one thing and do the exact opposite. So I think so they have that aspect because people.
Hi, can you place an order for pickup? Can I get a large cheese pizza with garlic? Yep. No, that's it. John. 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 312-498-0517. Okay, great. See you soon. Thanks. Bye.
So everyone could be reconciled back to God. So there's a lot of separations and a lot of laws. If you broke the law, you were exiled or put to death, and you were not able to come back to the fold. So when Christ came, he established a way for those who were outside of the covenant to come back. So again, going back to what you're saying about the genocide, I mean, I just think those were just like, even with the Noah's flood, like he wiped out everyone except for 8 souls. So I just think that judgment at that time was instant. And now it's not, from the perspective of God.
That's interesting. Just real quick, from these 2 books I read, that I do agree with Caleb that the Bible is polyvocal. It's not a univocal book. It's basically a conversation between men about God. Stories are used to explain really complicated truths, and they would say that it's multivocal, and there was that basically the whole genocide, all these things about genocide, and that would be men. I don't know though. That's a big question, but I'm just curious how Christians can be okay with that.
So you know what? This is how I see it. There was a time that God was open to everyone. Then he selected his chosen people.
then he required his chosen people to do certain things. If they honored him, he made sure that they were protected. And when certain commandments were given out and they followed them, and then people attacked them for those things, or go to the promised land and people would have, then for their particular God, who there's many verses in the Old Testament say, you're the only people I know of the world. So their God, because this is their story, just like if you wrote your own history about your family, it will be your story and no one else. Their God was wiping out their enemies. And I think that if we as Christians don't accept that's what it happens, it's hard to explain the genocide. Oh, God loves everybody and all that stuff. But how do you reconcile the babies being killed, or him wiping out nations of people, or all of these things that happened when it came to judgment? And I think that because the narrative is not given where they can just say this was the God of the Israelites, and there's actually verses that said that he gave other gods like the sun and the stars and the moon to be worshipped by other nations, and that he was the only God for Israel, and this is their story. So because we take on this mindset of God loves everybody throughout the whole chapter, not the whole chapter, throughout the whole Bible, I can see an argument for the New Testament, but in the Old Testament, he was focused on the nation of Israel. And we just have to understand that.
Yeah, you just gotta accept it that all y'all Christians are heretics. That's who you are.
Wait, I didn't hear that. What'd you say, Elliot? Say that again.
Every Christian is a heretic. Okay, that's why, like if you break the law, if you claim to be God like Jesus did, the Mosaic law is clear. That warrants state capital.
When did Jesus claim to be God?
All over the place.
Okay, well, we would have
and John. Don't you guys like to say that he claimed to be God?
And John, when he said, "Ye are gods."
No.
The one where he's like, he does all the I ams.
The I am, and that there's the ego I mean.
Yeah.
And the Greek is throughout the whole. Everybody was saying I am.
Yeah.
And I am is not the name of God. God's name is Yahweh.
The Yahweh and Ashar, Ashar, I am that I am. Those are the only difference between those is that one is third person and one's first person.
Yep.
So Yahweh is the way to say that I am without attributing it to yourself.
Basically. I think that's a far stretch because he said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. He did say he was, or I am the Messiah. So the claims that he made, if you don't know what you worship, all of these things focused on recognizing that he was the Messiah. He's the way. I am the way, truth, and the life.
He says, he says that unless you believe that I am, you will die in your sin.
Right, but Christ, wait, hold on. If you don't believe that Christ is the Messiah and he came down for the salvation,
he didn't say Messiah. And he says before Abraham.
No. He didn't say no. Wait.
Before Abraham was, I am.
He is the lamb slain before the foundations of the earth.
No, but it can't be talking about present. It can't be talking about the tense because if he said,
I gave you past tense though.
I'm telling you, just listen to what I'm telling you. If he would have been saying before Abraham was, there was a time in which I was doing something, but he's not claiming the I am. It would have said before Abraham was, I was. But it says I am.
But even so, if you're saying before Abraham was, if you're saying it's future tense, if you read that verse, Abraham rejoiced to see my day.
It's not tense. It's not tense. It's just like I am is like present. Yeah. Before he was, I am. He would have said before he was, I was.
You would have to show and argue for that because that can be anything. Present would be he's the Messiah because he's the way, the truth, and the life. He is you have one mediator and one Lord. You cannot get to the Father but through me. So if you can't get through him, then how are you going to get to the Father?
Yeah, but those are two different statements. Like,
I know.
You have to look at what it was responded to. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I understand. We can.
Well, it's about
we
the
can get off
thing
of
to
this.
say about this.
They said you're not yet 50 years old and you've seen Abraham. That's what he was responding to. And you have to check that out.
Yeah, social media is to blame. There are so many things.
They can be off. They can be off. I just want to point something out.
I would like to. Did the middle of my sentence stop the beginning of yours? And you was on the telephone. And I'm just trying to hold it down till you get back.
Do a little twang. Do a little twang. All right, go ahead.
No, I wish I could speak like Charles, because then everybody would listen.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you some southern vernacular class. I have you sounding like a Tennessean in no time.
Oh my goodness.
No, lay it out. I got a question for you, Kenneth and Charles. So go ahead and lay out what you want to say to that.
I mean,
mine basically.
Where were we? So it's a lot.
Before Abraham was
and I could probably have in private, and we can work it out. So it's all good.
Okay, well that's fine. I just want to ask you guys one question because I want to hear your response to this.
Nina, no, Andrew. Nina had a question for you before you went on. I was trying to just fill in the gap.
So I didn't hear it. Sorry. What was it, Nina?
It's all right. We can move on.
No, what'd you?
No, Nina, go ahead.
What'd you ask?
No, we should really reset to Nina's question.
The question was just about as a Christian, when I was still a Christian, I read these two books about, one was called Healing the Gospel, the other was Disarming Scripture, about how Jesus, he talked a lot about, he would quote scripture and then he would not change it, but as Pada said, correct it. He would talk about, making things more compassionate, talking more about the character of God as compassionate and loving and about equality. And I'm just asking, why did Christians focus so much on the Old Testament as being literal and true whenever Jesus came to correct it? I believe it's polyvocal and a conversation between men, and that Jesus should be the standard by which Christians judge the rest of Scripture. And I'm just asking, so when people ask Christians, is slavery good? I would say, if I were a Christian still, and when I do think about Jesus, I say, well, Jesus he changed things. He said things are different. He said that this conversation has to go another way. God's nature wasn't really revealed in the books. It was hinted upon, maybe. So I'm just wondering, how do you feel about slavery, and have you ever thought about wrestling with it in this way?
Yeah, well, one thing I would just say, I'm kind of getting to the point, Nina, that I'm just going to say it this way. If you accept the New Testament narrative about Jesus, if you say that you like the things that he said and you accept the accounts of what he said and did as being true, that you won't have any good reason to discount the Old Testament and to see that it is tied directly to the New, and there's not going to be a way that you can reasonably separate those. You're going to have.
He did, though. But he did.
Well,
and you can't escape the slavery question, Andrew. Don't escape it.
I'm not going to escape the slavery question. So
get him, Nina.
What's that, Caleb? Go ahead.
I said in this topic, there's just some base discussion about like why they're not really holding on to the Old Testament because of all the bad stuff. Like I kind of respect that actually. That's what
Caleb.
You can't act like what Caleb is true though. Like you can't disassociate the New Testament and the Old Testament. It's impossible.
You can't.
So my beer is what you say.
So
that's like a Gnostic thing to disassociate the Old Testament.
I'm not talking about disassociating. I'm talking about looking what Jesus did.
Well, no, hold on, just real quick. So, Nina, the reason that we can trust what Jesus said is because we trust what the authors said about Jesus, and we think that God had something to do with that. If you don't think God had something to do with it, or you think that the authors are untrustworthy, then really, what is the criteria by which you can even say that Jesus said and did the things that he did, unless you have personal revelation? Now, if it's the case you want to claim that, which most people aren't usually doing that, I'm not saying you can't know things about God by way of personal direct revelation, but most of the information that we're gathering about God's nature, or at least Christ, or about what he did and said, etc., is through the Gospels. The Gospel writers are tying it to the Old Testament. They're saying that Jesus is the fulfillment of all of these sacrificial laws, that he is the one that the prophecies throughout the Old Testament are about. He is the light that blesses these other nations. These are promises that are given to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You know, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is saying, hey, this is some stuff that I'm going to do through your lineage, right? Has to be through the line of David. There's all these messianic prophecies. There's all of this foretype and shadowing throughout the Old Testament that's pointing to Christ. It's just all over the place. It's pervasive. And you have Christ coming onto the scene claiming to be this fulfillment, right? He is the Messiah. He is the one that's fulfilling all of this, okay? If you accept that, then you can't really mention Paul writing, nearly half of the New Testament says, and this is just fascinating, says that Jesus is the one who led the children of Israel out of Egypt. That was Christ who led them out of Egypt. What? What are we talking about? Jesus lived in the first century. Is that the case? How did Christ lead the children of Israel out of Egypt? How is it the case that he is the one that the rock that the Israelites were relying on, or whatever? Why does it say in Corinthians, written by Paul in the New Testament, he says that Jesus, and listen to this, because this is one of them passages, and actually, Caleb, I'd like you to comment on it as well, but just want to read this to you real quick. So this is in Corinthians. Yeah, let me read this real quick. Yeah. So this is in Corinthians, I think it's 8 or 9. Let me see here. Yeah, or 10. Okay. So this is in 1 Corinthians chapter 10. So a couple things here. So let me just do this part first. For I do not want you to be unaware, brothers, that our fathers were all under the cloud and all passed through the sea and all were baptized into Moses. That's that guy in the Old Testament, Moses. In the cloud and in the sea, and all ate the same spiritual food, and all drank the same spiritual drink. For they drank from the spiritual rock that followed them, and the rock was Christ. Nevertheless, with most of them, God was not pleased, for they were overthrown in the wilderness. Now, this is recounting things that the Bible says in the Old Testament, these things were happening, right? This stuff's going on in the wilderness. They're wandering around in the wilderness, all this stuff going on with the Israelites, right? It's talking about all that. And it says, now these things took place. They took place. These happened. These things took place as examples for us, that we might not desire evil as they did. Metaphorically or historically? That sounds like historically to me. That we might not desire evil as they did. Do not be idolaters as some of them were, as it is written. The people sat down to eat and drink and rose up to play. We must not indulge in sexual immorality as some of them did. And 23,000 fell in a single day. So 23,000 fell. That word fell there, that means they died. So 23,000 fell in a single day. Gotcha. We must, and then it says, we must not put Christ to the test as some of them did and were destroyed by serpents. So we must not put Christ to the test as some of them did and were destroyed by serpents, nor grumble as some of them did and were destroyed by the destroyer, capital D, the destroyer.
Andrew, you make a great point, and I'm going to give it to you right now. I think that what you're saying is probably the crux of the problem I have right now with all of this. And what you're just saying right now, Atara, I think that I don't agree with you guys about all of this, but I think you're bringing up a point that I can't really refute right now. I think I'm going to reread these books and see if they do, though. But Andrew, that's a very interesting.
I respect your honesty on that, Nina. But I think that you could take other views about like divine accommodation, or I'm not even saying that event didn't happen, but like Paul's talking to people who have a Jewish background or would have been familiar with it, right? Paul himself is a Pharisee, so like of course he's going to use stories and stuff that they're familiar with, right, to make analogies. That's the whole point.
Yeah,
I don't think it necessarily entails that it happened.
Caleb,
Yeah,
Andrew,
yeah,
he's saying that those were Israelites that he was talking to.
He's saying that. So what Caleb does, and this is a massive divide between Caleb and I, as much as I got mad love for Caleb. He's not a fan of the Old Testament narratives, given all of the stuff that he finds to be morally atrocious, right? That can't be really.
But yeah, that's one of them. But yeah,
right, and it's a major driver for him.
Major bias.
It's a major driver for him. So so the dispute, we boiled it down, is like this: should the Scripture dictate what you believe is true, or should your intuitions dictate the Scripture you accept?
Yeah, that's the main question.
Yeah. And so for me, what I've done, Nina, is I have allowed the Scripture to reign over my intuitions. So even if it's the case that it says that, God drowned babies, well, it doesn't say that, but let's say David's baby, God kills David's baby, okay, strikes him sickness, or God tells the Israelites to go in and kill all the men, women, children, even the ducklings and the nursing mothers.
And the goats.
Right, and the goats.
Well, except for the virgin girls.
No, that's not with the Amalekites. He doesn't
that's
say
not that one.
That's not the Amalekites.
Different one.
But Caleb's saying that because he's bolstering his case, right? He's like, well, what about that, right? He wants to bring that up because by his lights, that should be a moral case against accepting the historical nature of these texts. Now, I'm saying,
Caleb, do you think it's two different gods? You think it's a different God in the Old Testament than there is in the New Testament?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not being like a Marcionite in that way. I think it's more so I'd be inclined to think that the Jewish people, if that was historical, and that could be debated, but if we grant historicity for the sake of argument, they believed that God was telling them that, and in a sense of fervor against a military nation, they commit war in the name of God, thinking that God told them to do that.
Andrew, let me ask him this. But Caleb, if God told them to kill everybody, and they only killed the people which all the time they only killed the people that they chose to, even Saul, wouldn't that be like kind of the opposite though? Because they didn't do exactly what God told them. Like if they would have just wiped everybody out, then I can see your argument for that. But what you're saying is they told themselves, or they believed that God wanted them to do this, and the thoughts that they believed, they didn't follow through with their own thoughts.
Well, Andrew, what makes you think that it wasn't Moses who led the Israelites out of Egypt?
No.
It was. When you read the book, it just says Moses.
Yeah. No. But that's not the point. God also was involved. So the point is that the point I'm making several points of that thing I was bringing up there. I was just saying,
okay, Christ, but not Jesus. You said it was Jesus.
No. It was Jesus. No. Hold on. Elliot. The Old Testament says God did it. Okay. The New Testament says it's Jesus. Now you can put two and two together, but for me, obviously, that's just telling you. It's the same thing when it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and he made man in his, and he said, let us make man in our image. And then in the New Testament, it says, Jesus created all things. How does that work? So
why doesn't anybody care about what's in the New Testament when the topic is about the ancient Israelites? That's
the point that he's saying is, why would that be relevant? I mean, I guess you're saying that Paul is giving new revelation.
No. The point that I was bringing up about, if you're asking me why is it relevant to this conversation, the reason I was bringing up Corinthians and bringing up the thing about Jesus in the Old Testament is to show that he killed people. Jesus was killing people. That's what I'm pointing out.
Jesus was killing people?
Correct.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I'm about to say. Yeah.
So when
I want to see Jesus was killing people on the shirt.
Just to be clear, the reference to Christ being the rock in the Old Testament, and that when people were testing him and they died, it isn't the case that just to be clear, hold on. It isn't the case that it's the first century Jesus, his body, that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the
I understand that.
I'm talking about the divine person is obviously at play in the Old Testament, and that's explicit. And I'm saying that what this is meant to show is that Jesus is not the meek, mild, kumbaya, peace pipe smoking person.
Well, you can just go to Revelation and show that.
So,
But Andrew, the prophecy said that Jesus was given the authority of judgment for Judgment Day. So the only God that was killing people at the time, even if we stick with the Trinity, would be the Father.
Hold on, James. Hold on.
16. Whoever.
There's no A.
James.
Oh, is that James? Is that James? Oh, we want James here. We definitely want James. James, God bless you, sir.
Yeah,
I definitely. James,
you guys don't realize James is hot mic.
Can we somebody put
You guys have mods too.
Oh, you see, social security numbers, credit card numbers.
Let me say something. I definitely want to hear Charles and stuff. I want to ask Caleb and other people. Well, not Caleb. I want to ask Tada, Tennant, and Charles a particular thing. But I do want to say something to you, Caleb. That this is one of my kill shots that I've been saving for you.
Now, and I have one question. Then we can move on to maybe ask yours.
Okay, I've been saving a little kill shot for you, and I want to know what you think about it. Okay, all right. So for those that want to take this idea that the Old Testament is metaphorical or it's an allegory or whatever, but it's not a historical narrative. Okay.
Wait, can I just have a caveat to say I don't think the entire Old Testament is metaphorical.
No. But here's the thing, right? You obviously the criteria by the way, whatever methodology you're going to employ to do that, right? To parse out what you're going to accept and not, I think it's going to be pretty arbitrary. But here's the thing. I'm just going to bolster the case. Obviously, I think the genealogies are very odd to be saying the genealogy and it actually names the people in the Old Testament. It shows when they died and then just name them in the New Testament. And you're going to be like, well, at some point that turns fictional. That just seems really weird. But I think this is the big thing. The big thing, a big thing that I want to bring up is that if you notice when Jesus is on the Mount of Transfiguration.
Yeah, I figured you were going to say this actually.
Yeah.
It's really funny. Yeah. I know exactly where you're going with this. Yeah.
So who appeared?
You know what's really, it was Elijah and Moses.
Yeah, it was Elijah and Moses. Now it's kind of strange. Let me just point something out that's strange about that. For people to think that people be mistaken about people, be like, oh, is this Elijah? Oh, is this that? Very weird to take a narrative that is fictional and for people to mistake that.
There's a couple things. If I may, there's a couple of things I was going to say, because that's a good point. I'd say, there could have been someone who, like, the story of Moses was based around. Like, I don't think it's, like, necessarily, so, like, it could be that person, right? So it's not like it needs to, you're already rolling your eyes at this. So it could have been that person, right? Another thing is, too, when you look at, like, modern accounts, in fact, I was just going to say this, with, like, the Marian apparition stuff, right? People see a figure who they interpret as that, right? So Jews at that time believed that Elijah and Moses had ascended into heaven. Josephus mentions this. That was, like, common that day, and they thought they had to come back before the end of time, right? That's why people think Jesus is Elijah. They think John the Baptist is. They say we thought Elijah has to come first, and they're really confused, right? So this is already ingrained in their culture. So when they see two figures appear before them, neither of them, by the way, say, "Hi guys, I'm Moses," because they don't know what Moses and Elijah look like. So it's like, how do they know that, right? Nowhere in the text does it say that they tell them this is Moses, this is Elijah. They can have oral tradition. They can obviously have oral tradition. They can obviously have oral tradition on what? Obviously, they can have oral tradition about what it is that this person would look like, or they can know, or obviously God could reveal that to them. But the point is for them to see two characters. You have a revelation. Why would two figures appear, and people think that this is like potentially who it is? If all it is just entire lore, why would they ever think that would be fulfilled at any point? Why would they? What do you mean would think? No, they think that they absolutely believed it was literal. I don't deny that for a second. I think. Okay, so this is the thing, right? But this is the thing that you started to say back in the day when Ethan was kind of doing the same thing. You guys would say this kind of stuff. You'd be like, well, they thought it was literal. So then you have things like this. Then you have to go so far as saying. Ironically, Ethan would probably disagree with me now. I think he would. He absolutely would disagree. Oh, no, he wouldn't. Because I would use the same argument with some of the main stuff he was going to say. But go ahead. But here's what you have to do now. Here's what you guys would have to be saying. You'd have to be saying that Jesus is wrong. No, I don't think Jesus ever says it's Moses and Elijah, does he? No, I'm saying that I'm saying if you say that Jesus thought this, you can't have Jesus being wrong. That Jesus thought that it was Moses and Elijah? That Jesus thought anything about, any of the text that we might bring to bear that where he's saying something it appears as though he's saying this is historical, literal. Well, no, but okay, Jesus, okay, but hold on, that's not true because Jesus is talking to an audience and is accommodating to them. And that, I don't think it follows at all that he has to believe it.
No, I'm saying, because I'm saying one of the things that you guys would say would be like, well, Jesus possibly believed that, and I thought that was
I don't know what the incarnation entails, to be honest. Like, you know how it says Jesus grew in knowledge. I don't know how much of the incarnation he was like.
You can't have him having false beliefs, though, right? He can't believe something. He can't have false knowledge.
I'm inclined to think you're right, but that's where it gets kind of difficult. Like, did Jesus think that he was going to come back in that lifetime, like in that generation, right? Like, he says he doesn't know the hour of the day, so I'm inclined to think he acknowledges he doesn't have that knowledge, but he sure seems to imply that very heavily. So I don't know if I'm inclined to think that he didn't and the disciples misunderstood that, but it's hard to know either way, you know? So I'm inclined to think, no, Jesus probably did not have false beliefs, at least like with that stuff, but he might be talking to an audience where that's not relevant, right? He's trying to give the point spiritually, and so he's not giving them a history lesson. He's not giving them all that stuff, right? So I think he can reference it and not think that it's literal, just like, you know, we've talked about this, like, you know that there's places in the New Testament that reference books that are not in scripture that the authors believed were real, right?
Yeah.
And like that doesn't bother you. Yeah, no. Like in 2 Timothy, I'll say it's Paul for the sake of argument, right? He mentions Jannes and Jambres, who are the Pharaoh's magicians, right? Now, Exodus never once mentions their names, right? He's getting that from a later, like, apocryphal text. Or maybe it's like Jewish oral tradition. So is that true that their names are Jannes and Jambres, even though Exodus doesn't mention it, and it wouldn't have been like in any of the contemporary sources?
Because he's being inspired by the Holy Spirit.
So how would Paul know that? I mean, clearly Paul's getting this from older traditions that are not in Scripture, though.
Well, Paul's getting all kinds of metaphysical theology that he never, like, that's...
When you say he's getting like, are you thinking that this is, like, downloaded into his brain? Like, I'm not sure what your idea is.
When he says the Spirit says expressly, what do you think that means?
I think that Paul has a sincere, when people say that the Spirit told me this, I think Paul has a very sincere feeling in him and he feels convicted to say something. Okay, just like many people do.
Right, but he's making claims that he couldn't, there are, like, he has no way of, like, he would just be saying stuff. He's going to be making claims about certain truths or show how certain things are being fulfilled in Christ, or how you can just eat whatever you'd like, and some people honor one day over the other, and you can honor any day alike. And that Christ is the substance of the Sabbath, things like that. Yeah. How can he make claims like that if it's the case that, like, where's he getting the confirmation that those things are true? And I'm saying
it was with discussing it with the disciples, like that he talks about in Galatians. It was with, he does say that the gospel I preach did not come from man, it comes from heaven. So, like, I think he feels convictions from the Holy Spirit. I mean, there's a few times where he has like visions of heaven, but I'm not sure if that's where he's like information.
So my point is when he's making claims, it's either the case they're inspired and they're actually true claims, even if they're things that he would have no personal way of validating, or they're not. And I don't think
they can be. I think that they can be inspired, but not like literally historically true. Again, we're talking about like spirit. Like, I think the point that Paul's making about God overcoming Pharaoh's magicians is what he's getting at. Whether like the technical details of what's their actual name is like not as relevant. He may have like inferred that from tradition or whatever, but I don't think it's relevant whether that's their name or not.
Hey, you said Paul said he got his doctrine not from man but from heaven.
He said that in Galatians, yeah.
I thought he said he got his doctrine not from man but from Christ.
When he says from heaven, I think that's what he means.
Okay, but I thought on the page it said from Christ, but yeah, okay.
I'd have to read the actual wording, but I'm fairly sure that he does say that in Galatians 1.
Cool, yeah.
Okay.
But he does also talk to the other disciples about stuff, so yeah.
Before you guys change the conversation,
I
just wanted to throw this little tidbit. You go to the Septuagint and read where it says, Yahweh says, I am, and you go to where Christ says, I am in John. Those are two different phrases. I'm going to just go on mute and let y'all do the research, and we can talk about it later. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay. I don't want to forget what you just said. The last thing I say, no mute. I know Kayla had a question. Whoever wants to come in is totally cool. Just one more thing. So, Caleb, what do you do with the fact that throughout the New Testament it says that you have various people referring to being from certain tribes? Okay, so Paul being from the tribe of Benjamin. You have Jesus being through the line of Judah. It has to be the line of David from the tribe of Judah. Is it the case that that's true? Because these promises were given and they make it seem as though that needs to be fulfilled. If this is just some lore, that wouldn't make any sense. It would have to be the case there would have to be a literal historical Judah and King David. Otherwise, it makes no sense, and it makes no sense to put the effort into to try to explain how Jesus is of that line if there isn't any of that line. If there is no tribe of Judah. So not just the line of David, the tribe of Judah, which means
Well, I do think David existed, by the way. But
no, I know. And I'm saying not just the line of David, because I know you'll acknowledge that David existed. But I'm talking about the 12 tribes of Israel. Now we're getting back into the good stuff.
Yeah, that's a little harder to. Well, sure, no. The point is to say that the tribes are. I mean, you have people today who will tell you what tribe they're from, right? In Israel.
Well, they claim people. I don't know about all that.
Yeah, of course, people claim that. People had their own. I don't deny it. Like the tribes existed.
Tada thinks she's from the tribe of Judah. Anyway, go ahead.
Why can't you start? Wait, Andrew. Why do you always start with me? Why can't you start with those who claim to be Jewish? Start there.
Exactly.
Some of them will say they are from.
I'm not denying that people.
I'm not denying
people really did like have these denominations and say they were from the tribes. I'm just saying I don't know like if we could confidently say historically that it goes back to like Jesse and his kids, right? Like
you have to say that Jesus is of the tribe of Judah. You have to say that these.
But the tribe of Judah is you could dispute the origins of how that, whether that was like a gradual evolution during the Babylonian exile or whatever. Like, but of course, by the time of Jesus's presence, like of course there were people who had genealogies that were like claiming to be from Judah that he was a part of. Like, I don't deny that.
I don't. Okay, but yeah, it just seemed very. It just feels very
changed Judah.
What?
Caleb, you have to believe in Christ as the scriptures have said, Caleb. That's what it says. You got to believe in Christ as the scriptures have said.
Yeah. But hold on, Caleb. What do you say to what Congress just asked you there? Because I
didn't hear what Congress asked me.
I was trying to understand what you were saying there, that like their tribe of Judah changed or something.
No, I'm saying you can have the tribes of Israel without having to like go back to a literal like Jesse had 12 kids and David was from one of them and all that stuff, right? Like you could say that story may have, I don't know, developed over time during like the Second Temple period, and by the time of first century antiquity when Jesus was around, there had been people who would define those tribes and said, well, I'm from this tribe and all that stuff, right? Just like you have Andrew I think it's in the Talmud, or maybe it's in the Mishnah, I forget, but you have these Pharisees who talk about the dry bones in Ezekiel, that passage, right? With the bones. Yeah. And there are Pharisees who are arguing about whether this is meant to be a metaphor for Israel's restoration, or whether this is a literal, like this literally happened, right? And there were rabbis who said, no, this did literally happen. And you know what their argument was? We have genealogies where I can trace it back where so-and-so was descended from this person who was raised from the dead, right? And they did the same thing. So they could do this thing where they could do genealogy and claim that they were descended from, these people. And that was like their evidence that this was like meant to be literal, not meant to be something like that. No, this is like hundreds of years removed, obviously, but it's just kind of funny. Like you can have this happen. Alexander the Great did the exact same thing with like, I think it was Achilles, or maybe with Odysseus, right? Who are fictional characters from the Iliad and the Odyssey. But people at the time believed that they existed, and you had kings who claimed that they were descended from these people from several generations back, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but the Hebrews, I think chapter 7 does say that it's evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah, and of the Judites, nothing is said about the priesthood, except for Christ is by the priesthood of Melchizedek and so forth, right?
Yeah, he was. I'm not denying he's part of the tribe of Judah. I just don't think you have to have like a literal origin founding of Judah for that to be correct.
Yeah, you kind of do if you're making the claim that Jesus is the king, because to prove kingship, you have to have lineage to justify that you're from the royal house or the royal family. And it's always worked that way with kingship. So that's the primary reason for the genealogies of Jesus, is to prove that, yes, he is indeed the king of the Jews, as the accusation that was written over his cross declared.
Isn't it the belief that Joseph was the adopted father? So that's how so it's not literal. It would be that he's the adopted father. So Caleb kind of has a point.
Wait. No, he's literal because he
also has different genealogy though.
To his mother. So,
but
Matthew and Luke also don't agree on the genealogies.
So throughout the annals of time in the book, all of the genealogies have been of men,
No,
and,
that's not true.
From
No,
the Luke.
Jews actually reckon genealogy matrilineally.
No, you don't even
No,
need that.
no.
I agree.
We're talking about from the paternal side to discuss.
I agree with you to that, right? But it's not always like that. So you can look at look at First Chronicles chapter 2, verse 34, and it's even a tribe of Judah where the lineage of Judah, the genealogy, the Toledo there, gets passed through
because he didn't have any sons.
Right, it went through the daughter. Right, so the claim would be Mary doesn't have any brothers.
Inheritance, so that the name stayed with the tribe of Judah and not go to. But that's a exception to the rule, not the rule. But what I'm saying is
the lineage passes through the daughters. No, through the daughter.
No, the lineage passes through the father.
Nope. The woman, look, the father had no sons, and he died.
No. I understand that exception, Converse. I'm not debating that.
I'm saying that's what Mary is.
And that.
Right, Jesus is exceptional too.
You are correct, Charles. I will not take that away from him.
I mean, in fact, he's the most exceptional.
I agree with you. Amen to that as well. But in this particular case, with David, it said it was going to come from the loins, and we all know what that means. So it would. So when they discuss, one of the arguments is that in the in Luke, that is the Levirate marriage, and that in Matthew, that's Joseph's lineage. So all I'm saying is that Caleb has an argument because Joseph is the adoptive father, and he is the one that when Mary and Mary and Joseph were going back to Bethlehem, I want to say. Y'all know the story. It was based off of the kingship through Joseph. Yeah. And Mary, the only thing we can really determine is that Mary could be a Levite because her cousin was a Levite. So,
but
what's her name? Was a Levite. What's her name?
Yeah, you're talking about Elizabeth, Zachariah's wife. But just because they're cousins doesn't mean that Mary's a Levite. That's
you don't think so?
Oh no, not at all.
No, I'm not saying saying that. In fact, I'm just saying there could be an argument for her being a Levite.
No, not at all. But if I could give some gentle pushback on a couple things that you said real quick. Just gently and gentlemanly, because that's how my pushback is going to be. So Jesus' claim to the throne has to be through his earthly connection, which is his mother, because the New Testament teaches a virgin birth. So therefore, Joseph's genealogy does not result in the progeny Jesus, right? His connection is through his mother. And daughters can be the fruit of a man's body. I'm not going to pretend that the daughter of my son is not the fruit of my body. She definitely is. And I am related to the father of my mother. I am the fruit of his body, even though my only connection to him is through a daughter. So, while the general rule is, of course, a patrilineal reckoning of genealogies, we see that even throughout the genealogies of Jesus, with rare exceptions, do they even include a woman? But we have to acknowledge exceptions to that rule, as the good brother Converse pointed out in First Chronicles chapter 2, which is a great place to point that out. And there's another place where the inheritance of land was up for grabs because a man had no sons and he was a landowner in Israel. And they actually went and convened and had a ruling that the land could go to his daughter. But they had to, thank you.
Sorry. But that's inheritance.
But that had to be adjudicated, right? Because it was an exception. And we have to agree that because of the virgin birth, Jesus is the most exceptional case that we could even fathom. So it's not going to go according to the general rule. It's going to walk according to the exceptions, because the exceptions are what actually qualify Jesus to be the fruit of David's body through his mother, and therefore heir to the throne.
But Charles, it would be the seed, and women. I mean, women don't carry seed.
Genesis 15, the woman's seed.
You mean to tell me that you don't, and of course the people to grant to Liam, notwithstanding, which is Genesis 3:15, that the seed of the woman will crush the serpent's head. Sister Tada, you mean to tell me that you don't carry your father's seed in you? Are you serious? So that your children are now relatives of your father?
I do. I carry some of his DNA. Yes, but
that's what it means, sis.
Like if we DNA as a woman, I can't. Even if you do like 23andMe, it has to go. Like I can't do it the way a son can do it. It would have to go. You know what I'm talking about, right?
You contribute 23 chromosomes, just like your husband chromosome makes the 46. You're equally represented.
Are you in the matrix, Charles, or is it me?
While Charles is getting adjusted, hold on, I promise it'll be like less than 20 seconds as a tangent. Mark, are you there real fast? If he's not.
Sorry, what's up? I wasn't paying attention.
No, you're good. It's fine. All I was going to say is I was just scrolling through Substack and I saw that Ethan said that he reworked his article and that he basically said that I'm not going, like, you already got debunked, and I'm not going to, if you see anything from Mark Grant or kind of respond to anything I write, you should just assume inferentially that it's probably bad because it's just the way that he worded it. I just thought that was
the day.
I don't know what it is. He just is like he's just a firecracker, isn't he? He's just very,
I would say not. He's all ridiculous and childish, and his objections aren't actually any good. But
I don't take a few days to respond. I don't have any comments on the actual substance of the argument. I just meant the attitude is what I was kind of taking it back at.
Caleb, neither
Christ-like, in my opinion.
Caleb, you didn't see the Dustin Clement Ethan debate.
Yeah, I just saw the Fatima one, but I mean,
he called Mark, where he talked about Mark Grant, who had the most bizarre response imaginable. What can I do?
I'm definitely, and you're stirring the pot quite nicely here, Caleb. I definitely want to jump into this. You just wanted to bring.
Well, Andrew, do you think that Ethan can be a little overly like? I think uncharitable maybe is the word.
This is Andrew you're talking about. He loved him some Ethan.
I do love him some Ethan, but I will say
I know he does. If he didn't think homosexuality was a sin, I'm sure he'd marry him. But like it's just kind of,
it's the truth, Charles.
No. It's probably it might be.
For that
look, there's probably some truth there, but here's the thing. I haven't really seen him do. I haven't seen him do the meltdown thing. Ethan's awesome, Charles. Even the people here that are critiquing him recognize.
Watch the debate and then make your decision. Don't let
even people here. Tadad's just out of her brain right now. But even the people here who are critiquing him recognize that he's
very smart. It's just that, again, I think that he likes to. He has now gone from like, atheists criticize that to like full on like salesman for Catholicism. And it's not, that's what it is. It's not like I don't want to make comparisons here, but I like to think that I'm much more honest where I'm like, oh, here's how I see things, guys. And maybe you disagree, but I'm not trying to make any like super strong convictions here. This is just sort of how I see it. Right. Because I feel like he has an idea where like people who disagree with him are like basically hellbound heretics. And he has a moral duty to convert as many souls to the gospel.
Nothing bad about that, though.
Caleb,
I think he generally I think he thinks that people who disagree with him are like generally like reprobated in my. I don't know. I just think he's very uncharitable in that sense. But like, I'm not saying that he's not intelligent. I think he would beat me in a debate if we did it.
I'd like to meet Ethan. Where is he at?
You need to meet him.
Oh, just get. Mark,
just
can you put the link?
I'm going to try to get him on here.
Put the link in the chat so that Charles can watch.
Put the link in the chat.
Yes, please.
I think it would be interesting if I did. I'm sure I could ask petition Cameron if I ever wanted to do a debate with him on like, do miracles vindicate Catholicism? But I know that would be a very hostile audience because Cameron's audience is overwhelmingly going to be in favor of that, and they love Ethan. So I don't think it would. It would not be going well in terms of.
There's a guy who does like Protestant. He has Catholics on his platform, but he's a Protestant. I will have to ask him. But like the Voice of Reason was on his channel, but he has a lot of, and they do Protestant Catholic debates. So
Sure, and I don't know enough about Catholicism to like critique it like fundamentally. It's more about just the miracle stuff, which is what he's trying to do, and obviously like that's. We both kind of share that area, even though I think I was doing it first. But that's fine; it doesn't matter. Yeah. He does more of the vindicatory stuff, which is interesting. But I guess I just like he literally in the debate on Fatima, I think he said that we can have moral certainty was the term, and that is like so just crazy to me to think that you can have like that degree. It's like, yeah, I think miracles are a decent argument for theism, but like moral certainty is like such a ridiculously high bar.
How did you get because there is more than one salvation? How were you able to jump that?
Yeah.
Andrew, you see what's happening here, right? Andrew, you see what's happening here with your hero, right? Caleb was the known guy who was going to potentially, allegedly, at some point in the future, do a book on miracles, right? Yeah. And he's been outdone by a guy on miracles.
Oh, you think it's a jealousy thing?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. That Ethan guy, man, I'll tell you. And Andrew tore his dress getting on the horse with Ethan at one time.
No, look, it's fine. We do. I know you are. No, look, I generally think he's a smart guy. I think he's a good writer. I think his stuff's really interesting to read. It's also just different. I do more healing stuff. He does more of the specific, like, vindicatory stuff, which is fine. It's not like a competition or anything. I think it's just the tone and the confidence that he has.
And Caleb, even scarier. What if he's right? But yeah.
Andrew, do you believe that there's more than one
salvation? Insinuated to you that I already told you that, like, the other day when we talked, he was like kind of insinuating he thinks I'm going to hell. Like, like
yeah. Well, bro, I mean, look, examine yourself, right? So I do think that these I don't just look. I don't think Ethan should be being like rude to people, but if he feels like he needs to jar people and wake them up, maybe that would be the approach. I don't know. I haven't looked at what he said. He hasn't done the stuff that's really condescending in a long time. I haven't seen him be like that. But if that's what it was, if that was a time,
just like even interrupting people in debates and stuff like that. Like I feel like he talks for 80% of it, and it's not even like a dialogue; it's like a lecture. Haslip is the same thing. I don't know. That's my experience. Maybe
to be fair, Caleb, a lot of time he is just lecturing the people because they need it.
See, that's the attitude of because they need it. I think that's where it's.
No. But I'm saying because But what I'm saying because
Caleb, Andrew is what I'm saying because those false prophets.
Hold on to that. Because when I'm saying that he needs it or they need it, I'm saying that they're not up to date with the very material they're there to debate. So the point is he has to inform them about what it is that they're even trying to debate. That actually happens a lot, and like with the debate that he had with the fine tuning guy, the guy who's going to debunk fine tuning, that was just Ethan teaching him through the whole debate.
Sure, I didn't watch that one, so
yeah. So, but anyway,
Andrew, did you watch the Fatima debate?
Why is this even a big deal? Why can't Caleb just have his like remarks?
We can move on. I don't want to make this meta. I don't want to gossip.
It's not, and it would not be matter of that. Obviously, we can all have our remarks. I'm actually trying to get back to what we were talking about, which is what I want to ask you. Which is what I want to ask something quickly. Yeah, go ahead, Charles. Hit it, brother.
See, all this time has passed, and nobody has acknowledged the undisputed queen of Clubhouse, Queen C'est La Vie. So I just want to say hello to her. Like, it's amazing nobody's acknowledged her. Like, what's wrong with y'all?
I acknowledged her, brought her up and made her a mod.
Yeah, it's because she's such a staple. It's almost goes without saying. It's going to those things.
It can't go without saying. We need a verbal.
Shout out to I'd like to thank God and my mom and dad for making me.
Hi, Charles. Charles laying in on a little strong here.
He is.
I love it.
It's good. And you admit we're going to get a little preaching out of Charles at some point here too. I hope.
You're going to get some good stuff.
We're going to get a mini sermon. I want to hear it. But let me just say this real quick, Caleb. I wanted to ask you. God makes a covenant in the Old Testament. Those are with people, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Has to be, brother.
Wait, what's your objection? You're saying he made a covenant with people.
It's not what's my objection. So he's making a covenant with who?
Oh yeah, so there may have been a covenant in ancient Israel. I'm kind of agnostic on that. I think that's
how can you be? Jesus says makes the new covenant in the upper room with his disciples. How can you be agnostic?
The old covenant exists. I'm not saying the old covenant, like, yes,
you just said you're agnostic on
understanding of the old covenant. No, I'm agnostic. Okay, I'm agnostic as to whether, like, Abraham literally heard the voice of God and, like, set up a covenant in that way. But, like, of course, the Jews had an understanding of the Torah and the Old Testament that came around.
Brother.
Well, Abraham is Moses.
But Andrew, are you talking about the Abraham covenant or the one with Moses?
I'm talking about whatever covenant you want to say that this specifically is referring to. But in Jeremiah, when he says there will come a time when I will make a new covenant with my people, right? What covenant is being referred to there? The new covenant is the one Christ says this is the blood of the new covenant, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He said the new covenant. Yeah. The old covenant is made by real people, right?
Yes, the Jews at the time of Christ had a covenant. Yeah, the old covenant. Yes.
Yeah, and they made it with somebody. Who was that? Yeah, where'd that happen?
Praise the Lord.
Where'd that happen?
Where did the covenant come about?
Yeah, where'd the covenant happen?
Oh, I mean, traditionally it came from Abraham and then, like, subsequently Moses.
So there was a guy named Abraham. There was a guy named Moses.
They believe. I think that's what the Jewish people believed. Yeah.
No. What? How can you say that's what they believed?
He's getting his panties in the twist.
There wouldn't be a new covenant.
Caleb, do you believe Christ's words when he said, if you believe Moses, you will believe me?
No, he'll just say Moses. It could just be words about Moses is a story. It's like, look,
Andrew,
you got to hear how Caleb is putting this. Okay, Caleb's saying that
being very careful.
He's saying that all of the people of the New Testament, maybe even Christ himself, can have a misunderstanding about the historicity of the characters in the Old Testament. They can think that they're literal, but not actually be literal. That's one thing. The other thing is they may actually just think they're not literal. And they're just saying, hey, you should, if you trusted Moses, you would trust me, or you would know.
That might be true for Christ. I think for the others, they really did think they were literal. Christ may or may not have. I think Christ.
Yes, I know, right. That's what I said. I said that, right? I'm fair to what you're saying. But just listen, you're saying, it's kind of weird. So think about if you do the whole metaphor allegory, it's all not literal thing, or a lot of it's not, right? Or whatever. Let's just assume the non-literal lens for the Old Testament. And let's say the New Testament people thought that, right? When he says that if you would have believed, if you didn't believe Moses, or what the scriptures say, you're not going to believe if somebody rises from the dead, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of weird because then you would be saying, here's what you would be saying then, Caleb, check this out. You would be saying that the text that was written about Moses and all of that, right, in the Old Testament was actually, so it's not literal, it's not historical, but it would have to be divinely inspired because it's telling people about Jesus. It's telling them the whole point of it is looking forward to Christ. And the only way that could be is if somebody knew the future. So God would have to be the one that's behind that text. But it wouldn't be, you're saying you would have to accept the text as being inspired of God. So you'd be committed to the inspiration of the Old Testament.
You could say that a vision, a spiritual experience. Spiritual journey which is understood to refer to Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad, peace be upon him. Khidr is supposed to be, in our interpretation, the Ahmadiyya understanding, it's actually a representation of Prophet Muhammad. So it's the Jewish and the Christian dispensation meeting the Muslim dispensation.
Did you, just out of curiosity in your own life, so I think in order to find out what's true, you have to
investigate all of the religions. You have to like do philosophy to understand like what is evidence, what is logic, what is rational to believe. Do you think such a thing is necessary? Or do you think that you don't need such a things to get at the truth?
So research is important, but most people in the world have not studied philosophy. And if philosophy was necessary to understand religion, the truth of religion, then I'm afraid most people in the world haven't got the aptitude or the knowledge of philosophy, I should say, to be able to reach the right conclusions if philosophy helps them do that. No, religion is can be understood by an average person who uses his reason or her reason to get at the.
Do you ever take seriously the idea that, all the religions are just man's fables, that just like the Greeks invented the Greek gods, that Islam invented their own mythology, because that's just a thing cultures do, is invent gods and invent mythologies?
That's a possibility, but I favor the view that prophets came to various people all around the world, and people just corrupted their message over the centuries, over subsequent generations. The original message gets lost, and subsequent generations lose the way.
But do you agree that most cultures have come up with some mythology? Like, if we went to a random Filipino person, their culture came up with some mythology. You go to Armenia, their culture came up with some mythology. Like, every culture has come up with something for explaining the origins of the world and where they go when they die and how to live and who's an in-group member and who's an out-group member. Does it not just seem like a feature of human societies that we make up stories for the answers to those questions?
And that's, again, a possibility to consider, but I favor the view that there were prophets to these various peoples in different lands, different nations. The Quran says that we sent a warning to all people. And people change the message over time. That's what I said before. That kind of answered your question.
Yeah, so do you think that every religion was from a prophet that had got corrupted? Or were some of them just made up, just whole cloth?
Some of them may be made up, yeah.
I just think it's it hurts my soul and brain a little bit that so there's 2 billion Muslims on earth and there's 6 billion non-Muslims. There's 2 billion Christians or 6 billion non-Christians. So the majority of people on earth don't believe what you believe, don't believe any religion. So the default view should just be, well, most people think I'm wrong. I'm in the minority and that I'm probably mistaken and that the majority is probably right on this matter. The consensus view is just that my shit's not real. Like 6 billion humans on earth all think, no, this Islam stuff is all just made up nonsense. And then there's 2 billion people that go, no, this is like the word of God. But that they're dwarfed in number by the people that think it's made up nonsense.
But that appeal to majority is usually a logical fallacy, right?
Sometimes it is. It is some evidence, testimonial evidence, and the weight of consensus is some amount of evidence. It's not as decisive evidence, but it's just like something to consider. It's also worth considering that when you think of the smartest people that ever lived, they don't just all convert to Islam, and the Quran says it gives clear signs. It's a clear book with clear revelations to make you certain of your, it keeps talking about how clear it is and how obvious the signs are. But yet, the greatest thinkers of all time, the great inventors, the great mathematicians, the great philosophers, when they read, it's not like there's some grand pattern of them finding the Quran and converting.
So that, again, the Quran says it's clear, and yet they're not converting. I guess it isn't so clear after all.
Well, the Quran says God guides whom He wills, and He lets go astray whom He wills. So He's got reasons that why people. He says He does not guide the wicked, the wrongdoers. So people may be doing certain wrong things as a result of which they're not being rightly guided. I don't know. Maybe that's the.
But why would He purposely not rightly guide the smartest people?
Intelligence is one thing and a beneficial thing. The Quran encourages the use of reason and understanding in these matters. But it just doesn't mean that just because someone is using their mind properly in a certain field, that means they're also using their mind properly with regards to God's existence and their relationship with Him.
Yeah, well, one hypothesis is that God is purposely making it obscure for the smartest people that ever lived. Another option is just that the smartest people that ever lived look at the Quran and find it not plausible that the creator of the universe made this, and that your worldview is untrue, and that it can be seen, it can be known by people. Very smart people can just tell this. That's like another hypothesis that explains the data.
I mean, you've asked questions about the Quran, about testimony, about sleeping with slaves, and I've been able to respond to them. And I'm not a particularly intelligent person, I don't think.
I don't know if you've heard of these people: Einstein, Newton, Gauss, Leibniz, Hume, Kant, Wittgenstein, Bertrand Russell, Kurt Gödel, John von Neumann, Richard Feynman, Stephen Hawking, Roger Penrose, Noam Chomsky, Darwin, Blaise Pascal, Spinoza, Turing, Terence Tao, Quine, Popper, Ed Witten, Carl Sagan, Marvin Minsky. I can keep going. There's just unbelievable geniuses. And they just look at the Quran and they go, oh, this is not plausible. And they just don't even think it's even worth kind of discussing. And this is like the general tendency of the smartest people that ever live, is to not convert to Islam. And some of the smartest Persian minds went away from Islam. People like Al-Razi, Amari, Al-Rwandi, they were part of the Islamic Golden Age in Persia, and they also left Islam. So it seems that when you become more educated in philosophy, in science, more intelligent, you tend to leave Islam rather than joining Islam. And so that's evidence that this is just not true.
I'm not sure these people have studied the Quran and understood it. But so far, the questions you have been asking about Islam, the Quran especially, I've been able to respond to satisfactorily, at least to me. And you weren't able to counter the testimony issue or the sleeping with slaves issue. You did mention about slavery. I didn't get a chance to respond to that. The Quran actively encourages the freeing of slaves. The fact that
I looked up the academics of Islam, so people who study the Quran and the antiquity, Arabic linguistics, early Islamic history, Quran manuscripts. So I looked at the academics of them, and I saw if the people who spend the most time studying these texts in the context, whether they reliably convert to Islam. And the answer is no. Most of them are atheists and don't convert. So again, the Quran says it gives clear signs. And then the people who are studying, the academics that are studying Quranic manuscripts and early Islamic Arabic and all that stuff, people who have direct access to all this stuff, they don't convert. Neither do the smartest people that have ever lived convert. And you should just pause and go, the people that are most likely to convert, the experts on these manuscripts, and then also they're just the smartest philosophers ever, they're not converting. Maybe they know something that I don't know. Maybe they have access to different evidence and better arguments that I don't have. And maybe I should be open to maybe Islam's not true. Maybe this is like a superstition, one of the many thousands of religions that have just been made up by a culture.
So I became agnostic when I was at university and developed faith after that. So, yeah, what are you going to say about that?
That you can then lose faith again, that a person changes their mind over their lifetime as they consider more evidence and reason about it more.
I mean, you have to present the evidence of these people and their arguments against the Quran. Leave the hadith aside because, if it's not according to the Quran, I'm not going to accept it. So if you can give me evidence from the Quran that there are flaws that cannot be explained, I might have more reason to sympathize with your view.
Have we talked about the point about how because there's so many religions, the default isn't 50-50. The default is that any religion you consider isn't true. So like if I just randomly open up some random book on some Druid religion in ancient Brussels, okay, that's probably not the true religion because most religions are false. So it's not that I need some extreme amounts of evidence to show that Islam is false. The default is that every religion is probably not true and that they need a lot of evidence to go against the fact that there are thousands of religions that are all mutually contradictory to each other. Do you understand? So the default is, if you don't prove that religion, that Islam, the Quran, was created by the creator of the fucking universe, the default is that you just shouldn't believe it.
So, I mean, my knowledge is more related to the Quran than any other book, or about Islam than any other religion. So if you can establish that Islam is false, especially from the Quran, then I would be inclined to sympathize with your view. But if you're just talking hypothetically, that, in my view, I've already explained to you that religions were corrupted over the generations following the prophets. If you can, so there will be some truth in most of the religions, some element of truth in them, which I would find consistency with the Quran, to be consistent with the Quran. If not, then maybe it is a false religion. That's my yardstick. So if you can establish that my yardstick is flawed, I would be more inclined to sympathize with your view.
So I'm very confident that you can just falsify the Quran, but I'm saying that even if I cannot do that, the default should be, don't believe that. If I told you right now, I am a prophet of God, you should think, probably not, because most people who say they're prophets of God are in fact liars or insane. So the default should be, don't believe someone that says they're talking from God unless they show very extreme evidence. But I'm happy to just show you what's wrong with the Quran and why it's just false on its own, like for its own sake. But you should understand that the default is just that you shouldn't believe someone saying that they're a prophet, because most people that say they're prophets are not prophets.
Okay, many I would say are not. Maybe even most, but some are, and that is good enough for me. So
I don't think any are, so.
Okay, but you have to prove it. Prove it from the book that actually this book is flawed. The 2 or 3 issues you brought up that we've discussed haven't been enough to convict.
Okay, well, so if you want to look at just very obvious errors, it says that all fruits come in pairs. They don't.
Show me the verse.
Okay, 13:3. you find it?
Yeah, I'm just reading it. Okay, so can you establish that is false?
Yeah, so what do you think pears means?
Pears? 2 pears?
Yeah, so it says every fruit. Allah created fruits of every kind in pairs. What does that mean?
Let me reflect on that. And he Jesus spread out the earth and made it in the mountains and there was fruits of every kind. Could be different varieties.
So so there's like a Granny Smith apple and a Red Delicious apple. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Because I don't think not every fruit has a pair of it. Doesn't have like a complement or a second one. Sometimes you have ones where there's just one variety. Sometimes there's hundreds of varieties. There's not really some system where they all have 2 varieties.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, so that's it. You know, Islam's false. That said that every fruit comes in pairs, but they don't.
Okay, you got something else?
Why would I move on from that? That just is enough to settle it.
So I did a search on the Arabic grammar of the words used, Zawjani Ithnaini. And it says it's a common misconception to say the Quran claims every individual fruit is a twin. The verse uses a dual form, Zawjani, 2 pairs or 2 categories. So I'll have to look into it, what it actually means. It's saying it's a misconception.
I'm saying that there's no reading of it that you could do that where it would ever come out true that every fruit has some sort of pair. Like, there's no reading of it that would save it because there's just nothing about it. Doesn't matter. It could be varieties, it could be genders, it could be, you know, the first ones being 2, but there's just no reading. None of those work. So you can pick whatever interpretation you want. None of them are going to come out true. And every fruit has some sort of pair situation going on.
Okay, I'll have to come back to you on that one.
All right, I'll give you another one. It says in the Quran in 25:53 that Allah is the one who merges the two bodies of water, one fresh water and one salty and bitter, placing between them a barrier that they cannot cross. So it's saying there's salt water and fresh water, and then God put a barrier that they cannot cross. But fresh water and salt water do mix. And if you just look at the Wikipedia page for brackish water, that is places on Earth where they do mix. So the Quran says that they cannot cross the barrier, but yet the Wikipedia page for brackish water shows that they do cross.
Yeah, so you're saying that this is not a barrier that cannot be crossed.
Yeah, they do cross all the time.
You sure about that?
Yeah, look at the Wikipedia page. Actually, I'll just read it to you because I don't need you to go look it up yourself. So this is brackish water. Brackish water, sometimes known as brack water, is water occurring in a natural environment that has more salinity than fresh water, but not as much as seawater. It is a result of mixing seawater with fresh water, such as in estuaries, or it may occur in brackish fossil aquifers. Anyway, there's just a whole bunch of places on Earth where salt water and fresh water do mix with each other. It's called brackish water. And the Quran says they cannot cross. So it says they cannot cross, but they do cross with each other. But it's just an error.
Okay, let's move on from there. Do you have another?
Wait, do you have any comments on the brackish water?
I would have to look into it.
Okay, well, it seems like we've got two issues right now where it seems like the Quran is just false, and you want to just move on. Alright, let's move on to something else. The Quran describes there being 7 skies and 7 earths. That's Surah Al-Mulk 67:3. Also, it's in Surah Al-Talaq 65:12. There's not 7 earths, there's not 7 skies. There's 1 sky and 1 earth.
Because the number 7 in Arabic and 70 signify multiplicity. So it's not taken literally. It just means a lot.
Okay, well, there's still just 1 earth. There's other planets, but there's just 1 earth.
67:3, did you say?
Yeah.
Who has created the 7 heavens in harmony? Just doesn't mention Earth.
Well, it says one above the other. So this, I guess, is where there's 7 heavens, but then the other one says the 7 skies. Sorry, the 7 earths. Surah Al 65:12 of the Quran is about the earths. Allah is the one who created 7 heavens in layers, and likewise for the earth.
I will have to go and research these verses. Let me write them down. Could you remind me of the verse for the saltish and brackish water?
Mm-hmm. So for the saltwater one, it's 25:53. 25:53.
And
the pairs. It's 13:3.
Okay, got any others?
Yeah. I got a lot. I wrote a whole book on why Islam's not true. So I can literally do this all day. So it said that Adam and Eve were created directly from clay, and they were shaped like with the breath was put into them, and they were molded out of clay. But we know that we evolved from apes rather than being made out of clay.
Which verse?
38, 71, and 72. I'll read it to you. Remember, a prophet, when your Lord said to the angels, I'm going to create a human being from clay. And so when I have fashioned him and had a spirit of my own creation breathed into him, fall down in prostration to him. So it's saying that you make a person out of clay, shape him, and put a soul into him, as opposed
opposed to what we know happened to science is that we evolved from monkeys.
Okay, I have.
I forgot about the women and children, the future of Islamic scamming.
I'm not by any means an evolution scientist, but
well, I forgot about the women
my
and children, the
understanding is
future
that
of
the
Islamic
Quran
scamming.
talks about creation by means of evolution. So whilst it does not necessarily endorse Darwinian evolution or even creation or development from the
Oh, I
apes,
see. You care.
it does talk about a process of gradual development. So this verse, I would read it differently.
Willfully.
I'm about to create man from clay, from the earth, from soil. The Quran talks about creation of all life from water. It talks about
I see.
creation from
You care about
from
humans who are willfully
blackish
ignorant
organic
scammers
mud.
who demand you accept their
And so it talks
worldview or
about
be
the different
killed. Okay,
stages in
good,
the creation of
good choice.
life. And in this particular instance, when I have fashioned him into perfection, right? So when he's already physically perfected, and then have breathed into him of my spirit, may refer to divine revelation, not breathed into it. I don't know what, or the soul, breathe the soul into it, but breathe into it of my spirit, meaning divine revelation. Fall ye down in submission to him. That is referring to a prophet who receives divine revelation. So it's your understanding of the passage which is at flaw here as to what the verse is actually saying.
Don't you think that the natural reading of it is that they made him fashioned a clay object and then put a soul into it, and then that was the person?
And she's pizza with garlic, and my beer with OJ was and is more real than anything a Muslim has ever declared.
Okay, well, maybe the other verses just are contradictory with this. Like, you are assuming that the Quran has to be consistent with itself, but or maybe it doesn't have to be. Maybe the book is full of contradictions. Like, that's also possible.
No, on this one, I would argue my case based on other verses, along with this verse. This verse is talking about prophethood. So it says the angels all submitted. Angels don't fall in submission to a non-prophet. They do to prophets.
Okay. Other stuff, which is an issue. It says that ants can have human concepts in the Quran. This is Surah Al-Nami 27:18. So I'll just read it to you. And when they came across the valley of ants, an ant warned, "Oh, ants, go quickly to your homes, so Solomon and his armies do not crush you unknowingly." So Solomon smiled in amusement at her words and prayed. So the ant there's an ant, and it understands who Solomon is, understands that Solomon has a name, that there's such a thing as kings, with people with names. He understands the concept of homes and armies. These are human concepts. Now, the way ants communicate is with pheromones. They fart out various smells that make them follow each other. But no scientist thinks that ants have concepts like this. No?
Yeah, I've looked at this before. Again, not in a great deal of detail. But the interpretation of these verses is that the valley of the ants is actually referring to valley of the tribe known as the ants. And Arabs have these names. Banu Asad means the tribe of the lion. So these kind of names exist in the Arab world. And so reading the Quran, I favor the understanding that this was a valley of a tribe known as the ants. And a member of the tribe said, "O you Nemo," that is the people of the ants, "enter your habitations, lest Solomon and his host crush you whilst they know not." So it's talking about people entering their habitations. Ants don't do this, and Solomon and his army wouldn't be after the ants anyway. So in any case,
the one problem with your interpretation is that if you stepped on a person or a person's house, you would know that you did it. Whereas if you stepped on an ant, you wouldn't know you did it. So when it says they don't crush you unknowingly, that better is explained by the people you're crushing being so small that you can't see them. That's like an unknowing crushing.
No, I don't buy that. Because the response of Solomon is, it's not possible for literal ants to recognize Solomon. So
yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's an error.
Well, I'm saying it's just a misunderstanding. In fact, the previous verse says that they were gathered unto Solomon, verse number 17. They were gathered unto Solomon his house of jinn, men, and birds, formed into separate divisions. So these men and birds and jinn are not actually literal jinn and literal birds. They are the interpretation, which I've looked into before, not recently, but I was convinced that this is not referring to literal birds, because they are his hosts. And actually, it's not just, there's another verse which says that Allah has taught us the language of birds. So, literal birds. It's not literal ants. Move on to another one. You won't convince me on this one.
So it says in the Quran that just like the Christians think that Jesus is the Messiah, the Jews think that Ezra is the Son of God, but no Jews think that Ezra is the Son of God. There's no evidence that any Jews think that Ezra is the Son of God. And the fact that you're comparing it to a general belief of Christians means you're talking about a general belief of Jews. For example, if I say dogs are like this and cats are like this, I'm talking about dogs and cats in general. So if I say Christians are like this in general, that they think that Jesus is the Messiah, then when I say that Jews think that Ezra is the Messiah, that means in general they think that. And that's definitely not true. Jews do not in general think Ezra is the Son of God.
So I would read it. It mentions the Jews first. It mentions the Christians afterwards. And the Jews had this concept of sons of God. And they were not supposed to take it literally. It meant a servant of God who was close to God. It was not a literal son of God. But if they elevated someone and took the expression more literally, they elevated someone higher than he actually was. And this is what it is indicating. It mentions the Jews first because that's where the concept originated from and where the corruption initially happened. And it went full scale with the Christians. So it's not widespread, I agree, amongst the Jews. But apparently there was a group of Jews in Yemen who believed him to be the Son of God.
I've heard that that's not true, and that there's literally zero evidence of any Jewish sect believing this. So you should ask ChatGPT, is there any evidence that this is true? And make sure you ask, not just do Islamic scholars think it, but do secular academics think it?
Although P, you're quite masculine in a way. In a good, powerful sort of woman way.
They are about the same length. I think my ring finger might even be slightly longer. I've heard this before. Something like this.
But that's meant to be the testosterone.
My hygiene.
You're the monster.
She's the high tea matriarch of the Packers.
You've got more than I have, darling.
Oh my god.
She hates when I make her matriarch.
I'm never opening another room again. And I'm going to the hormone clinic.
Embrace it. You're a UConn mom. You're an amazing father.
Can you show me the scripture? No.
Did he tell the man to pick up his
I'm not asking who he told. I'm talking about where he himself. Show me where he himself did it.
So clarification, are we referring to physical labor?
All type of physical labors are work in the context of this.
Give me a verse to agree
You're on train to think any type of physical labor or doing any type of work is breaking the Sabbath.
Okay.
Then you should not even get up from your bed.
You gonna make the sisters talk?
You shouldn't even get up from your bed. You should lay down on your bed all day.
At this point, I'm gonna get pissed off. we can't have women getting pissed off on the plane.
Yo, but slow down, Tito. I was
Nothing on me tonight.
I ain't gonna get pissed off if I'm not landing my point.
Y'all going down.
Slow down, Steve Biscuit.
I'm trying to understand, y'all. God said y'all ain't supposed to cause confusion either. Y'all cause confusion.
From a place of an atheist. So if somebody who actually believes in God will know that God can eat, that's something so easily for God to do. Like that's something that's so light. But since you don't, so hold on real quick. So because you don't believe in God and you don't know God, that's why you have that kind of mindset.
Sorry, you need to go slower, okay?
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry.
But also, if you're saying that God could just save the fish, I agree he could just save the fish, but then he could just save the animals too. So then why is Noah getting them in the ark? If he's just doing little miracles for each fish, then do little miracles for each animal too. The whole purpose of the Noah story makes no sense then.
Not really, because God could just, when you, like I said, when you're coming from a place of an atheist, you will understand. But when you actually believe in God, God can do what he wants. So if he wants to save two animals, why did he even use water then? Yeah, like I said, like, you know the questions you keep asking why?
Why do you keep
because he can.
excuses?
No, I'm just saying because he can. He's God.
But so he didn't even need to use water to clean the earth, right?
Look, you will never get it because you don't believe it. Like it
you
blows
believe
my
it,
mind.
then
Like you're wasting your time. Really and truly.
I think you came into a conversation that was progressing pretty civilly, and you just sound like a retard.
I get it, and I understand.
I get it too.
So, like I was saying, right, if you're coming from a place of atheist and you don't believe in God, in a million years, you.
Anyway, what do you think about the flood thing?
My reading of the Quran is that it was a regional flood, and it's not possible for an ark to contain all the different animal species on Earth anyway. He just took with him pairs of domesticated animals that were needed on the ark for the course of the 40 days or whatever it was that there was going to be a flood in his region.
Okay, what do you think about the fact that it says that meteors are lamps used to pelt devils? That's 67.5.
So it's really referring to, let's have a look. Which verse? This is another one.
67.5.
67.5. So this should be understood in the context that actually it's angels behind those.
It's like the first time he's discovering his favorite book.
To make the universe function as it is. So it's really a reference to angels who are behind the planets and stars, which are described as lamps.
Okay, but let me read it. We adorned the lowest heaven, so that's the nearest one to us, with lamps, and made them for stoning devils. But first off, the meteors are not lamps. Secondly, you're you're stoning a devil with a meteor, like that's not the meteors are just rocks that are floating around the solar system. They're not like little like lamps for throwing at devils. And also, are devils? Why are they floating in outer space? What is this even? What model is this of the world, such that you have like random devils in outer space that can be hit by rocks? The whole thing is bizarre.
Okay, I read about this recently, but I've forgotten the details, so I'll look into this as well. Okay?
Okay, sure. I'm glad you're willing to look into these things. It says that there's Gog and Magog.
Not to look into.
Are like an army, and then they are behind a wall trapped. So between two mountains, there's a wall made of iron and bronze, for which Gog and Magog, which is like a large number of people, is behind this wall, and that the wall will come down at the day of judgment, and then they will all spill out on the day of judgment. But my thing is, we have satellite images of every square centimeter of this planet. If there was a giant wall holding back an army that was made of bronze and iron, we would have found it by now. But we haven't found it because it doesn't exist, because the story's a myth.
Okay, I'll add that to the last item on my list. What's the verse number?
This is from the dual Cornane verse, but the exact, it's somewhere in the chapter, just the dual Cornane chapter.
18.
Is it 18? Okay. It's in the sort of toward the end of that one. Does it talk about Gog and Magog behind the wall and stuff?
Okay, I initially thought you were going to raise moral objections against the Quran, such as you'd started off with, but I wasn't prepared for these ones, or most of these ones. So I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, but also be open to that. Maybe Islam, don't just try to come up with whatever an apologetics will say to counter them. Like, just, your most fundamental duty as a human being is to live in truth and to find out what's true. And if it looks like Islam isn't true, then find something that is true, because the truth is what matters. You know, so don't fall into a trap. You know.
And you keep reading that book.
Yeah, no, I mean, if Islam's true, I will absolutely convert to Islam, and that's my duty as a good person, to follow the evidence where it leads me.
Okay, all the best to you.
All the best to you, man.
Take care.
See ya. That was the most respectful Islam interaction I've ever had.
Dude, I had the same fucking thing with him, like, Wednesday for like an hour. Same thing, dude. Same tone. I did what you did. I went through his book. We talked. We addressed issues, and he was the same respectful. The same thing, dude. Yeah.
Well, hopefully, I mean, he seems like a very nice guy, and hopefully, he's also seems pretty reasonable guy. Hopefully that with enough conversations, he can be reasoned out of it. Now, I'm not holding my breath over this, you know, it's not likely, but I mean, he's willing to say things like it's a regional flood, because how could he fit all the animals in the ark? Or ants don't have human concepts, so how could probably it's the people called ants. Like he's willing to be kind of like I don't know. So it gives me hope for him, you know. So
yeah, no, that's what dude. It's interesting, dude. You and I literally had very similar conversations with him within a week.
People think you're abrasive, honey, but I think you kind of match energy a lot of the time. And if someone's being reasonable to you, you'll be reasonable back, I think.
Yeah, and
obviously this is all kind of showtime, and it's a roast. So I mean, it just depends on what's going on, and it's reflective.
He sounds like a rather receptive Islam. So go ahead, Sam.
No, you go ahead. Were you listening to that conversation? Did you see how it all went down?
I was listening to a lot of it. I had so a button, but yeah. He's part of a really weird sect. He thinks that the Mahdi has already come. They're called Ahmadiyya Muslims, and they think that in 1989, a guy named Mirza Ghulam Ahmad in British India is the long-awaited Messiah and Imam Mahdi. So it's a rather interesting fact there. I don't know if that makes him more or less reasonable. I don't know what you would think. Like, if someone believes the Messiah has arrived in 1989, does that factor in at all on how reasonable you think they are?
Well, I mean, a couple things. First off, I was born in 1988, so they get the 1 year off. You know what I'm saying? Like, before when the Messiah came.
You're that you think every Muslim is a Salafi. You know that social Islamic probe is an Ahmadi, and they come from the Islamic school. Yeah, and they don't believe in miracles or any such thing. Like, they see these as visions and theophanies. Like, without studying his school of thought, you thought you could attack him, or at least knowing who he is, with your freaking dumbass points that are made for the literalist, right? So, I mean, he's obviously laughing at you.
We had a very respectful conversation, Argus. So
he's always respectful to even the biggest fool on earth.
Yeah, so we had a nice conversation. He had never heard of a lot of the things I brought up. So, like the salt water, fresh water, all fruits are in pairs, Gog Mahog behind the wall, stars are used to pelt devils.
He's a hafiz. You can tell him, just utter a word and he'll tell you where it is in the Quran. He was so respectful to you that he was so. Such is known for it. He's on Discord.
I had to tell him multiple times.
You don't know him. He's a yes, because he was respecting you.
No. He just didn't know where they were in the Quran. You're just wrong with this one.
Yeah.
It would have been really nice if he knew everything in the Quran where it was, because then I wouldn't have had to look up where the verses were each time. Like, it would have been convenient. But yeah, I think Mahdi has already come, and his name is Mahdi, and we just have like the worst prophet. Oh, you know what I mean? Like the Muslims got fucked by just having like this terrible Mahdi, Like, imagine he comes down from heaven, it's like, you're fools. How could you believe this? Like. Daniel, you there, brother?
Yo.
Did you see? Check your messages on Discord, because I found an Ethan Muse clone I want to show you.
Alright, give me just a few minutes.
Oh my god, baby.
Hey Sam, have you ever talked with this guy Mohammed?
Oh my god!
I've talked to many Mohammeds in my day, but I don't know. You're the one in the audience.
Popular name for Muslim guys. Have you talked with Muhammad Adam, who's in the audience right now? Just
maybe not. I'm not sure.
You should engage with him and see what you think.
You're just goofy. What are you laughing at?
I'm guessing. I somehow doubt that Honey is being like, oh yeah, it'd be a lovely, respectful conversation. I think.
Well, I don't think he's as bad as Mahdi, but I don't think he's as smart as Mahdi, so he can't do what Mahdi does.
Something might be.
I think he's like 19 and he's like a gamer or something, so he just like says stupid shit.
Something that a little bit bothers me about these Islam debates is like the best arguments against Islam are just like literally too abstract for most Muslims to be able to grapple with. So here's what would be my favorite argument against Islam. All of the features of the Quran, if you have two hypotheses, that a human wrote it and that God wrote it, the human explanation requires way fewer assumptions and way fewer like auxiliary like parts of the hypothesis. Like it explains all the data with no auxiliary assumptions needed, whereas the divine hypothesis requires like hundreds of auxiliary hypotheses to justify it.
You're hot micing.
And like this is just like not a point that they like understand that like you would have to explain, you would compare two hypotheses by explanatory power and number of auxiliary hypotheses needed to like prop up the theory. You know, like it's just like not, it's too abstract. So I just never bring it up, you know.
Well, what's funny is like on one hand, it's almost like they act like they understand that that's the case because you know it's so simple and obvious, but that's really not what they believe. You know, like they'll tell you on one hand that you should get it. Oh, have you even read the Quran? And then on the other hand, it's like you got to be like some amazing academic and you got to look extra Quranically and all this stuff. It's just wild.
Yeah. So I have it written out like this, that a human author would produce a text that reflects local culture, norms, animals, politics, revises itself over 20 years as circumstances change, contains ambiguity and abrogation, uses threats and insults and loyalty enforcement, grants special privileges to the leader, borrows and reshapes existing myths and stories, shows stylistic evolution over time, needs scholars to fix and harmonize and reinterpret it, relies on unreliable oral tradition, has no knowledge beyond its horizon of its era, inspires civil conflict after the leader's death. Like all of that just like directly, if you have the human hypothesis, all of that just like naturally follows from it. You don't need to like throw in extra assumptions or extra like, there's nothing that, it just smoothly follows from it. Whereas when you have the divine hypothesis, it's like, okay, God purposely chose ambiguity while claiming clarity. God uses purposely chosen error-prone oral transmission for mandatory guidance for some reason. God revised his perfect rules for some reason and then stopped revising for forever for some reason. God allowed false world models into his text. Like you just have to keep adding in like excuses and theories to justify these different things. Whereas the human one, everything is entailed by like a human wrote it, so all of that would be expected, you know?
Interesting. Did you say you wrote that this is like a essay or something? Like what is this? You just did you do this on paper or is this like a
yeah.
What is that?
Everything, bro. Like what do you think?
Interesting. Like where is this like in some kind of like academic paper you wrote, or is this just for yourself or what? Because I kind of want to see it. I think that's cool. I want to assess it and like use it.
Sure. I'll send you.
Okay. Like you think that Muhammad, I just want to make sure. So earlier when I first said you believe that your prophet can mistake an angel for a jinn, you said, when did I ever say that? Genius. And then when I reminded you that we already covered this, now you're conceding and now you're saying, oh yeah, why is that a problem? Right? See, like that kind of level stuff is just pretty dishonest and not really cool, bro.
Yeah, so Honey Badger, I linked my book that I wrote for Why Islam's False at the top, and then the thing I said where I compared the two hypotheses fact to fact, that's in the summary at the top of the page. There's like a shorter summary of the entire book where I compare the two hypotheses next to each other.
Awesome, dude. I just saved it to my notes. Thanks.
Nice.
And wait, just tell me the detail again. So I took what you put in there, and then what did you say? Was it like extra stuff?
So at the top of the page of the document, so the document's like really long, but then there's at the top of it, there's a shorter summary, which is a link. It's right away. It says why Islam is false. Shorter summary can be found here. You know, and you can
I'll put that right now. There you go.
Yeah.
Sweet, dude. That's gonna be great. I love this. Is like, because I didn't even crack a Quran until like the last 2 years. So it's been interesting reading it because it's really not that interesting. Yet it's supposed to be extremely interesting.
It's horribly written. It's really boring and repetitive. It literally keeps over and over saying how I'm going to be burned to death and tortured over and over. It just keeps repeating that over and over.
Well, it really wants to, drive the point home. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, it really drives it home. I didn't. You need to keep telling me. I didn't know that was your stance, Quran.
Okay, how's this one? What is, because you know a lot more about this than I do, obviously, you wrote a book about this shit. What is the most impressive thing that, here's my position. My position is, if God or a divine of anything divine or something was